I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Higher Education Support Amendment 2022 Measures Number 1 Bill 2022.
The call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I present the Higher Education Support Amendment 2022 Measures Number 1 Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill amends the Higher Education Support Act 2003 to support students through fairer grandfathering provisions and support our rural, remote and very remote communities by encouraging our medical graduates to live and work in those areas. When the former government's Job Ready graduate scheme was introduced in late 2020, it grandfathered students who were already studying as at the 1st of January 2021, so that they could finish their course at the same student contribution rates as when they started. In a lapsed bill, the former government introduced a correction to those grandfathering provisions to include honours course students who had started but not finished their original course as at the 1st of January 2021. That correction is included in this bill. In my first few weeks as Education Minister, the Sydney Morning Herald published a story that revealed a number of other students were also left out of grandfathering because of their courses that were changed or cancelled by their universities. It's not fair that students face higher student contribution rates because of decisions taken by their university and which are outside their control. This bill fixes that. The Job Ready graduate scheme will be reviewed as part of the university's accord, which will commence soon. But it's important that these measures are introduced now so that these students are not treated unfairly. Mr Speaker, this bill also introduces measures from a lapsed bill to encourage doctors and nurse practitioners to live and work in rural, remote and very remote parts of Australia. It puts in place a scheme for eligible doctors and nurse practitioners to have their help debts reduced or wiped if they live and work in those areas for a period of time based on the length of their degree. Doctors and nurse practitioners who live and work in a remote or very remote community for the equivalent of half the length of their degree will be able to have 100% of their help debt wiped. Doctors and nurse practitioners who live and work in a large, medium or small rural town will have 100% of their help debt wiped if they live and work there for the equivalent of the length of their degree. This means an eligible doctor with a help debt from a 6-year medical degree and who lives and works in a remote community like Broome or Burke for 3 years will be able to have their help debt for that course wiped. An eligible nurse practitioner who lives and works in a rural town like, for example, Parkes for 2 years will be able to have their help debt for their nurse practitioner course wiped. Doctors and nurse practitioners who meet half of the time requirements will be able to access half of the help debt removal. Doctors and nurse practitioners working in these areas will also be able to apply for a waiver of indexation on their help debt whilst they live and work there. The classification of rural and remote locations is based on the modified Monash model, and the bill makes provision for guidelines to define eligibility and service requirements. It's expected to help around 850 medical practitioners a year. This measure will be effective from the 1st of January this year and I look forward to working with my friend the Minister for Health in implementing this scheme. Mr Speaker, the measures in this bill further support the government's commitment to fairness in our education system and to support services in our rural and remote communities, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Telecommunications legislation amendment, information disclosure, national interest and other measures bill 2022.
And I call the Minister for Communications.
I present the Telecommunications legislation amendment, information disclosure, national interest and other measures bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. From the computers we work on to the phones in our pockets, telecommunications powers some of the most important aspects of life in Australia. As a result, law enforcement and a range of other functions that go towards securing the national interest rely on the cooperation of telecommunications companies. The Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022 is targeted to not only improve the operation and transparency of the relationship between law enforcement and telcos, but crucially to save lives. A New South Wales Deputy State Coroner recently completed a coronial inquest into the sad disappearance of a New South Wales resident. Upon completion of the inquest, I received correspondence on behalf of the coroner recommending urgent reform to Section 287 of the Telecommunications Act 1997. 3 weeks after that correspondence, I am bringing legislation to the Parliament to address this issue raised by Her Honour. I regret to advise the Parliament that this is not the first time that this issue has been raised. In 2020, in an inquest into the death of a New South Wales resident, Her Honour Teresa O'Sullivan had first raised that disclosure of telecommunications data to save missing people had an unrealistic bar. The bill, first and foremost, responds directly to these recommendations to better protect the safety and well-being of Australians in danger. Second, the bill increases accountability and transparency through enhanced record-keeping requirements for disclosures. Finally, the bill implements minor technical improvements to support the function of the Act. Currently, law enforcement is unduly obstructed in locating missing persons because telecommunications companies can only help triangulate the location of a person if a threat to a person's life or health is serious and imminent. The bill removes the requirement that the threat be imminent. In both the recent inquest into the disappearance of the New South Wales resident I referred to earlier and the 2020 inquest into the death of Thomas Hunt, law enforcement could justify a clear, serious risk to a person's life. Yet, the inability of law enforcement, with the information available to characterise the threat as imminent in those matters, contributed to 2 lives being lost. Both inquests, as well as a report from the Australian Law Reform Commission, stress the urgent repeal of the imminent qualifier. In the same vein of public safety, the bill enhances emergency disclosures from the Integrated Public Number Database, known as the IPND, a database of all Australian phone numbers and associated names and addresses. Currently, if the number calling 000 is unlisted, the IPND manager is prohibited from disclosing the associated names and addresses to emergency call persons, even when that information is necessary to provide someone with life-saving emergency services. Given that 95% of the 72 million active numbers in Australia are unlisted, with all mobile numbers unlisted by default, the IP&D manager is obstructed from helping the vast majority of Australians. This bill amends the Act so that the IP&D manager can disclose information about a subscriber to the 000 emergency call person in connection with a call to 000. This will facilitate an emergency response, assisting our emergency services to do what they need to do, to save lives. There are long-standing provisions in the Act that allow telecommunications providers to give help to law enforcement and national security agencies in response to requests for reasonable and necessary assistance. In doing so, providers are entitled to compensation on a no-profit, no-loss basis and are not liable for damages in relation to an act done or omitted in good faith in compliance with a request. As part of the National Emergency Declaration Act 2020, these provisions were broadened to allow telecommunications companies to provide reasonable and necessary assistance to emergency service organisations. However, that Act unintentionally did not include protections for telecommunications companies acting in good faith from liability for damages. This bill corrects that error. Following recommendations from the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the bill improves the record-keeping requirements on the telecommunications industry to include more details about the authorisation of disclosures under the Act. Better record-keeping enhances accountability and transparency of the handling of personal data. Major telecommunications providers and Communications Alliance have been consulted on the bill, with amendments made in response to their requests. There was some concern that time would be needed to implement IT changes for the enhanced disclosure record-keeping. Consequently, this part of the bill has a 6-month delayed commencement. Additionally, industry was concerned about who would be best placed to decide whether a threat to health or safety was serious. Consequently, the explanatory memorandum makes very clear that telecommunications companies would be relying on the representations of law enforcement agencies and emergency service organisations when making this judgment. These proposed amendments minimise regulatory impact and provide benefit to industry, law enforcement agencies and emergency service organisations. More importantly, I believe the proposed amendments will contribute to saving lives. I commend the bill to the House.
Order. The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. A point of order. I'll give the call to the member for Fisher.
I don't have the best hearing in the world, but I'm just not hearing any voices on the government side.
I am.
Well, I'm happy to accept that, but I'm looking over there and I'm not hearing any voices.
Rest assured, member for Fisher, I'm keeping a close eye on the House and hearing all voices. To the point of order, I give the call to the Leader of the House. Order.
To the point of order, and I'm embarrassed about having to raise this when the point of order was raised by a former speaker, the principle about two voices applies to the standing order when the Speaker asks, is a division required? Is a division required is when that standing order applies. I'd advise the former Speaker to do what he should have done when he was Speaker and read the rules.
I think we will move on to the next item, and I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Fair Work Legislation Amendment, Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. Question to be put on the amendment moved by the member for Mayo, to the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth, to the amendment moved by the member for Dickson.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Dickson moved, as an amendment, that all words after "that" be omitted with a view to substituting other words. Subsequent amendments have been moved by honourable members. The immediate question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to. I'll put that question. All of those in opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Order. The division is underway. The House will remain in order. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 79, noes 57. The question is there resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 77, noes 59. Questions are resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Dickson be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Are we against the pay cut? Yeah. Right. That side. Speaker should say. Full pay cut. You just got the look. I didn't go.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 80, noes 58. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. It would be helpful if members could remain in their seats during the successive divisions, unless they are leaving the chamber, or if they did not vote in the previous division or they're changing their vote, in which case I'd ask them to report to the tellers. Lock the doors. Oh, sorry. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Warringah as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 80, noes 58. The matter is therefore resolved in the affirmative. I'm going to give the call to the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to abolish the Registered Organisations Commission and the Australian Building and Construction Commission, and to amend the law relating to workplace relations and workers' compensation and rehabilitation and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. I've also received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of amendments moved by a minister to this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House. Order. Member for Herbert will cease interjecting. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move government amendments 1 to 150 as circulated together. This bill will get wages moving. It'll streamline the process for single enterprise bargaining to incentivise greater take-up by employers and employees. Employers and employees are better off on enterprise agreements, and it's that simple. For businesses and employees unable to access single enterprise bargaining, the bill creates flexible options for multi-employer bargaining. These changes will update our workplace laws to bring employers and employees together to improve wages, conditions and productivity. Since the introduction of these reforms on the 27th of October, my department and I have continued to consult closely with businesses and unions. These amendments make sensible changes to the bill to address issues arising during consultation. At the request of business, the following key changes have been made. First of all, on the primacy of single enterprise agreements. Under our amendments, employers who have agreed with an employee organisation to start bargaining for a single enterprise agreement are exempt from the single interest stream. This is in addition to the existing exemption for employers with an in-term agreement. In a further change, the Fair Work Commission will have the capacity for up to 6 months after the expiry of an agreement to exempt an employer from the single interest stream where the employer has a history of effective bargaining. These changes will allow businesses that successfully bargain at the enterprise level to continue to do so and act as a strong incentive for new single enterprise agreements to be made. Further changes with respect to voting to address concerns that were raised in consultation, primarily with business, will amend the bill to clarify that all voting processes under the new single interest and supported bargaining streams will occur on an employer-by-employer basis. This means that an employer cannot be brought to the table to bargain or be covered by a multi-employer agreement unless either a majority of its own workforce or the employer itself supports this. It means that industrial action, where it is permitted, cannot occur where the workers for that employer have not voted for it. Current rules for employers with existing single interest agreements or who have applied for a declaration or an authorisation prior to the commencement of the provisions will be preserved. Under our amendments, we will require a minimum period of good faith bargaining before an intractable bargaining declaration can be issued by the Fair Work Commission. We'll replace the record of non-compliance exclusion from multi-employer bargaining with an exclusion of the commercial building and construction industry as a whole. This step is not taken lightly, but we do not believe that it is appropriate or necessary to extend multi-employer bargaining to this industry at this time. Our amendments establish the new National Construction Industry Forum as a statutory advisory body aimed at bringing unions, employers and government to the same table to promote positive cultural change in the sector. I want to thank the Business Council of Australia, COSBOA, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Australian Industry Group, the Minerals Council of Australia, the Australian Constructors Association, the Franchise Council of Australia, Live Performance Australia, the Australasian Convenience and Petroleum Marketers Association, the Australian Retailers Association and other business representatives for raising these issues with me on behalf of their members. I also want to thank and acknowledge the members for Wentworth, Warringah, Curtin, Goldstein, Indi, Fowler, Kooyong, North Sydney, Mackellar, Clark, Mayo and Kennedy for bringing the concerns of businesses in their electorates so passionately and constructively to this process. We'll make amendments to strengthen the bill by providing that a multi-employer agreement must not be put to a vote unless it is agreed by all relevant employers and employee organisations, retaining safeguards for employees who are young, culturally or linguistically diverse or unrepresented during bargaining, clarifying that new employees hired after an agreement is approved can ask to have the Better Off Overall test applied to them in certain circumstances. And I want to thank the member for Melbourne on behalf of the Australian Greens and the work of Professor Stewart in the way in which this issue has been raised with us. Further improving access to the presumptive provisions for all firefighters covered by the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act and clarifying access for volunteer firefighters. I thank and acknowledge Senator David Pocock, the member for Bean, the member for Canberra, the Minister for Finance, the member for Fenner, the United Firefighters Union, Mr Brett McNamara and again the Australian Greens for their ongoing advocacy and discussion on this issue. This remains unfinished business and we will continue to consider improvements in this space. Clarify and improve the fixed-term contract provisions and insert a new commencement date of 12 months to provide additional time for consultation and further refinement of these provisions, including for sports people and university staff. I thank Aki Cosboa, the member for Melbourne on behalf of the Greens Party, and Senator Barbara Pocock for bringing these matters to our attention. Remove the capacity for ministerial directions to the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission about the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act 2009, removing any capacity for interference with this function. Preserve the concurrent operation of state and territory laws dealing with sexual harassment and ensure that the Commonwealth can be held vicariously liable for contraventions of the new prohibition on sexual harassment by defence members, and provide that certain Fair Work Commission orders under the new Section 65C in relation to requests for flexible work cannot be inconsistent with the Fair Work Act 2009 or a term of a Fair Work instrument other than another Fair Work Commission order of the same kind, and I thank the member for Melbourne for raising this issue. I commend
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The opposition will be opposing these amendments. It's quite an extraordinary feat, but it makes a bad bill even worse. Mr Speaker, let's be clear what's happening here. The process here has been absolutely appalling. A 243-page bill containing extensive, detailed provisions was released the week before last. Yesterday afternoon, the government released 34 pages of additional amendments, around 150 amendments. This is a hopeless and chaotic process, and let's be absolutely clear about one of the specific provisions in the amendments the government has released, because the union paymasters have been on to the Leader of the House and said, sorry, not enough, we need more, we need more. And specifically, there are provisions in these amendments which give unions the power to veto deals that have been done, enterprise agreements that have been done, when a so-called bargaining representative, that's to say a union official, declines to give consent to an agreement that has been reached between an employer and the majority of its employees. That is, of itself, enough for the opposition to be trenchantly opposed to this amendment, as we are trenchantly opposed to the totality of the bill which is before the House, Mr Speaker. We've had the Leader of the House seeking to give the impression that there's been consultation. He's put on his most reasonable voice, which should put everybody on notice. But let's be absolutely clear, Mr Speaker, what has been said by industry peak bodies. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Australian Industry Group, the Business Council of Australia, the Minerals Council of Australia, the Council of Small Business Organisations of Australia, the National Farmers Federation have said that they are, quote, united in a call for the government to either abandon or substantially amend various contentious elements of the bill relating to bargaining. The bill, as currently framed, should not be passed by the parliament. These organisations have said, we jointly call on the government to permit time for a thorough consideration of the content and implications of the bill. This deeper consideration should include removing the provisions to allow widespread use of multi-employer bargaining backed by strike action. The Australian Parliament should remain open to making further amendments. And here's a very interesting other observation made by these organisations, which flies entirely in the face of the honeyed words of the Leader of the House, seeking to give the impression that there's been consultation, that all is in agreement. The legislation as drafted, say these organisations, does not reflect broad consensus arising out of engagement with industry at the Jobs and Skills Summit or subsequent consultations. These are bodies representing the major prosperity-generating sectors of the Australian economy, the major employment-generating sectors of the Australian economy, and what they are saying very clearly is more time is needed, and they are fundamentally opposed, as is clear, to a number of elements of this bill, and they particularly highlight the provisions in the bill which would allow widespread use of multi-employer bargaining backed by strike action. Let's be clear, what is before the House, both in the substantive bill and in the amendments that have been circulated yesterday, is putting Australia at risk of returning to the bad old days of the 1970s with repeated strike action and a sluggish and unproductive economy. That is what is the impact of both the bill and the amendments make it worse, because they further weaken the arrangements in relation to enterprise agreements, because they allow an employer to a union to veto such an agreement even when there has been a vote in favour of it by employees. There are some minor window dressing concessions in here, but the simple fact is, Mr Speaker, that this is a very bad bill, taking the Australian economy and our society and our community backwards extraordinarily. You would have thought it was hard to achieve, but extraordinarily the amendments make a bad situation worse, and the opposition will be opposing the government's amendments as we oppose the bill.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am actually rising today just to make the comment that I concur with the opposition that to be given 33 pages of amendments to this bill, to then have 24 hours to actually reasonably consult with others across the community on it, is really not befitting the status of this House in terms of a place where we are able to actually engage in active debate around the legislation that is put forward. So while I do commend the government, because I do know they've been working very hard to try and engage more broadly, I would like to make the point that the timeline on which this bill is being moved through is of the government's behest, and as such the creation of this anxiety is a result of the government's decision to push through so quickly. So I just echo those concerns. 33 pages of amendments on a bill that was already 200-odd pages long is very difficult for people in the real world and in my community to get their head around. Thank you.
Is the member for North Sydney moving any amendments?
I am moving an amendment.
Just had the paperwork delivered to me, so
Thank
I'll
you.
give the call to the member for North Sydney.
I move amendments 1 and 2 to the government amendment 129, and I move them together. The amendments I'm moving today relate to strengthening the representation on and transparency over the proposed National Construction Industry Forum. Close to 5% of the workers in North Sydney work in building and construction. That's around 4,000 people. And I've spoken to many of them and many residential builders who are fearful that the abolition of the ABCC will drive negative cultural changes in the commercial building sector. Whilst the government claims that carving out the construction industries and its unions divisions from many aspects of the bill will isolate these changes, it is inevitable that what happens at the big end of construction will flow through to the small and medium residential building sector due to the high levels of overlap with subcontractors and workers. During the course of this rushed debate and harried negotiations, we have seen the government release more details around their National Construction Industry Forum. The Forum is by no means a replacement for the ABCC, but I am hopeful that all parties to the Forum will work together in a respectful, trustful and collaborative manner. As currently constituted, the Forum is dominated by ministerial captains' picks from peak bodies and industry groups. My amendments will ensure those at the table are representative of the whole building industry, not just the big unions or big construction companies. In North Sydney, there are around 2,000 building and construction businesses, of which 88% are small businesses. And this amendment seeks to ensure their voice is heard. In order to achieve cultural change throughout the industry, from top to bottom, small to medium, residential builders must be at the table. The amendment also ensures that the Forum publishes a communique on the departmental website within 14 days of a meeting. We've seen here and in the media intense lobbying from the big end of town, those with power and resources to access the halls of Parliament, and in this I count large employer groups, businesses, but also large union representatives. Individual employees, small to medium-sized businesses and workers in low-paid industries who the government have been wielding in advance to advance their arguments are largely absent, and the fact remains this is a deal being done largely behind closed doors, and I don't think it's good for our democracy. We must open up the doors and improve the transparency over all processes of government, including statutory bodies like the National Construction Industry Forum. My amendment will ensure the broader sector and the public have visibility over discussion and decisions of the Forum, and I commend the amendment to the House.
The question is the amendments moved by the member for North Sydney be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I want to thank the member for North Sydney for I thank all the crossbench for the way in which they've engaged, and particularly thank the member for North Sydney for this particular amendment. The government will support the amendment, and as I was listening to the member for North Sydney, while decisions had not yet been made, and we hadn't even started to make decisions in terms of the makeup of the forum, I was thinking back over the years of different fora of this nature that I participated in different portfolios, and there always is a risk that exactly what the member for North Sydney described could have happened. in terms of the biggest players, the biggest groups ultimately dominating it, and you don't get that guaranteed representation, particularly small to medium residential sector. I think this amendment provides an important break on making sure that what we are hoping is bringing all the parties together in different ways effectively does that.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for North Sydney be agreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I indicate that the opposition will be supporting the amendment moved by the member for North Sydney.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for North Sydney be agreed to. I'll put that question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is the government amendment as amended be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I move Amendment 1 to the Government Amendment 30. I would like to... Can I speak on it?
I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. The most concerning part of the government's amendments is the provision giving unions veto power over enterprise agreements. This means an unscrupulous individual can hold a business and its workforce to ransom, demanding concessions or private benefits that may not be in the interests of union members or other employees. The minister has argued that bad actors may seek to encourage workers to agree to something that is not in their interest. I accept there are those bad actors. However, this veto power goes too far. It is unconscionable that any government would seek to provide veto power of this nature, particularly to its financial backers. My amendment negates the veto power by saying employers must have written agreement from the union or provide reasonable opportunities for unions to communicate their concerns to employees. I believe that the employees should be well informed about any change that comes to any agreement that comes to them, and I support that the union can provide an important perspective on that. However, it is fundamentally up to individuals to decide whether or not they get to vote for an agreement and whether an agreement is in their interests. If a union thinks it's a dud, let them say so, but let employees decide for themselves what is best for them.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member, and we've had private conversations on this issue as well with the member for Wentworth, and I respect the passion with which this issue is held. The government won't be supporting this amendment. I think it's mindful when people talk about a veto on one side of the bargaining table. That same veto is there for the employer. So we have a situation where either the employer or the employee organisation can say this is not yet ready to go to a vote. So I know it's been out in the media as though there's only a veto on one side. The veto is also there on the employer side, and the concept here is you reach agreement before it goes to the vote, and we believe that's an important safeguard to be able to avoid a situation where substandard agreements are being put out under these provisions.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I indicate that the opposition will be supporting the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I support the member for Wentworth's amendment, which is very reasonable and balanced. And I refer to the minister's comments about there being an equal veto on both sides. And I would put that actually the agreement is between the employer and the employee. They are the two parties to the agreement. The only veto by a third party would be the intervention of an employee representative or union. So it is really not the same thing to say that the employer has a right to veto an agreement between the employer and the employees. This softens the requirement so the employer can show that a bargaining representative has had a reasonable opportunity to communicate reasons for not providing written agreements to the employees, which seems
like a very reasonable compromise, because it is reasonably foreseeable that the interests of an employee representative such as a union could differ from the interests of an employee of an organisation. This requirement doesn't apply now, and there have been examples of agreements being put to employees and approved despite the union not wanting it to go to a vote. Now, unions have played an important role in protecting workers' rights over the centuries, but it makes no sense to actually turn them into a barrier between employees and employers. So I support that amendment. Thanks.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yep. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 59. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the government amendments as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. The question is that the government amendments as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Members are changing their vote from the previous decision. If they can report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 85, noes 52. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move opposition amendments 1 to 31 as circulated in my name together. These amendments relate to the very extensive sections of this bill that are, in the view of the opposition, entirely objectionable. The Registered Organisations Commission would be abolished by this bill. We are opposed to the abolition of the Registered Organisations Commission because it would effectively shield the government's union paymasters from the scrutiny that they ought to be subject to, as any other organisation in our community ought to be subject to such scrutiny. Registered organisations are afforded special privileges in the industrial relations system. They control assets worth millions of dollars and have a large amount of trust placed in them by their members. The Registered Organisations Commission, together with the Australian Building and Construction Commission, was critical in guarding against union misconduct.
The manager will just resume his seat. The House will come to order. If members are engaging in conversations, can they cease or leave the House? The manager will be heard in silence, and I give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Registered Organisations Commission, together with the Australian Building and Construction Commission, did an effective job in guarding against union misconduct and lawlessness in the construction industry, and Amendments 1, 9 and 25 of those that I've moved would remove provisions in the bill which go to the abolition of the Registered Organisation Commission. The opposition is also completely opposed to the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. We oppose this abolition because it effectively hands over control of the construction industry to the notoriously militant CFMEU. The name of that union is a byword for bullying, intimidation, lawlessness and criminal conduct and thuggishness in the construction sector. When Labor last abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission, they have form in this, Mr Speaker, 2/3 of working days lost to industrial action were in the construction industry. The abolition at that time caused the rate of disputes in the construction sector to increase by 46% at a time when disputes in other sectors declined by 31%. It is not okay, for example, Mr Speaker, for women in the construction industry to be targeted with sexist slurs and physical threats, and that sadly is what we have consistently seen with the CFMEU, and the Australian Building Construction Commission has been an effective means of protecting against some of the worst of those excesses. Amendments 2 and 10 of those I've circulated would remove the provisions in the bill which has abolished the Australian Building Construction Commission. The opposition is trenchantly opposed to the multi-employer bargaining provisions contained in this bill. They amount to Labor's intent to kill off enterprise bargaining and to replace it with a new centralised wage fixing system and umpire. And so amendments 3 to 8, 11 to 15, 23 to 24, 26 to 28 and 30 would remove all of the provisions in the bill relating to changes in multi-employer bargaining. We are opposed to the bill's expansion of the single interest stream that would allow the Fair Work Commission to authorise workers with common interests to bargain together. Business groups are united in their condemnation of the common interest provision being so broad as to be simply ridiculous. The mere fact of two businesses physically being located together would satisfy the very wide definition of common interest. The ACCI, the Australian, has said, the Chamber of Commerce Industry has said that this test exposes the Australian economy to sector-wide strike action, disrupting supply chains and key industries at a time of extraordinary global volatility. Amendments 16, 20 and 22 would implement this change. We're opposed to the compulsion in the legislation of the single interest employer authorisation provisions, Amendments 17 and 19, to give effect to our opposition to the government's compulsion provisions. We oppose the way the bill has dealt with the question of public interest. Amendment 18 gives effect to our position there. Common interests need a clear definition. Amendment 21 gives effect to that. And this amendment, Amendment 29, would provide for the minister to be required to conduct a review of the operation of the amended provisions of the Act after they have operated for 12 months. This is a truly dreadful bill which will take Australia back to the grim, dark days of the 1970s, pattern bargaining, repeated strikes, a sluggish and unproductive economy. That is what we face, and our amendments seek to deal with the most egregious elements of this bill.
Before I call the Leader of the House, there is still far too much noise in the House. Give the call to the Leader of the House, and the question is the amendments be disagreed to.
Thanks, Speaker. Before I make my remarks, I just need to ask a quick question of the mover, simply because I'm not sure if the version that's been circulated is the same as the one that's been moved. And it might have just been speaking notes or a late change, but the reference that was given to the what's here as section 30 on the review was described in the speech as section 29. I don't know if that means the version that's circulated is different. If I've got the wrong one, I just don't want to.
I can tell you when a small business is visited by the thugs of the CFMEU carrying baseball bats,
you don't have the
they're
call.
not going to
resume your seat. That order. The members on my right, the Minister for Skills. I didn't hear what the Manager of Opposition Business was saying. There was a question raised. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House. I'm not sure if clarification has been sought.
No, it hasn't.
But I'll give him the call and he may continue with his speech.
Okay. Well, for the benefit of the House, the descriptions that were given in moving this of what section 29 says was wrong, and the description of what section 21 says is wrong. I don't know if that means he's moving something different or whether what's been circulated is right and he gave the wrong speech. I think we can work on the basis that this amendment is not ready. I think we can also work on the basis. I think we can also work on the basis. I think we can also work on the basis that, and I'm sure there's going to be more contributions, particularly from the crossbench, and this debate will continue into the Senate as to how do you reasonably define a small business. And there is a reasonable conversation to be had there. But this amendment says small business exemption should be given to anyone with up to 200 employees. Up to 200 employees should be the definition of a small business. They've also attempted to take out altogether the low-paid stream access to bargaining. So everything that's been said about feminised industries, everything that's been said about childcare, about aged care, about getting wages moving in these sectors, they're taking all of that out, and they're also wanting to define a small business as 200, and on top of that, they're not quite sure what they're moving. We'll be opposing this.
The question is, order. The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the Manager of Opposition Business, these are opposition amendments 1 to 31, be disagreed to. Those of the Those opinions say aye will move to the right of the chair and to the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 81, noes 54. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. I give the call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 8 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, these amendments quite simply replace the words intersex status with sex characteristics in the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. They have been drafted in consultation with the peak organisation representing intersex people, that's the Intersex Human Rights Australia organisation, and LGBTIQ+ advocates Rodney Croom AM and Alastair Laurie. The terminology is also endorsed by the intersex community through the Darlington Statement.
Order. The House will come to order.
The terminology is also endorsed by the intersex community through the Darlington Statement and the Yogyakarta Principles +10. Speaker, this is a very important amendment because not everyone who has variations of their sex characteristics may identify as intersex, but they still deserve protection from discrimination, not least because the experiences of people with variations of sex characteristics can be harrowing. Indeed, according to Intersex Human Rights Australia, a 2015 Australian survey of 272 people born with atypical sex characteristics found many individual and systemic examples of discrimination. For example, and I quote, 19% of people born with atypical sex characteristics failed to complete secondary school due to reasons including the impact of medical interventions during puberty, stigmatisation and bullying on grounds of sex characteristics, and unaddressed issues associated with developmental delays. Speaker, good discrimination law focuses on people's attributes rather than just lumping people into one group. For example, our anti-discrimination laws protect people of all sexual orientations, not just people who identify as gay. And in the same way, this amendment would protect all people with variations of their sex characteristics, not just people who identify as intersex. Very relevant is that other Australian jurisdictions already recognise this matter and have acted on it, with Victoria, the ACT and Tasmania now using the term sex characteristics. The Northern Territory has also adopted the wording in its Anti-Discrimination Amendment Bill 2022, currently before the Northern Territory Parliament. Furthermore, the WA Law Reform Commission and Queensland Human Rights Commission have recommended sex characteristics as the preferred term. Now, I acknowledge that supporting this amendment could be regarded as problematic by the government because the Federal Sex Discrimination Act has included the term intersex status since 2013. And I also acknowledge that during debate on a Greens amendment to the Sex Discrimination and Fair Work Respect at Work Amendment Bill 2021 that would have replaced the words intersex status with sex characteristics, Labor indicated it would not support the amendment because it would cause inconsistency with other legislation, such as the Sex Discrimination Act. But two wrongs don't make a right. So either the government supports this amendment and then moves quickly to also amend the Sex Discrimination Act and any other relevant anti-discrimination legislation, or at least makes a rock-solid commitment today to soon amend both the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill and the Sex Discrimination Act and any other relevant anti-discrimination legislation. Speaker, the substance of this straightforward amendment is inherently important and also very meaningful to many people. It's been advocated for many years, certainly as far back as the creation of the Sex Discrimination Act in 2013. So please, I say to the government, let's do this and do it today. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to speak specifically to this bill's inclusion of protection from discrimination on the basis of gender identity in the Fair Work Act. I'd like to commend the government for taking these critical steps to protect groups who experience severe levels of workplace discrimination. And I want to thank the member for Clark for moving this amendment to ensure best practice language for the intersex community is used in this bill, as the Greens have recommended for years. Studies have shown that only 22% of gender-diverse people felt comfortable to be open about their gender identity with their colleagues. Just over 43% reported being deliberately misgendered within the workplace in the last year. And this bill would go some of the way to ensuring gender-diverse people feel safer in the workplace, allowing them to feel more comfortable and secure in themselves. Protection on the basis of gender identity is a welcome commitment from the government. And while I welcome their intention in taking steps to protect the intersex community, protection on the basis of intersex status does not go far enough. For intersex people to be fully protected from discrimination, we must protect them against discrimination on the basis of sex characteristics. This is best practice language, and it protects intersex people at all stages of development and widens the scope of protection for intersex people. It's language which Intersex Human Rights Australia has called on the government to implement, and further, it's language recommended by the Queensland Human Rights Commission and Western Australia Law Reform Commission to best protect intersex people. All members of the LGBTQIA+ community deserve to feel safe and protected in their workplaces, including gender-diverse and intersex people. And I call on the government to update all anti-discrimination legislation to adequately protect intersex people.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My response to this amendment is probably quite different to how I'm responding to any other amendments, in that the amendment is actually seeking to do something that I originally requested during the drafting stage on this bill. And the explanation that the member for Clark gave of the process and the interaction with the Sex Discrimination Act was the problem that I was presented with, and the reason why we can't support the amendment in this form. But I want to, in the first instance, make clear there is no argument of principle in any way that the government makes against any of the two contributions that were just made from the member for Clark or the member for Brisbane. Secondly, the intention to get to best practice language here so that people are properly covered is a commitment that is shared from those who've spoken with the government. Before I knew this amendment was coming, so this is during the drafting stages, as soon as I hit this problem of the interaction with the Sex Discrimination Act, I raised the issue personally with the Attorney-General, because it was the Attorney-General's department that had raised it with my department, and the intention was made clear to me then from the Attorney-General that the government does intend to bring in legislation that will deal with this issue across all relevant legislation at once. And being able to do that avoids any problems with different parts of legislation not interacting properly. So it's a strange one in terms of saying that we will not support the amendment, but it's on the basis that we accept completely the arguments that have been put and want to be able to bring forward government legislation that addresses it consistently across all relevant acts.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Give the call to the member for Clark.
Yes, I'm not seeking a division out of consideration of the response from the minister, but I would like the Hansard record to show my support for the amendment.
Now give the call to the member for Bass.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I would just like the Hansard to also record that I would have been supporting that amendment.
I thank the member for Bass. I'll give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, the purpose of this amendment is to amend Section 23 of the Fair Work Act with the effect of changing the definition of a small business. Currently, Section 23 defines a small business as a business comprising of 15 employees or less. Casuals are not included in this count unless there is a systematic or regular nature to their employment. For most businesses, this would mean most, if not all, of their casual employees would be included in the employee count for the purposes of defining a small business. My amendment seeks to change the number of employees that define a small business from 15 to 100. The rationale for this change is simple. Businesses with less than 100 staff do not have the human resource departments. They do not have the payroll staff. They simply do not have capacity to expend resources, financial and human, to negotiate enterprise bargaining agreements that this bill would potentially force upon them. Mr Speaker, without this change, we are relegating the thousands of mum and dad businesses and entrepreneurial enterprises to an immediate future of costly union-led negotiations. These businesses cannot afford the time nor the financial resources, many of which are still trying to recover from COVID-19. Mr Speaker, what we're looking at here is staff with a threshold of 15. Now, let me tell you, right across Australia, this is going to capture fruit and vegetable stores, this is going to capture independent service stations,
Fisher,
this is going to capture independent small supermarkets, IGAs, and this bill is, I think, unwittingly pitting mum and dad operators against unions. Let me tell you what small businesses are doing on their Saturday night. They don't have HR departments. They are doing the payroll themselves on a Saturday night or a Sunday. They simply cannot afford this. And what's going to happen for those businesses that have 15 or 16 staff, or perhaps even up to 20, is they're going to contract their staffing to make sure that they can get under 15. And what that's going to mean is it's going to mean job losses for those 15, 16-year-olds that are working at the fruit and veg store every Sunday, because on Saturday they're playing sport. This bill is really concerning, and so I'm trying to remedy in some way to take small business out of this. This government is setting up small business for a David and Goliath battle, where David is the small business and Goliath is the unions, and I'm afraid in this context David will not be the victor.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I want to thank the member for Mayo for bringing the issue forward. A number of members of the crossbench here and in the other place have been raising different ways of dealing with the small business exemption. Some have raised it through a shift from headcount to full-time equivalent. Some have raised it with a change in the numbers. I'll be upfront here. The government preference is to keep it at 15 headcount, which is where we've got it. And I respect that in the passage of both houses there'll be different negotiations that'll happen on that. But on that basis, and I appreciate that particularly for a number of the crossbenchers, a shift on this area is an absolutely critical issue for them, and that's been conveyed to me. And I also acknowledge a large number where there's other issues in the bill that they passionately support, but this is something where they need to stand for their electorates. And so I simply want to acknowledge that, but make clear that the government will be opposing the amendments that seek to change where the small business exemption is, with an understanding that the debate on this will probably continue as it goes through the other place.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I indicate that the opposition will be supporting this amendment. We are extremely concerned about the impact of this set of radical industrial relations changes on small businesses. Indeed, in our own set of amendments, we proposed for that reason that the threshold be set at 200 full-time equivalent employees. The minister laughed at that. The minister laughed at that. He thought that was funny. He thought that was funny. We don't think it's funny that small businesses are facing the threat of getting dragged into extensive and onerous negotiation processes that they are going to have to devote their time, the time of the owner, who is also the Chief Information Officer, also the Chief Financial Officer, also the Head of Human Resources, also the General Counsel. All of these functions that in large businesses have a team of specialists, and certainly industrial relations, workplace relations is one of those areas. In small business, the entrepreneur who set up that business, who is creating employment, faces that burden on a daily basis of doing all of these other things. And around Australia, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of small businesses that now face the prospect of having to deal with the unions and the Fair Work Commission as compulsory partners, compulsory participants in their business. I absolutely endorse what the member for Mayo has said, and the Coalition is extremely concerned about the impact of these changes on small businesses. You know, the mindset from those opposite is that every enterprise of any size has unlimited funds, unlimited resources, and all they need to do is get in there and, you know, with a bit of persuasion from the CFMEU, we've come around with our baseball bats to make you see reason. They want to shake down businesses of all kinds. As far as they're concerned, businesses are endlessly profitable. You know, small businesses who are proprietors, who are working long hours, often working through the weekend, working to give their employees opportunities. There are so many stories of small business proprietors who, when times are tough, make sure that their employees get paid and continue to have a job, while the employer, while the small business, might then take an increase in their mortgage, might go out and get extra finance to keep the business going. The member for Mallee brought together people, small businesses from her electorate. Just yesterday, I was talking to a chocolate manufacturer there who told me about the great work she's done building a business and how satisfying to her it is to be able to employ young people in her country town, give them employment opportunities. Now, business owners like that around the country are facing significant threat and risk as a consequence of this intrusive regulation, this intrusive legislation, which is going to greatly expand the role of unions in small business and brings them uninvited into small businesses around the country. This is a disastrously retrograde step. I absolutely endorse the observations of the member for Mayo about the perverse incentives that this now creates for small businesses to seek to shrink down below a threshold, leading to employment being lost. Quite the opposite of the baseless claims that have been made by the government about what's going to be the consequence of this legislation. So the opposition will be supporting the member for Mayo's amendment.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give a call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
The crossbenchers here, you know, are not plugging as a group for the unions movement, nor are we anti-union movement. So you're getting from the crossbenchers a more objective, I think, point of view. And it's interesting that I think 4 of us are moving to exclude small business. Now, seriously, there's a problem if the vast bulk of the people that are non-committed on these broader issues are taking a position that small business needs to be excluded. And I explained to the government, and the Liberal Party introduced GST, and that was just dreadful for small business. But I'm not making an attack upon the ALP as opposed to the others here on small business, because both are guilty. But let me just give this example. Tim Fisher, the leader of the National Party, went to Julie Creek and he said, the GST will be good for you all. And they start screaming, it's just more work for small business. We just can't handle any more work. And the lady that owned the hardware store, she burst out crying. And she's a tough lady. And I went around and saw her the next morning. She said, Bob, the tradies come in, they work till 6 o'clock at night, so they're coming in and out of our hardware store up till 6 o'clock at night. She said, I race home to get the meals for everyone, and then I do the books for the business. My husband's a builder, so I do his books and the hardware store books, and I'm up till well after midnight. The tradies want to get on the job at 6 o'clock the next morning, so I have to get up at 5:30. And she said, the thought of doing another hour or 2 hours of work, she said, I just burst out crying. I just couldn't stop, And I mean, you don't understand that. You people on that side of the house simply do not understand that. Over here, the introduction of that GST did exactly what they're accusing you people of doing here. Exactly the same thing. But, there really isn't a feeling for small business. I mean, Woolworths and Coles are allowed to go into news agencies, they're allowed to go into butcher shops, they're allowed to go into every single area of the economy and wipe out small business right across the board. 15 inquiries into them, and all a joke. You just rubber stamp them. So we don't want any more hypocrisy, but I strongly support that not only my colleague here, but all the other colleagues on the crossbench are all moving exactly the same sort of resolutions. And please excuse us all for repetitiveness, but we're not a party, so each one of us does our own thing. But each one of us has come to the conclusion that small business has got to be excluded, and it's not excluded here in this legislation.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, moved by the honourable member for Mayo. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no? No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is, the amendments moved by the honourable member for Mayo, circulated in her name, be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 79, noes 54. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I'm waiting for the member for Fowler when she is ready. And I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name. It's great that we're seeing great debate about the Industrial Relations Reform Bill here in the House. And as a first-term MP, it's great to see that it's robust and it's done in a safe and respectful manner in the 47th Parliament so far. But let me be clear, I'm not opposed to the wage increases for hard-working Australians. As a matter of fact, many in my electorate of Fowler who work in childcare, teachers and nurses and in low-paid jobs will benefit tremendously, and they need this as we are facing a cost of living crisis. However, any wage increase must be done fairly, equitably and in a way that does not have unintended consequences for low socioeconomic communities, multicultural communities that were built on small, family-run businesses. In my Fowler electorate, there are currently over 18,000 trading small businesses, with the majority owned and managed by migrants and refugees. In fact, 1 in 3 small businesses are run by migrants and refugees, who are most entrepreneurial of all small business owners and who are most likely to start their own business. What plans are in place to communicate the IR changes and reforms to the non-English speaking communities? My amendments seek to ensure the Fair Work Commission takes into consideration the need to provide guidelines and community outreach programs in languages to support our culturally diverse community who run their businesses. Are we going to have to face another situation like the Western Sydney COVID lockdowns, when no one in Fowler was given access to language-appropriate information until it was too late? Let me remind the House again that my electorate of Fowler has one of the lowest median income rates in the country. The median wage of people in my electorate is 20% less than the national average. When it comes to reforms like this one, we have often been ignored, neglected and forgotten. If we are to be truly inclusive and diverse society, we need to ensure that reforms like this are meaningful to the 52% of my electorate who are born overseas. I cannot stand by while my diverse and multicultural community is ignored yet again. We must create a pathway that clears confusion and prevents language barriers from misleading people on any political reforms. I don't need to remind the people in this House that small business is the backbone of the Australian economy. My community was built on the shoulders of migrants and refugees who came to this country seeking better opportunities for themselves and their families. We have more than 130 nationalities, with many of these people running some type of businesses, from a banh mi bakery, a pho or noodle restaurant or a pearl milk tea store. They are hard-working small business owners. However, as it currently stands, small business is defined as having 15 employees, including casuals, under the Fair Work Act. That means if my local Vietnamese pho restaurant employs 16 people, they could be forced to enter multi-employer bargaining situations when they lack the time, resources and funds to do so. We should resolve this issue by amending the definition of a small business. Instead of capping the total at 15 people, I would propose that any business that employs less than 20 full-time employees is a small business. But first and foremost, we must address the issue of interpretation, language translation and community outreach within diverse communities. It's true that Australia is one and we are many. We are a country of many people, many languages and many backgrounds. Acknowledging this is critical to any further discussions on the bill. I, like many of the crossbench colleagues, have raised that a bill this complex requires more consultation, more time and more collaboration. Once again, while I acknowledge the government wants to keep to its election promise to deliver wage increase by the end of the year, and that's about 6 weeks to go, then they should push the most agreeable part of the bill through first and give us the opportunity to consult with our local businesses in respect to the multi-employer bargaining section of the bill. I think that's only fair. We are, after all, a fair democratic country. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I thank the member for Fowler for the amendment, and in particular thank the member for Fowler in confining the amendment itself to the issues about community languages. I respect in the speech that was given there are other issues the member for Fowler is deeply concerned about, including the small business exemption and how that's defined. But I do appreciate the amendment has been put in a form that allows the government to be able to support it. At the moment, the Fair Work Ombudsman have about 30 languages where they are doing this. The Fair Work Commission operates more through an interpreter service as to how they deal with community languages at the moment. But as we both know, because our communities are not that different, and I'm pleased the member for Fowler referred to the lockdown period of the pandemic, there was a period where information was not being provided in community languages when it needed to be. And so this puts into the Fair Work Act a requirement as to what's expected, and the government's very happy to back that, and thanks the member for Fowler for bringing it forward.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give a call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The opposition will be pleased to support the amendment moved by the member for Fowler, which I think is based upon her strong representation of her electorate and her own lived experience. I think it's an important amendment, and I rather suspect that had circumstances been different and had the member for Fowler been somebody who'd come from the leafy northern beaches from Scotland Island, in fact, if she'd been parachuted in, she might not have made this useful contribution.
Return to the amendments. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 20 as circulated in my name.
Member for Wentworth.
Thank you. These amendments seek to make the bill better. I do not seek to undermine the government's stated intentions at all. My amendments will not interfere with wage rises for low-wage workers, gender equality, or impose unnecessary barriers to making agreements. These are laudable aims, and I support them 100%. My amendments, however, will make this bill more workable for businesses, particularly small businesses who have had an incredibly tough time in recent years, and more workable for workers who desperately need a pay rise to cope with the rising cost of living. Many of the concerns of this bill can be undone with one simple amendment. Let businesses consent to multi-party bargains in the single interest stream. No business group in the country supports compulsory engagement in multi-party bargaining. No business group in the country supports this, not even COSBOA, who was the first business group to consider the value of multi-party bargaining, but never under any circumstances did they say should this be compulsory for business. When we are heading into tumultuous economic times, it is absolutely reckless to ignore the legitimate concerns of business. It is reckless to ignore the Productivity Commission, who in their report said any changes to the Fair Work Act to increase the use of multi-employer and industry sector-wide bargaining are likely to have uncertain implications for productivity and should be undertaken with caution and be subjected to detailed, rigorous and transparent analysis. Productivity is absolutely vital for wage growth, and we should again listen to the Productivity Commission when considering this. Will a small grocery store be forced into an agreement that suits Coles and Woolworths? We don't know. Will these changes actually increase wages when agreements are made that may stop a business changing their business model to meet the needs of their time? We just don't know. The truth is, we do not know the full implications of this legislation, and businesses in my electorate don't even realise that they're going to be subjected to it. If the government will not take the time to properly consult on this bill and properly help work with business to come up with solutions that will work for business and workers to drive productivity and wage growth, then we need to make this change. Many have also spoken about the importance of small business in this country, and that and many people in this House have electorates, have businesses where they would say 15 staff does not make you a medium businesses. These businesses should not be treated as if they were. I'm seeking an amendment that would raise the threshold of businesses to 100 full-time equivalent staff. Businesses below this level don't have HR teams, and they're fundamentally different to big businesses. I acknowledge that the government has shifted on a grace period for 6 months, but I would like to say that is not long enough for business. We should extend that period to 12 months at a more realistic timeframe for negotiations to be concluded. I support the government's desire to increase workplace flexibility. However, I believe that we should always move to conciliation before we go to arbitration, and so I seek that we require conciliation before subjecting parties to arbitration and the very significant cost it entails. In intractable disputes, my amendment would help prevent gaming or other mischief. They simply require the minister to define intractable, and require the parties to engage in good faith, and require Fair Work to be satisfied the position of each party is fair and reasonable before arbitration commences. And finally, and I think this is crucial, my amendments require an independent review of the bill after 12 months. Sally McManus made the point to me the other day that Parliament tends to ignore industrial relations once a significant reform has been made, and so we miss the opportunity to refine legislation after commencement. That is a mistake, and one that we can rectify by ensuring a review of these changes is taken in due course. The government is determined to pass this bill in a month. It is a huge risk. It is a national experiment in changing workplace relations at a time when our economy is fragile. Wage growth is too low and has been too low for too long. I want to see higher wages, but I don't want to see small businesses closing or unemployment rising, and I really don't want to see a wage price spiral where higher wages are eaten up by rolling economy-wide price hikes. That would be the worst possible outcome. The government should do the responsible thing and limit the scope of the experiment.
Order.
We should not risk that today. Thank you.
Time has expired. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and thank the member for Wentworth, both for bringing these issues forward to the House and also for the conversations that we've had back and forth leading up to the debate this morning. First of all, I'll just go through a couple of the issues, if I may. The advice that we've been given is that in the structure of the Act, the arbitration clauses that are already there do presume conciliation before arbitration, and that has been the practice of the Commission. So in terms of the intention that's being sought with the amendment and the importance of conciliation being provided first is something that the government shares. It's been how the Fair Work Act has operated and our expectation that it would continue to be so. I do want to explain the difference in view when it comes to whether, from the employer perspective, it should be opt-in only, because it is very much simply a different policy view which is appropriately ventilated here. If you start with single enterprise bargaining, the concept there, while it's rarely used, is that bargaining can be initiated by either side of the bargaining table. It can be initiated by the employer or it can be initiated by the workforce. And in being initiated by the workforce, it's called a majority support determination. They very rarely get up, but sometimes they do. But the principle behind it is to say that we're trying to have a bargain of equals. That's what we're trying to have. We're trying to have a sensible conversation between the employer and the employees, and either side of that conversation can initiate it. That's the same principle that we're wanting to bring to multi-employer bargaining. And one of the reasons that I brought forward the government amendment that was carried earlier with the voting provision change was to make sure that we did not end up with a situation where at any individual workplace neither the employer nor the workforce had voted in favour of being part of it. But we are wanting to keep to that principle that is currently there in single enterprise bargaining, which is quite simply either side of the negotiation can initiate it. And to have a situation where it's opt-in only, now the cooperative stream is opt-in only, there is one stream that is designed specifically for that purpose, but to not have a mechanism where the workforce can initiate a negotiation but the employer can, I think takes away from the concept of what we're trying to get here. The strength of agreements is they end up being able to deliver both the wage rises and the flexibility or productivity improvements because you've had a negotiation where both sides had a level of power in that conversation. And it's for that reason that we want to maintain the majority support determination principle being possible for a workforce to say we want to be part of this. Finally, with respect to the independent review, it gives me a chance to say publicly what I've said privately, both to the member for Wentworth and to many of the crossbench. I do believe the Act should have an independent review, and I'm supportive of there being an independent review. What I don't want to do is have a situation where we adopt an independent review in good faith in this place. We then go to the Senate, and in Senate negotiations we end up with a different independent review, which would then look like bad faith in terms of what had been discussed here. I am very happy as a result of it having been raised to commit the government to the fact there will be an independent review. The exact timing, whether it's a longer one with a halfway point of reporting or exactly how it works, is something that I would rather do in a single negotiation when it gets to the other place. And I suspect the relationships between the crossbench here and the crossbench there mean we should be able to get to a sensible position there. So the government will be opposing the amendment for the reasons I explained on the opt-in principle, but I thought it was important just to make clear our view of the conciliation provisions and also the undertaking on an independent review.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I indicate that the opposition will be supporting the amendments moved by the member for Wentworth, which are another attempt to deal with some of the egregious failures and fundamental policy problems within this bill.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by the honourable member for Wentworth, in her name numbers 1 to 20, be disagreed. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 80, noes 53. And I give the call, looking to the member for Warringah, who is seeking the call. I give her the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 7 as circulated in my name together.
The member for Warringah.
These amendments focus on tightening up the legislation to ensure that the impacts on business productivity and competitiveness of businesses
Order. The House will come to order. There is far too much noise. Members could leave the chamber quickly and quietly so the member for Warringah can be heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And if I could say, it's very interesting to see the members of government walking out in the consideration in detail stage of very important legislation. When they were in opposition, they complained about the coalition doing it. But it goes to show, as soon as it changes, the same behaviour applies.
The member for Warringah will return to the amendments.
The unintended consequences of this legislation could have incredibly negative impacts on small businesses in my electorate, and they are still recovering from the impacts of COVID-19. It is misleading to the Australian public to claim that this will get wages moving when there is going to be months of delay and negotiation, complex processes, and the winners will be the unions and the lawyers. It will not be the workers. It is disingenuous of the government to claim that this legislation is to assist feminised industries, when many small businesses are run by women, and they will be the first to suffer when this legislation brings an absolute stalemate to sectors like childcare. In Warringah, there are at least 370 businesses who would be able to engage in or be compelled to engage in multi-employer bargaining under the current definition of a small business having less than 15 employees. The added complexity of being compelled to engage in multi-employer bargaining process will drive fear into many business owners. They are struggling to keep their head above water, still reeling from the impact of COVID-19 and increasing inflation. Productivity impacts are dealt with Amendments 1 to 3. They deal with the potential impacts on the productivity of
the member for Aston will cease interjecting.
Amendments 1 to 3 deal with the potential impacts on the productivity of businesses being roped into multi-employer bargain after it has been completed. So they haven't even been part of the negotiations, and the bill currently allows an employee representatives, the unions, to join an employer to a multi-party EBA after the conclusion of the agreement. The Fair Work Commission should consider the potential impacts on productivity of a business as a result of being compelled to sign onto the EBA. This is a straightforward amendment that should not be objected to by government. Public interest test, Amendment 6. The amendment again deals with the potential effects on productivity and competition. The bill is currently drafted, requires the Fair Work Commission to be satisfied that it is not contrary to the public interest to do so before making a single interest authorisation. The problem is that the drafting does not specify what would be contrary to the public interest. There is therefore no guarantee that the Fair Work Commission would take into account the benefits to productivity, competition and consumer protection that come from enterprise-level collective bargaining. The proposed amendment would require the Fair Work Commission to take into account the need to achieve productivity and fairness through an emphasis on enterprise-level collective bargaining and the need to enhance the welfare of Australians through the promotion of competition, fair trading and provision of consumer protections. Amendment 5 deals with common interests. In the single interest stream, the common interest test in the current bill is very loosely defined and could have the effect of lessening competition by obliging smaller competitors to agree to multi-employer agreements with much larger businesses, with the potential that the smaller competitors will simply be priced out of the market. My proposed amendments would oblige the Fair Work Commission to take into account the economic circumstances and the relative size and scope of the employers' enterprises, as well as the extent to which the employers operate collaboratively rather than competitively when determining whether the employers have a common interest. Of course, the small business definition we've heard much today. The bill currently exempts businesses with fewer than 15 employees from being forced into single-interest employer. That figure is ridiculous. Many businesses with up to 50 employees would be unable to compete with large businesses who could afford to absorb the extra cost, or they will be run to the wall. What the amendment proposes is it be a 50 full-time equivalent. At the very least, the government is saying it will consider, and there is dispute on this number. But everyone in this place goes to their community saying they support small business. But yet here we are with legislation that will make it incredibly difficult for small business owners. I think this is really problematic, and this does not have social
Order.
licence.
The member's time has expired. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for the issues that have been raised. Some of them go to issues that were raised in other amendments, and so I won't go into that in a lot of detail now, but I've given the reasons why in terms of the definition of a small business. The government's not seeking to have amendments on that during this debate today. There are two issues that I just want to go through, or three actually, that were raised by the member for Warringah in explaining the reasons why the government will oppose the amendment. First of all, the issue about someone being joined to an existing agreement simply by virtue of a decision of a union is not how it operates. It could only happen with there then being a vote of the workforce. And once again, going to that situation I was describing before, where things have to be initiated either by a majority of the workforce or by the employer, and either can make the decision on opting into the processes here. In terms of productivity, I have no in-principle objection to what the member has said, but would say that it already has to be considered. Productivity specifically in the objects of the Act. Productivity is also then brought in again where we deal with the objects of the bargaining section of the Act. And so therefore, in applying the public interest test and in making any decisions here, the Fair Work Commission is expected to be taking account of productivity. There's a reason why we have tried to keep some of these tests general and to fall back on the objects of the different parts of the Act rather than have a new list of extra conditions. And it's this. 10 years ago, or a bit more than that, this House, in good faith, established the low-paid bargaining stream with a whole lot of extra conditions that came out of this sort of debate. The result, when it came to practical application, was we ended up with a stream that everybody had accepted should exist, that everyone accepted should be a pathway for multi-employer bargaining for people on low wages, and effectively no one was able to access to the point where people stopped applying. And so the view on the productivity proposal that's there is not that it shouldn't be taken into account, but that the government's view is that it is already taken into account, and we don't want to make the same mistakes that were made with the low-paid stream, that we end up putting so many conditions in place that we end up with a stream that of itself becomes overly complex, unusable, and if we end up out of this having established something where the very people we have been talking about end up not being able to access it, then the problem that we're seeking to address won't have been.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I indicate that the opposition will be supporting the amendments moved by the member for Warringah. They go to many of the issues that we have indicated we are very concerned about in this bill, including the definition of small business, or the cut-off point at which these intrusive and disruptive provisions that can be visited upon a small business. Many of them have no idea this is coming, Mr Speaker. The issues to deal with the multi-employer bargaining, mandatory multi-employer bargaining, and the other issues that we have raised that we've got very grave concerns with, we've sought to address in our amendments, and a number of those issues are also sought to be addressed in the amendments moved by the member for Warringah, and the opposition will be supporting those amendments.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I'd like to speak briefly on the topic of businesses having to opt into a bargain that has already been agreed to. I think that the minister has rightly outlined that if workers want to bargain, they should be able to bargain, and I wholeheartedly agree that. But a business should also be able to bargain too, and if they are opting in, if they're going to be pushed into an agreement in that they have not had a chance to bargain, that could be extremely detrimental to the business and extremely detrimental to the workers involved as well in the long term.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the member for Warringah's amendment, and to note in this House that we now have several proposals for the definition of small business, everything from 200 to 100 to 50. There is a reflected concern, I think, across this House around how this legislation will affect small businesses. I know that I've had these discussions with the minister. Whatever number the government ends up landing on, I rise simply to have it recorded that the concern is broad. I think the concern is multi-partisan, and that there are concerns among businesses across electorates across Australia that they will be potentially unintentionally drawn in under this legislation. In Goldstein, an electorate that has something like 17,000 small businesses, from small manufacturers to small cafes and such, those with 15 headcount who would have casuals, 15-year-olds working in their cafes, in their hospitality businesses, could potentially be drawn into mandatory multi-employer bargaining under this legislation. I understand that there's an argument for small businesses of a particular size to be able to bargain collectively. I think the line in the legislation as it stands at 15 headcount is wrong, and I rise again to just really press home the point to the government that when this does go to the Senate, this is something that really deserves due consideration. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to associate myself with a similar sentiment to what's been expressed just now by the member for Goldstein. There are many elements of the amendments put by the member for Warringah and indeed by the member for Wentworth that I agree with. I have some disagreements on other elements, but the issue around the size of small business is, I think, a universal concern amongst virtually everyone that I have spoken to or had the opportunity to speak to in the very short period of time that we've had to consider this bill. We need to address the size that is indicated in the legislation around small business. That needs to be negotiated. It absolutely does, to give me any comfort whatsoever that I can ever support this bill. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's not very often in this place that I rise to support the honourable member, but I am on this occasion because I know that many small businesses in my electorate and throughout this country, they have absolutely no idea, the bulk of them, they have no idea what is coming their way. But we do. We know what is coming. I am gravely concerned about the impact that this is going to have on small businesses. They're already facing significant increases in interest rates and energy prices, and we know all of that. But this is going to drastically impact on their ability to be able to do their business. You know, mum and dad small businesses, and you can't seriously suggest, the government can't seriously suggest that, you know, if they've got 14 or less employees, you know, or that the cut-off cannot be 15. It just can't be. It's just, you know, a head count of that number is so unrealistic. You know, if you just take even just a small business, just a cafe, they will be employing, casuals, part-time, full-time. Even just a small cafe would put them over into the threshold, and they'd be covered by this legislation. You know, they are really going to be suffering from this. Small businesses don't have IR departments. They don't have legal departments. They're not accountants. You know, I'm really, really very concerned about this, and you know, I know that most of my colleagues are here too, and I just want to stand with the crossbench on these amendments because, you know, these are sensible amendments in relation to these threshold issues, and I implore the Leader of the House. You know, these guys, our small businesses, are really going to be doing it very, very tough, and particularly after Christmas. We're going to have, more than likely, we'll probably end up seeing a couple of more interest rate rises. And I know already from businesses that are talking to me about how tough they are finding it. And these changes are going to significantly impact upon not just their ability to be able to trade, but it's going to impact upon their mental health. Already, small businesses feel like they are unpaid tax collectors, that they are doing so many jobs that government once used to do. They are under the pump, and that is only going to get worse, and it's only going to get significantly worse after Christmas. And I implore the Leader of the House to re-examine this issue. It doesn't need to go back to the Senate. You've already made 150 amendments. You could bring another amendment today. This bill, we are literally building the plane as it's running down the runway. When I was a builder, we used to have a saying, and that is measure twice, cut once. And we are changing things. And look, I know this is a complex area of law, and we've got to get this right. And we are a long, long way from getting this right. I would also encourage the Leader of the House. You've heard some really sensible submissions from the crossbench. One thing is very clear, and that is that this bill is being rushed through. And if you rush this, you're going to make mistakes. And it is too important to fundamentally change the way that we are doing business from an industrial relations perspective. It is too important to rush this, because when you rush things, there are always unintended consequences. So my plea to you, the Leader of the House, is just hit pause. Let's consult a bit more broadly on this. So many industry bodies are up in arms about this. What I'm concerned about is the mum and dad punters, the small businesses who, quite frankly, I don't think most of them even know what's coming. They're not glued to the televisions and the papers like we are. They're too busy trying to make a living. And if this bill gets passed, then they are going to suffer very, very badly.
Just to benefit the House, just to move forward, I didn't want to interrupt the member Fisher. When we are dealing with consideration detail, it's not a wide-ranging debate, and I would ask all members in their remarks to deal with the amendments as the House is dealing with them, and I'll give the call to the member for Casey.
In my first speech, I stood here and said I was going to be a voice for small business in this House. And I want to share a story about my time in small business that's directly related to the number of people that are considered a small business. I'm sorry to interrupt the member for Casey, but I gave an announcement to the House. This is not a wide-ranging debate. There are 7 items before the House on amendments. I'll give him some latitude, but I will ask him to address his remarks regarding the specific amendments. The amendments about the size of small business?
I'll give the call to the member for Casey.
So there's 47,000 people employed in small business in Casey. But when I worked in small business at Yarra Valley Snack Food, I joined that company when we were at 7 employees. And 7 years later, I left that company when we were at 130 employees. So I lived through, as a leader in that business, the change of a business. And I can guarantee at 130 employees, we were still very much a small business because we had a lot of people on the books, but we had a lot of expenses. We didn't have a large HR department. We didn't have the ability to understand 249 pages in legislation. And we made decisions when we were hiring people on whether it is worth increasing the size of our business or whether we invest in infrastructure. So we need to allow businesses and small businesses to continue to grow and to employ more people, and getting the number right on this is so crucial because it has unintended consequences. As the member for Fisher said, measure twice and cut once. I worked on a job site at university and I made the mistake of measuring once and cutting, and it was a lesson I never made again. But sometimes, potentially, you're in this house for a long time and you can forget that the decisions that we make in this house, they're not ideological decisions. They're ideological discussions, yes, but they have consequences in the real world for real people, for small business owners, for mothers and fathers that are looking to put food on the table. So it's so important that we take the time to get this legislation right. Already 150 amendments. And I would also like to, in terms of getting this right and making sure we get the numbers right, as this amendment says, I was fortunate and very fortunate to follow the member for Casey and follow in his footsteps, the former Speaker, the Honourable Tony Smith, who was respected throughout the House. He's a friend and a mentor, but he's also a custodian of meaningful and respectful debate in this place, with his words, but most importantly his actions. And so I'll finish with a quote from the Honourable Tony Smith from yesterday that relates directly to this amendment, to this debate, and what's happening with rushing this through. And he said, "It is critical to remember that democracy is fundamentally underpinned by disagreement. At its core, democracy is a contest of ideas and ideals, a contest to find, like the number of small businesses, that's mine, and form the best possible ideas and deliver on them. Integral to this contest is a process of respectful disagreement and debate. And what it has to do is that we need to take the time to debate, send this to a committee and get the numbers right. Because there's 47,000 people in Casey that will be impacted if we get this wrong. There'll be lots of constituents in McEwen that will be impacted if we get this wrong. So that's what it has to do with this debate. We take our time, we get it right, we allow a committee to understand it. 150 amendments already shows that there are changes with this debate. And every time we make another amendment like this, it has consequences, unintended. When you work in business, you take your time to get important decisions right. And this is a crucial decision that we are making in this House. So I urge us to take the time to get it right.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I remind all speakers to ensure their remarks are directly to the amendment before the House. Give the call to the member for Warringah.
Rise to also support this amendment. And in talking on supporting this amendment, I'd first like to point out that the government has showed that it has been willing to listen and to make amendments to this bill. As a matter of fact, it's been prepared to do so at such a rate that it is proving to be highly embarrassing to the government. As a matter of fact, I can't remember a piece of legislation in recent memory where there has been 150 amendments and we're beginning to count. And I'm glad the minister's here because the amount of amendments, 150, shows that he hasn't done his work. He hasn't done his job. He hasn't consulted. And one of the areas he clearly hasn't consulted on is the number of employees that constitute a small business. As the minister should know, there is a wide variety of regulations and rules around what constitutes a small business. Now, in this legislation, which will have an enormous impact on small business, which will see unions for the first time be able to walk into the front doors of small business, this law makes sure that they have taken the smallest and the narrowest definition possible for small business. And as previous speakers have mentioned, this comes at a time when small business is facing pressures the like they haven't seen for decades. They're seeing rising electricity and gas prices. They're seeing rising regulatory burdens being placed upon them. And now they're going to confront this new workforce legislation and multi-employer bargaining, which hasn't been properly defined and which they have no idea what will mean to them and their staff. So I say to the government, this legislation has been embarrassing enough for you. Now is the time for you to go back and, in particular, liaise and discuss with all the relevant employer organisations what should constitute the definition of a small business, what the size of a small business should be. It's clear that right across this House, we're saying you've got it wrong, like you have with the other 150 amendments that you've had to make, where you've admitted you've got it wrong. You've got this wrong as well. So I say to the minister, enough's enough. Enough errors in this bill, enough harm, enough damage. You're already doing enough. Let's not go even further. When it comes to the size of a small business, you should be looking at the amount of regulations or the amount of amendments that you've put in place, 150, and at a minimum should be defining a small business as someone with 150 employers. Here, we're suggesting a lesser number than that, but one which would mean that the damage that this bill will do to small business will not impact on real small businesses. So I say to the minister, enough's enough. It's time. It's time to admit that this legislation goes too far. It's time to admit that the damage that this will do to small business, and especially in the limited definition of small business and the amount of employees that a small business has, needs to change. There are organisations who would happily step you through this. Go and discuss this with COSBOA, who have had a bit of an awakening throughout this process. Go and talk to ACCI, who would also happily step you through what a definition of a small business should be. Understand what the impact, the regulatory burden, the uncertainty that you will be placing on small business if you go forward with this. The House is sending you a clear message, Minister. You've got this wrong. Now, you've admitted 150 times already through making amendments that you've got it wrong. Let's make it 151 and do the right thing by small business.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. In responding to some of the comments that have been made, I've already given the perspective of the government in terms of why in the House the government won't be supporting a shift in how small business is defined. I'm conscious from those opposite that when I was first here, the Work Choices small business number was 100. Today they've gone to 200. They've doubled it. But that said, this debate will certainly continue as it goes through to the other place, and I'm also conscious that we have two more amendments that will come this morning as well that deal with similar exclusions, one with respect to small business and one with respect to agriculture, which I think it's important the House has time to be able to deal with those. So on that basis, I'll take the advice of the previous member, the member for Wannon, where he said that on this particular issue enough is enough, and I'd require that the question be put.
The Leader of the House has moved that the question be put. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. The amendment be disagreed to. Yeah, the question is the amendment be disagreed to.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, it was correct. I'm putting the amendment to be disagreed to. Under the resolution, that is the process to be followed. Order. The question before the House is the amendments be disagreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
What happened to the no gag, cheap word?
Order. The member for Fisher will not yell across the chamber. Neither will the member for Wannon. Order. Free class. I didn't have my glasses. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the amendments moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 77, noes 56. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Amendments 1 to 13 as circulated in my name, together. Mr Speaker, there has been much talk from the government of the mandates it has been given by the people of Australia to support the introduction and passage of the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. I agree wholeheartedly that the people of Australia did give a mandate for wage growth, especially the long, undervalued and largely feminised care sectors, and I wholeheartedly agree with the need for urgent reforms to ensure there is equal pay for equal work. I too have, however, been given a mandate by the people of Mackellar to listen to them and to represent them on issues that matter to them and make a difference to their lives. This includes a strong mandate to support—
just resume her seat for a moment. The clock has not begun. I just ask that to be set, and I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Keep going.
May continue.
This includes a strong mandate to support the small business owners in Mackellar. Small business is the backbone of the Mackellar electorate, with over 35,000 small businesses located there. The results of our recent survey of businesses showed that 84% identified red tape and compliance as being the top issue of concern for them. I have also heard loud and clear from those in the construction industry, including my local Master Builders Association, who value the role of the Australian Building Construction Code and are alarmed at its abolition. In fact, almost 9%, 8,500 people working in Mackellar, work in the building and construction sector. This includes 3,500 businesses, of which 91% are small businesses. This is comparatively high, even compared to similar electorates in my Sydney area. I also have a mandate from the majority of my electorate to do politics differently, and that is to ensure proper process and consultation and consensus building. The problem I have with the omnibus nature of the Fair Work legislation amendment is that many of these excellent policies are bundled up with the more controversial ones, and this has created a Sophie's choice when it comes to voting. As with many of my crossbench colleagues, I too have serious concerns for the consequences this legislation will have on small business, and so I move amendments to protect small businesses and to reduce the risk that they will be impacted unnecessarily. To do this, I do this by removing the uncertainty associated with the common interest test and raising the bar in regard to the public interest test. Importantly, I seek to remove Part 3, the abolishment of the ABCC, which has been a political football with each change of government. I also seek to protect small business by updating and clarifying the common interest test, and also flipping the public interest test to be defined as in the public interest, not merely contrary to the public interest. Finally, I move to amend the definition of the small business exemption to be based on 15 full-time equivalent employees, not merely employees under the current definition of small business. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Mackellar both for the contribution now in the debate and the conversations that have happened back and forth between my office at Ozone in the lead up to this debate now. I want to deal in some detail with one of the issues that's been raised. The government won't be supporting the amendment. I've referred a few times now to the small business definition issue and how we're wanting to handle that. And we've had many opportunities for debate where I think I've probably made clear the government's views on the ABCC, but am very mindful of what the member for Mackellar said. Their statistics in terms of the impact on her electorate of the construction industry, where I can completely respect why the issue is being raised through this amendment now. I just want to deal in some detail with an issue that's come up a lot in the media, but I think this is the first time it's been raised in the House, which is whether or not we ought to have detailed criteria for the common interest test. And in particular here, the issue is often raised, and it's part of the amendment, as to whether we should include a concept that businesses must be operating collaboratively, not competitively. Because it's here that there is a policy decision that the government's taking quite deliberately, and I want to be able to explain it. There are circumstances where businesses are in competition where we do want multi-employer bargaining to apply, and that is different to how the single interest stream or common interest stream runs at the moment. If I give a simple example, where the race to the bottom on wages is effectively the nature of the competition, that's not a form of competition that we want to encourage, even though those businesses might be operating competitively. So the simplest example I can give would be the example of cleaning companies, where it has been the case where a good enterprise agreement is negotiated with good employer. They get their rates of pay for their workforce improved on the award. They get some flexibility in return, and then simply get undercut, and undercut only on wages, not on quality of service, not on anything else, and as a result lose their contract. And we end up back where we started, where the people who had better wages don't have a job, and the same work is being done with similar equipment in a similar way, and we've failed to get wages off the floor of the award. So in those circumstances, we do want it to be possible for good employers to make sure that on everything else, competition still happens. Competition about the quality of the service, competition about the quality of the equipment, competition about the ingenuity of the different businesses, of the different brands and ways that businesses put themselves out to the public. But there are circumstances where the competition and the nature of it is a race to the bottom on wages, and that is one of the things we want to directly address. This amendment would reflect language that's currently in the Act, but we're quite deliberately wanting to change that. And I thank the member, member for Mackellar, not only for bringing the issue forward, but also in giving me the opportunity to provide that further explanation to the House.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Curtin.
I rise to speak in support of those amendments and just wanted to take up a statement that the minister made then about wanting to create a level playing field for organisations that are in competition, businesses that are in competition. My concern is that the flip side could also be true, that sometimes businesses do compete on wages and they are competing for talent by offering better wages. And the concern is that the unintended consequence here is that it actually prevents that sort of competition. If one competitor can be dragged into into a bargain with its competitor and is no longer able to compete by offering better terms and conditions to those employees. So I think that is the sort of unintended consequence that I'm concerned about and my electorate is concerned about, that requires greater consideration of the issues and what might come out of the legislation, as evidenced by the numerous amendments that have been put by the government and also other sides that shows that really we need to take some time to think about this. So I'd just put that to the Minister. Thank you.
The question is the amendments disagreed, and I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
And just by way of very quick clarification, there's nothing in the legislation before us or the amendments before us that would turn agreements into a ceiling on wages. Some businesses, and many businesses now, particularly at a time of labour shortage, there are businesses out there that are paying above agreement or award rates. The capacity to do that is unaffected, whether there's on an award, whether they're on an enterprise agreement or whether they're on a multi-employer agreement.
Question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I indicate that the opposition will be supporting the amendments moved by the member for Mackellar. And I want to focus particularly on the amendments that she has moved that would have the impact of deleting from the bill the provisions currently within the bill that get rid of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. The problem with getting rid of the Australian Building and Construction Commission is that it effectively gives a green light to the notoriously militant CFMEU. This union is known for its track record of bullying, intimidation and lawlessness. This has been commented on by numerous federal court judges. It's very clear that the leadership of the CFMEU regards fines, convictions, simply as a cost of doing business. And the evidence is very clear, Mr Speaker. We've had effectively prior experience with what happens when the when the ABCC is abolished by government at the behest of the CFMEU, because Labor's done this before. Labor's got form here. When Labor last abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission, 2/3 of working days lost to industrial action were in the construction industry, and the average rate of industrial action was nearly 5 times the average of every other industry. In turn, this caused the rate of disputes in the construction sector to increase by 46%, compared with a 31% decline across all other industries. The regrettable fact, Mr Speaker, is thanks to the extraordinary amount of working days lost due to industrial action at building sites, necessary infrastructure for our community like schools and hospitals costs taxpayers up to 30% more because of the disgraceful conduct of the CFMEU. In recent years, don't take my word for it, look at the courts. What decisions have the courts made as to the conduct of the CFMEU? The CFMEU has been found guilty by the courts of breaching industrial law on projects across Australia: offices, apartments, shopping centres, hospitals, children's hospitals, universities, schools, roads, airports, stadiums, hotels, medical research facilities, social housing and many other important community facilities. The CFMEU doesn't care. They play their games on all of these sites and others. And the record of experience is clear that the Australian Building and Construction Commission has been an effective check on the excesses and the militancy of the CFMEU and the damage that they do across the economy. The removal of the ABCC is a retrograde step. It's a very bad move, and it is something that the Coalition opposes. That is a key reason why we're supporting the amendments moved by the member for Mackellar. Of course, we've also seen from the CFMEU a disgraceful track record of targeting women on construction sites with sexist slurs and physical threats. The consequence of the provision in the bill that would remove the Australian Building and Construction Commission is essentially to leave businesses and workers in the construction sector across Australia are completely exposed to the unlawful conduct, the thuggish and violent conduct of the CFMEU. That was the fundamental policy purpose why the previous coalition government established the Australian Building Construction Commission. It worked effectively to reduce disputation on construction sites around the country, and of course the flow-on consequences across the economy, because construction, as the member for Mackellar has rightly said, is such a significant employer, employs a large percentage of Australians, many small businesses, many subcontractors, and the removal of the ABCC is very, very bad news for the sector and those who work in it. It's very, very bad news for our broader economy, and that is why the opposition itself moved an amendment to remove these provisions. That was unsuccessful, but for the same reason we are certainly pleased to be supporting the amendments moved by the member for Mackellar, because the bill's removal of the ABCC is a very bad step indeed.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed, and give the call to the member for Wentworth.
You support the amendments of the member for Mackellar. Firstly, to the point the minister raised about businesses that the agreement will not be a ceiling on wages, but will be a floor. I take the point that it won't be a ceiling. However, if you are bringing businesses together to talk about wages and getting agreement on wages, it would not be a surprise if businesses, having built those relationships and bargaining around wages, come together and decide what they will do about wages and seek it to be an effective ceiling. And I think it will be very hard to understand what is actually going on because of all of the nature of these businesses. The second piece I'd like to rise in support of is in public interest. There is, as in the bill currently, you can only have a multi-employer, forced multi-employer agreement if it's not contrary to public interest. I support the member for Mackellar's motion to flip that, that a multi-employer bargain where the business doesn't choose to enter the bargaining, the employees choose to enter the bargaining, has to be shown in the public interest. I see there's real value in that because there is deep uncertainty out there amongst the business community about who is going to be drawn into multi-employer bargaining and what sort of bargains and groups of businesses might be drawn in. I think if you actually flip this and make it that it has to be in the positively in the public interest, you will deal with the issues that I think the minister has rightly raised, where there's a concern about a race to the bottom on wages. I can see there'd be strong arguments that the race to the bottom of wages is not in the public interest, and therefore that would give that protection to that group of workers, but would stop the legitimate fear of many businesses who would say, well, I'm going to be dragged into an agreement which is not in the public interest and is certainly not in my interest and is going to take a significant amount of time for me to negotiate and not support the growth and development of my business. So I recommend the member for Mackellar's amendments to the House.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give a call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the amendments put by the member for Mackellar. In particular, I would like to refer to the references to the ABCC. Before I do that, I just want to compliment the member on a fantastic mum joke. Sophie's choice was very well done. We should hear more mum jokes in this place, not just dad jokes. There are 1.2 or thereabouts million workers in the construction sector in Australia. So this is a significant percentage of Australians. 1 in 10 jobs are in this sector. Exactly. So we're talking about an enormous percentage of Australians and the economy. And when you break that number down of who's employed in the sector, they are often also small business people. And we've heard discussion about small business in other amendments that have been put, and I won't speak to that. But I come from a family that is employed in the construction sector. My father is a roof plumber. If anyone needs their leaky roof fixed, he's pretty good. But he... But when I have been, when I meet him on a building site or talk to tradesmen that have worked for him or others in the sector, something pops out that is quite concerning. There is a different standard of living if you are in a union-protected job or if you're not. And you notice it in the wages, in the quality of the house that you have, the sort of work that you get. There's insiders and there's outsiders. And the insiders have your ear. The outsiders don't. They don't get considered. And we've heard in another debate that will come to this House about integrity and the Corruption Commission. And at some stage we will have a report tabled in this House and we'll have really an important momentous occasion in this Parliament and our democracy, and the debate will happen. But when we look at the difference between insiders and outsiders, we see that the insiders get a special place where they get special carve-outs. And we had the Prime Minister on Monday say that the reason for that is because we do not want duplications of regimes. Well, we see in this particular example a regime that is effective, that is doing a good job, getting cut away. So I rise in support of the amendment. There shouldn't be insiders and outsiders, and we will always be listening to all voices, including those in small business who work in the construction sector.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I just remind the House again, members can confine their remarks specifically to the 13 amendments before the House, which are technical and specific amendments. It is not a wide-ranging debate. I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. And I rise in support of the amendments made by the member for Mackellar. And I'd also like to agree with statements previously made by the previous member, the member for Menzies, and would like to congratulate him on a very relevant contribution to this Parliament. I think it was extremely relevant. Today we're debating an amendment that is quite close to a lot of people's hearts around the ABCC. We know that the ABCC has improved productivity, and in places like Townsville. We saw the construction of our stadium, the Queensland Country Bank Stadium, and where the ABCC was involved in calling out extreme militant behaviour that was conducted by the CFMEU. These CFMEU members were not from the region, were not from Townsville. These union members were flown from some interstate and from the southeast corner. They rocked up, they were bullying people in the construction industry, demanding that they join either the union or get off site. The ABCC stood up for these workers, many of these workers, small businesses that just want to get on with doing their job. And the ABCC has had many of different reports conducted into them, and one independent economic report on the state of the sector during the period that multifaceted productivity rose by 16%. Consumers were better off by around $7.5 billion annually, and there was significant reduction in working days lost through industrial action. This should be supported, that having minimal time off, ensuring that when the ABCC is there to be the watchdog, the independent umpire, an independent group that can call out bad behaviour. On the project in Townsville that the ABCC called out militant union behaviour, we saw fines. We saw fines given to the CFMEU for doing the wrong thing, rocking up to the site and also bullying people. This isn't a good thing. We've seen assaults. We've seen the way that the people have been treated on job sites by in particular, the CFMEU. So having an independent watchdog is a good idea. And I'm happy to take some interjections as long as they're not personal like you did last night, mate. I'm more than happy to—
Order. The member for Herbert will direct his remarks through the chair.
Sure, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. What will happen to the construction industry without the ABCC? The construction industry stands apart from other sectors in terms of its industrial unlawfulness. When there is no watchdog, industrial laws and penalties in this industry are seen as no more serious than a parking ticket. You speed, you pay the fine, and the offending conduct is repeated again and again. We've seen this being raised in the courts recently. The government has a responsibility to ensure that our laws are strong enough to deter people from breaking the law and that there is an effective regulator to prosecute wrongdoers when they act unlawfully. We haven't seen this in the past when we've seen militant unions break the law. They laugh in the face of it and make comments through their social media about it. As soon as Labor abolished the ABCC in 2012, the improvements in respect for the law were lost almost immediately. After getting rid of the ABCC, the rate of disputes in the construction industry rose to approximately 4 times the all industries average. In the first quarter, after binning the ABCC in September 2012, the rate of industrial disputes increased 5-fold. This is something that would lower productivity, would see more people have time off, would see the CFMEU run roughshod over the construction industry, and it's something that we, on this side of the House, do not support.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the member for Mackellar, numbers 1 to 13, be disagreed. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grays as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 80, noes 56. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I'll just allow members to leave the chamber quickly and quietly whilst I give the member for Kennedy the time to return to his seat. And I give the call to the member for Kennedy. Just remind
my piece
the
of
House.
paper here, Mr. Speaker, reads that the question is that the amendments be disagreed to.
No, the member for Kennedy has circulated amendments.
I move the amendments as circulated in my name.
The member for Kennedy has
Thank
the
you,
call.
Mr. Speaker.
You
Am
wish
I
to
right
speak?
speak?
You wish
Yeah.
to speak to your amendment?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the last speaker spoke about interference on construction sites. I represent Mount Mulligan, where 72 human beings ceased to exist in the space of 5 seconds. I represent Mount Leishan, where my own son worked at Mount Leishan, where 23 human beings ceased to exist in the space of 5 seconds. 1 in 30 of the people that worked in the cane fields died in the cane fields. 1 in 30 that worked in the mines died in the mines. So don't take lightly the importance of trade unionism. And my family, I make no apologies, very rich and powerful family. But they could see clearly, as I think all decent people saw clearly, the necessity for some protection and power for the employee class. Now, you know, I'm moving for exclusion of farming here, and I'm supporting the bill. But in the area of farming, it's just not like it is everywhere else. I mean, to give you some, banana industry employs about 6,000 people. I'm in the pub drinking, and I said, "So what do you do, Mick?" He said, "I work in the bananas." And I said, "Well, you're not working today." And he said, "I don't work on Tuesdays." And I said, "Do you work on later in the week?" He said, "Sometimes I work on Thursdays." If you turn up at 6:30 in the morning at the corner of Eden Street, a bus picks you up and takes you out there. If you're not there, well, you know, you're not there. This is not, you know, the ordinary sort of arrangements that you have, and that I think everyone here are from cities that you consider in a city. I just think it's so enormously different. I mean, someone gets sick and the harvester can't harvest, so he drives around to an old mate of his who's long since retired, and he comes out of retirement for a few days. You know, if we're short in a muster, you just go into the pub and drag someone out. I mean, I really just don't think the sort of things we're talking about here applies in the farming situation. Now, in some areas it does. But I use the word farming, not agriculture, because agriculture would include the sugar mills and industrial undertakings in farming, and I don't think they should be excluded from the ambit of this legislation. But farming itself, as opposed to agriculture, yeah, I think it has to be. And like so many of my colleagues, once again, I moved and that it be under 50. Well, I mean, you know, I think there's good argument it should be under 100, but I think there's really 15 minister is too low. And I think in the Senate you've got to consider raising that a bit. Any business that's acting. And I just want to also give the side of small business. There was a cafe in Newenden, and I think he'd be happy for me to remember it, use his name, Jimmy Merendi's Cafe, and the union bloke came around and he said, "You know, what hours are you working?" And the lady said, "Her hours, and how much you getting paid?" And he said, "Because your hours don't overlap, you can get another $100, or you should have got another $100, $50 a week off your employer." It's going back a bit. And so he had to pay the back pay. He was earning less than she was. The owner of the cafe was earning less than the employee, which is pretty common in small business. There's some, you know, tax benefits, but really I think, you know, a lot of small business, they're earning less than their employees. And so he shut the cafe. Then we had no cafe in Newenden, and 6 people had lost their jobs. And it's just sort of like, this is not a shoe that fits all feet. It's just simply not. And really I think that you've got to exclude
the members' time
to a certain level.
Has expired.
Thank you.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I thank the member for Kennedy and acknowledge his extraordinary connection to the agricultural and farming communities in his electorate. I've been with him with beef producers, with cane growers, and in those same banana packing sheds that he referred to. Some of the greatest areas of underpayment and exploitation and low wages that we have dealt with, not necessarily in that part of Australia, but have actually been in the agricultural sector and often in horticulture. And I would be loath to create a situation where those workers weren't able to have the chance of the benefits of some of the provisions that are in this bill. So for that reason, the government won't be supporting the amendment. but understand exactly why it's being moved by the member for Kennedy. And just in closing, because this will be the final moment of the debate, for those who were wondering about the consideration in detail stage, on this bill, it will have been the longest consideration in detail on any bill since the marriage equality debate in 2017, and you would have to go back to the previous Labor government before that to find a consideration in detail stage on any bill that's gone for as long as this one has. And with that in mind, I would require that this amendment now be put to the parliament.
Order. Okay. Plenty of time, guys. All right, give the call. You don't have the call, manager opposition business. The question is the amendments we disagree to, and give the call to the member for Mayo.
Mr Speaker, and I won't take long of the House, but I rise to support the member for Kennedy's amendment here. I too represent a regional community, and I've got to tell you, running a business in a regional community is very different. And there are pressures on regional businesses that are not experienced in metropolitan areas. I'm talking about fires, floods and droughts, and the impact that has on regional communities. And that's why we have the Rural Business Support Scheme, a scheme that I support very much. But I just want to just very quickly tell the House of one small business in my electorate of Mayo, in Mount Torrens, in my hometown. Many years ago, the centre of town had a really big stone shed, and that's where we used to make ice cream, Amstel ice cream, and then that business closed. And for many, many years, right in the heart of town, this huge, great big building was empty. Then we had Elders move in there for a few years, and then again it was closed for many, many, many years. It's not like in metropolitan areas where one business moves out and another business moves in. This really, ended up being an empty shell and full of rats and everything else. Anyway, we then had a business move into the town, Coopers of Mount Torrens, and I've got to tell you, the whole town celebrated, and that is a small business that would be very much impacted by these industrial relations legislation that we have before us. And I just don't think the government is really thinking deeply about the impact of this legislation on regional businesses across Australia, and I would urge the government, perhaps in the Senate, to very much have a look at regional Australia and our small businesses and try and provide some protections for them. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I indicate that the opposition will be supporting the amendment moved by the member for Kennedy. As he has rightly highlighted in his contribution, the primary industry sector is enormously important to Australia's prosperity. Indeed, there's a goal of achieving export income of $100 billion, and very significant progress towards that over the last few years. And when in government, the coalition strongly supported that. But of course, what needs to be recognised, and the members who've contributed have made this point very effectively, that farming, primary industry, has some characteristics that are very different to other kinds of businesses across the economy. Many farming enterprises are family businesses, being built up over generations, and many farming businesses take substantial risks. If there's a drought that can go for a year or 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, if the harvest fails, and that can happen year after year after year, you have families that in many cases are really hanging on. It's very, very tough. Of course, it's a boom and bust industry, so there are other times when times are good. Of course there are times when times are good, and global commodity prices are high, and the weather is good, and the harvest is good, and farmers receive a substantial sum of money for their harvest. But of course, that cyclicality, that boom and bust nature, is something that's unlikely to be looked on in any receptive way by aggressive unions seeking to push into territories that they presently do not have a strong presence in. And we know that's one of the agendas behind this bill. We know that's one of the agendas behind this bill. It's to expand the role of the union movement, to support it to get greater coverage across many different parts of the industry, of the economy. And there's no doubt that farming is one of the sectors that's in their sights. And so this government, of course, is dancing to the tune of the union paymasters. I hear a member opposite, a former union secretary, like so many of them on the other side. These people are not disinterested. These people don't bring an unbiased and objective perspective on this. This is a collection of former union officials, and we've just heard one bellowing out in the normal way that he does. All those years of standing there on the picket line with the bullhorn, what do we want, when do we want it? That's what we're seeing, all that training coming into play now. And this is a bill which is about supporting the interests of the union bosses.
The manager
there are farming
of opposition
enterprises.
business will pause for a moment. Order. There's far too much noise. Minister for Early Childhood. The House will come to order so the manager can be heard in silence, and he will also ensure his remarks are directly relative to the member for Kennedy's amendment.
Do make my remarks directly relevant, as you rightly counsel me, Mr Speaker, to the amendment, the excellent amendment moved by the member for Kennedy, which goes to the specific and distinctive characteristics of farming enterprises and of enterprises in regional remote Australia more broadly, because his amendment covers both farming enterprises and businesses in regional, rural and remote Australia. And again, we know that businesses in regional and rural and remote Australia have characteristics that make them different to businesses in metropolitan Australia. Supply chains are longer and more uncertain. A flood can knock out supplies for weeks. Power can be less reliable. And there's a requirement in many
The manager of the opposition business will resume his seat. I call the member for Kennedy on a point of order.
Yeah, I'm being misrepresented here. I'm not opposing the ambit of the bill in rural and regional areas. I'm opposing the bill's ambit for farming.
It's not a point of order.
Farming.
If you wish to be claim to be misrepresented,
misrepresented. He was saying that
you resume your seat. You can
I
take
wanted
the
it
point
for all regions.
I will call you when the member has resumed his speech. I'll give the call to the manager of opposition business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and in the remaining time available to me, I enthusiastically repeat the opposition's support for the excellent amendment of the member for Kennedy.
This time has expired. Does the member for Kennedy wish to take a misrepresentation?
Point that I want the benefits of this bill to flow into rural and regional Australia, right? But in farming, I just don't think we can cope with it.
The member has not claimed where he's been represented. I give the call to the member. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise to support the member for Kennedy's farming amendment, and I take on board his comments delineating the exact meaning of his amendment. But as I do so not only as the representative for Braddon, but also as a beef producer and crop grower from the northwest coast in Tasmania. And the point I want to make today is that there's an old saying that an old farmer once used, and that is that you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. And the point that I make from that is the fact that here in this place we live in a very different environment, a very sterile. You're obviously getting a feed. Thank a farmer. But the point I make,
the order, the member for Braddon will resume his seat. Those remarks are not helpful or indeed part of the debate. I'm going to ask him to withdraw that comment and just return his comments and direct all his comments through the chair, not directly to other members. And I'll give the call to the member for Braddon.
Withdraw. The point I make, Speaker, and it's a passionate one, is that the farming communities that we have right across this nation live in a very different place to those that live in, and operate in this place. This is a sterile place. This is a place where decisions are made on numbers. However, the risks that are encountered by the farming community are immense. Now, all across the electorate of Braddon this morning, before 4 o'clock, farmers got up and milked their cows. So one particular employee would go out on an ATV or a UTV and get that 300 or 400 herd cow into the dairy, whereby another crew would come in. They would milk the cows. There would be a team that washed the teats of those animals. There would be another team that put the teat cups on. There would be another team that took the teat cups off. There'd be another person there that would apply Redine disinfectant to that animal. And then another person would take that herd back out into the paddock again. Another employee would get on a tractor with a fertiliser application and fertilise that particular pasture after the cows. After that, someone would come along and grab the spray rig, and they'd go out to the farm and they'd apply their application to that farming piece of pasture. But the point I make is each part of that chain, each part of that labour chain requires a person. And the point that's systemic from that is that the total number of these casual employees doing very specific work adds to an aggregate, which is exactly, I think, where the member for Kennedy is going with his point peculiar to farming. The corporatisation of farming means that we need more specialised labour force. It means that we need to have casual labour coming in from time to time, dependent on the weather, dependent on the season. And again, peculiar. I mean, we're coming into to harvest time in the state of Tasmania.
Member for Spence is not helping this debate, and I ask him to cease interjecting.
Thank you, Speaker. The point I make, again, prior to the interjection was that we're coming into harvest time in Tasmania, and again we have another casual labour force that take over from that. Each again doing a very specific job that form part of a holistic, casualised workforce which deals with the peculiarities and the seasonality of the operation that is a farming operation. So, if I could summarise on the main points, the difference between generalised workforce and the farming sector is immense. It's like a different planet. And until we understand the nuances and the peculiar requirements necessary to conduct that farming agricultural operations, then I think we're not doing them any service at all. And finally, I'd like to say, Speaker, that they've got enough to put up with. The environmental compliance, the animal husbandry compliance, the industrial relation compliance. These are not people that have departments that sit in offices, specialised people that deal with this IR legislation. These are mum and dad's businesses, and when mum or dad is taken away, that means that 50% of that business has stopped being effective. And farmers and our farming communities, our agricultural sector right across...
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is, order. The member for Wannon will resume his. The member for Wannon does not have the call and will resume the seat. The member for Wannon will resume his seat. The member for Wannon is warned. The member for Wannon is warned. The member for McEwen will cease interjecting. The question is that the amendments be disagreed and give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much. I think the issues that have been quite properly raised for debate to be discussed in the parliament from the member for Kennedy. We've had a good discussion on this now. I think we're at a point now where once we finish the amendment debate, we will go immediately. We will go immediately through to the final stages of the bill. The parliament now has a chance to get wages moving. I think we should proceed with that now, and I require that the amendment now be put to the House.
The question is that order. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and these are the amendments moved by the honourable member for Kennedy. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Division required. I need 2 voices. Division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. The member for McEwen will cease interjecting. The member for Hume will cease interjecting. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by the member for Kennedy be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Beans as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 84, noes 52. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Appoint the same tellers as the previous division, but it would be helpful if members were to remain in their seats during the successive division unless they are leaving the chamber or they did not vote in the previous division or are changing their vote, in which case I'd like them to report to the tellers to assist with the count. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 80, noes 56. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parks and Gray as tellers for the Noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 80, noes 56. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to abolish the Registered Organisations Commission and the Australian Building and Construction Commission, and to amend the law relating to workplace relations and workers' compensation and rehabilitation, and for related purposes.
Good start.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Indi. Order. The House will come to order. Members will leave the chamber quickly and quietly. And I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation, I present the committee's advisory report on the provisions of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill 2022 and the National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2022, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. After decades as a nurse and midwife, one of the reasons I entered politics was to bring the standards I saw in my professional life, upheld by everyday people, into political life. Trust and confidence in our national elected representatives and public officials has never been more critical. It's deeply regrettable that this faith and confidence in our parliament and public institutions has been eroded. In 2021, Australia scored 73 out of 100 on Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, ranking Australia 18th among the 180 countries that were assessed. This marks a concerning decline of 12 points since 2012. Australians deserve better from their politicians. Australians need and deserve to know that the decisions being made which impact their lives are not affected by corrupt conduct. Like many people in this House, I stand here as someone who was elected by my community for my commitment to fight for integrity in politics and not stop until we have a robust anti-corruption commission. Not a flimsy facade, not a toothless tiger, not a halfway house. A strong, independent and enduring institution that is trusted by the Australian people and that takes its place as a pillar of our democratic and accountable system of government. This is why the establishment of a National Anti-Corruption Commission is a watershed moment in our nation's history. The National Anti-Corruption Commission will play an integral role in restoring public trust by fostering a culture of transparency and accountability in Australia's democracy. This is a once-in-a-generation reform. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am humbled to have the honour of tabling this report in the House today. This is the accumulation of decades of work on integrity reforms and, I must say, a busy 6 weeks reviewing this bill. The government has introduced the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation as a legislative priority, and I congratulate them on that. The Joint Select Parliamentary Committee, constituted by members of both houses, has taken the task of analysing and considering these bills seriously. All members of the committee have worked hard to ensure that the key issues raised by the bills were given due consideration, and the committee worked collaboratively to identify ways that the bills could be improved. The committee heard from a wide range of organisations and individuals, including Commonwealth agencies, past and present commissioners and inspectors of state and territory-based anti-corruption commissions, law societies, unions, think tanks, civil liberties groups and journalists and media organisations. Many of these organisations and individuals have a long history of advocating for the establishment of a National Anti-Corruption Commission and have made significant contributions to the debate over a number of years, and I thank them. It was clear to the committee that the overwhelming majority of groups and individuals supported the establishment of a National Anti-Corruption Commission, and there was broad agreement in relation to a number of core elements of the bill, including having broad jurisdiction and investigative powers, the broad definition of corrupt conduct, the referral mechanisms which allow any person to bring a matter to the attention of the Commission, and the consistent treatment of all public officials. The report today makes 6 key recommendations for changes to the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill. These include clarification of the extent of the protection for journalists' sources, a proposal to increase the scope of the role of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Inspector, clarification as to the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner's power to undertake own motion investigations, creating an exemption for disclosure of certain information to medical professionals and psychologists, a change to the definition of corrupt conduct, and changes to the circumstances in which an exonerated person is required to be notified of the outcome of an investigation. The committee considers that these changes would improve the functioning of the NAC, having regard to the evidence received. Now, it's important to say that in its deliberations, the committee noted diverse views about certain elements of the bill. Those different perspectives are set out in the report tabled today, and the committee thanks those who made submissions or appeared at hearings for their thoughtful contributions. It was important to me that the committee has a consensus report to support the passage of the bill. It was important to all members of the committee, in fact. The best decisions are reached through collaboration and consensus. If the National Anti-Corruption Commission is to withstand the changes of government and the whims of the times, it needs multi-partisan support from the beginning. It is my sincere hope that this consensus continues beyond the committee and that all members of this parliament vote as one to pass this bill. Members of the committee differed on how to reach the shared goal of a robust anti-corruption commission. And like other members and senators, I will make my case in parliament for further improvement in this bill before we deliver to the Australian people the National Anti-Corruption Commission that they deserve, that is fit for purpose and fulfils its role for many years to come. And I hope sincerely that all members and senators will engage in the debate on the bill with the work of this committee to guide them with civility and with well-considered argument. That's how parliament should work. I'd like to thank my fellow committee members for their close engagement and the knowledgeable contributions that each member made to this inquiry. In particular, I wish to thank the Chair, Senator Linda White, for her expertise, good judgment and excellent humour. The committee in particular thanks the Secretariat for their tireless efforts in preparing the report and assisting the committee with hearings and other matters. They've done a power of work on a very technical topic with grace, forbearance and an unwavering commitment to doing justice to the task at hand. Mr Deputy Speaker, the job for striving for integrity in politics is never done. But by legislating the National Anti-Corruption Commission, we can set a new standard. This is a landmark opportunity to implement an integrity commission that holds politicians to account and creates a better level of transparency and governance at the federal level. I commend this report to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Indi. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management reform, closing the hole in the ozone layer, Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill 2022 and the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2022. If there is no objection, there being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to stand to speak about the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Reform Bill of 2022. As we well know, there is much about which we disagree in this place, in this chamber, on many topics, and we've seen that on display very much today. It is a pleasure, therefore, to be standing to speak about a bill on which we agree with those on the government benches. And so, indeed, today, as we speak about this piece of legislation, we do so with a real sense of bipartisanship. And it's probably a reminder, Deputy Speaker, that despite the fact that parties such as the Labor Party and the Liberal and National parties in the coalition have very different political philosophies, when it comes to the big picture on things such as the environment, everybody wants the same end goal. Everybody wants to ensure that they leave the planet a better, safer and indeed a cleaner place than they found it. And I think it is that aspirational drive for a cleaner world that, at the highest of levels, can unite everybody in this chamber. What often divides is the question of how we go about it. But here we have today a bill where we also have unity on the question of how. And we come at this as a coalition, as Liberals and Nationals, very proud of our history on things relating to the environment, to management of biodiversity, and also to issues of conservation. Indeed, I think you can argue that the conservative side of politics are the original conservationists. It was Edmund Burke who talked about his version of being a conservative, that it is a calling of protecting, a calling of an organic society guided by intergenerational responsibility. And that means responsibility to the land, to the water, to the broader atmosphere. It is why when you're at a branch meeting for fellow members of the Liberal and National parties, or in Queensland the LNP, you will have people around those tables who are very well versed because they have the lived experience of working on and protecting the land and the waterways. And it is why we are so proud as a coalition for our track record when it comes to matters of the environment. What we do have today, though, is something that goes beyond just the coalition. It is indeed bipartisan. And we are building on the signing of the Montreal Protocol by the Hawke government some 33 years ago. And what we have seen since then has been successive governments of various political stripes building on and supporting that basic agreement signed up by that government. Indeed, it was the Abbott government that decided to trigger a review into the programs that are being legislated for today. Tony Abbott did that as Prime Minister on the basis, again, of building on it and improving. It was then the Turnbull government that picked up some of those recommendations from the review and legislated for them, and now we are in the 47th Parliament, and the Albanese Labor government is seeking to legislate to enact some of those other recommendations coming from the Abbott government review. Now, the bills before the House very much mirror what the coalition had put before the election, and of course the lapsing of Parliament. We now have the new government put them forward, but they very much mirror what the coalition was looking at, and they are in three parts. The first part being the closing the hole in the ozone layer bill, and that principally looks at improving the program for synthetic greenhouse gas management. That program to be modernised with greater compliance and enforcement arrangements, inserting into law various obligations that are currently only imposed by licence conditions, better clarifying licence and exemption requirements, and increasing the time permitted for businesses to submit and report and pay levies. And then there are two other bills that are come before the Parliament bundled together, and they are the Import Levy Bill and the Manufacture Levy Bill. And this is all about ensuring we have improved efficiency in the management and the administration of those two levies. Levies that are used to recover the costs associated with the operation of the program to which I just referred. This includes removing the caps on the levy rates for the program, the creation of a capacity for the manufacture levy rate to be more flexibly set, delegation to senior departmental officials of the power of the minister to grant exemptions to levy payments, and the abolition of the levy applied to the importation of ODS equipment. And so, in summary, Deputy Speaker, I say that the coalition is happy to stand with the Albanese government on what has become, over decades, a bipartisan approach to ensure that we protect the ozone, to ensure that we better the environment. And in these times where there is much disagreement on policy areas of climate and energy, it is indeed a pleasure to stand here today with the government on this bill in a sense of real unity. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for Fairfax. I'll give you the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum called. Could you please ring the bells?
Graham, I was thinking about you all the time, mate.
It really was. And then silence like Phil.
It's the first time you didn't heckle me. You heckled when you came in and then you realised I was being nice.
No, I didn't heckle.
I did.
That wasn't me. This time.
Order. Quorum present. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Like everyone in the chamber who's come to hear my speech, I know we're very pleased to hear the Labor government speaking about the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas bills 2022. I had been intending to say something positive about the member for Fairfax on a day of division. This is actually a piece of legislation where, when it comes to protecting the world's ozone layer, where it is a bipartisan story. Yep. When it comes to human survival, it's great to see an animal, humans, an animal that evolved intelligence in the Darwinian struggle to survive in the jungle, where we've actually come together and used our intelligence for the good of humanity. More importantly, the story of ozone is a story of hope. When it comes to the battles humanity has to go through to save and protect our environment, this is a battle that we had to win. The first time I remember hearing about the environment and that human beings could be responsible for damaging the world we lived in was back in the 1980s, when I had much longer hair. At that time, scientists discovered there was a hole in the ozone layer. I had no idea in high school what the ozone layer was, but apparently the brute deodorant I was using was contributing to making a hole in the ozone layer. And if I didn't stop using brute, the hole in the ozone layer was going to get bigger. But like all teenage boys, I certainly needed to keep using brute. And I'm sure any teacher would know that. The member for Layla, as a former principal, would know that grade 9 boys need a lot of brute deodorant. But like all teenage boys, having 2 teenage boys at home right now, I can attest that the need for teenage boys to wear deodorant has not dissipated, with all respect to my children who I hope aren't listening to this. Nevertheless, back to the hole in the ozone layer. The ozone hole would cause the sun to burn our skin more, would damage our crops and all life on our planet. So we all had to do something about it, rather than rely on teenage boys to stop sweating. What the scientists said was that man-made chemicals in everyday products like aerosols, refrigerators and air conditioners were harming the ozone layer. These products had chlorofluorocarbon gases, and these CFC gases were a big problem. The most astonishing thing, and it's actually sad to say it is astonishing, is that when scientists raised the alarm, the world listened. Yep. The world listening to scientists should actually be the norm. In 1985, when a hole was confirmed in the ozone layer over Antarctica, the discovery galvanised public opinion. There were concerns about the risk of skin cancer, cataracts, sunburn, etc. Because of ultraviolet radiation. And there were very good reasons for Australians in the sunburnt country to be worried and to act on protecting the ozone layer. Protecting the stratospheric ozone layer is especially important for Queenslanders because we have a lot of sun and we enjoy a very outdoorsy lifestyle, even in Townsville. So I was surprised that the member for Herbert would try and shut me down rather than hear about this. Ozone depletion allows more of the dangerous UV to reach the Earth's surface, and this would have a direct effect on the health of Australians and on our environment. So Australians felt exposed and vulnerable to ozone layer depletion. We became more attuned to the environmental impact of global activities. And at the time, apparently, Australia is one of the world's largest per capita users of CFCs and halon. So when the scientists raised the alarm about CFC gases, world leaders decided not to wait. What they did instead was apply what's called the precautionary principle. If in doubt, cut it out. Even before the science was settled, they started to act. Imagine how far along we would be with reducing our greenhouse emissions if some Australian politicians, like Tony Abbott and his cronies, had taken the same approach to climate change. In the 80s, the environment was not the polarising issue it is today. What's even more remarkable about that is you have to remember the left-wing politicians who dominated the world stage back then. Do you remember that lefty, Ronald Reagan, and the British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher? The Soviet Union's leader was Mikhail Gorbachev. These were big figures in a world dominated by the politics of the Cold War. But despite their ideologies and their competing political interests, they still had to overcome business interests, treasury doubts and political short-termism to protect the future health of the planet. They refused to accept the delaying tactics of chemical companies, some of which argued that action should wait until the science was clearer. Margaret Thatcher not known as being a big supporter of regulation, was actually a leader in the push for the Montreal Protocol and in the effort to enable compliance by poorer countries. And while many uncertainties over the science remain, President Reagan recognised the danger posed by the ozone hole and backed international negotiations to ban CFCs. Ronald Reagan. On the 1st of January 1989, the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer became law. By contrast, politicians today in Australia can be very fiercely divided over the government's role in helping to end climate change. The scientists are united, but some politicians still arguing. And unfortunately, the public can be divided along partisan lines as well because of this bad leadership. The internet easily lets people do their own research. But luckily in the 80s, the world responded. At the time, there were consumer boycotts, political action and a huge investment in new technologies to replace CFCs in all their commercial and industrial uses. In his signing statement, former trade unionist and well-known environmentalist Ronald Reagan heralded the Montreal Protocol as, and I quote, a model of cooperation and a product of the recognition and international consensus that ozone depletion is a global problem. New CFC production was virtually brought to a halt over the 1990s and early 2000s. It took a while to phase out existing devices that use CFCs, but CFC emissions have been steadily falling since the protocol went into effect. The Montreal Protocol was the first agreement in the history of the United Nations to be ratified by all 197 countries. There are actually 2 ozone holes, one above each pole, but since the Montreal Protocol came into effect, more than 99% of the gases responsible for the polar problems have been eradicated. According to the latest United Nations study, the ozone holes are healing at the rate of 1% to 3% a decade. Well done, humanity. Yep. Well done, scientists. Well done, politicians who know how to lead a country.
Thank you. And this debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and if the member's speech is interrupted, you'll be granted leave to continue when it's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government has broken yet another election promise in the budget, this time on changes to franking credit policy. Now, before the election, both the Prime Minister and the Treasurer ruled out explicitly any changes to franking credits. On the 2nd of January 2021, in a speech, the Prime Minister said, "We will not be taking any changes to franking credits to the next election." On the 17th of January this year, the Treasurer said, "We won't be doing franking credits." I couldn't be clearer than that. But in the budget, there it is, a new tax on franking credits, an unannounced $550 million tax grab on retirees and Australian investors right there in budget paper number 2. Something never promised at the election, something never consulted or floated with industry. Now in Senator estimates this week, when asked, the Finance Minister didn't even seem to be across the policy. She didn't seem to realise that a change to the franking credit policy was in the budget. In fact, the minister had to come back to correct the record. Asked the following day to explain the changes, she was unable to do so. It's clear that the government has decided to pursue their 2019 tax increases incrementally. With Labor, the destination is always the same: higher taxes, sapping aspiration, ruining confidence and dragging down the productive capacity of the economy.
Deputy Speaker, the Live Exchange Conference is underway in my hometown of Darwin at the moment, and Australia's live cattle export trade contributes more than $1 billion to our national economy each year, employing over 1,500 people, with over 80% of those jobs in Northern Australia. In the last financial year alone, 240,000 cattle were exported from the Port of Darwin, and that rises to more than 1.7 million cattle exported since 2017. Deputy Speaker, as a Territorian, I'm proud to celebrate this industry and reaffirm the Albanese Labor government's support of the live cattle industry. From the cattle stations to the export yards at Berrima, it's essential to the Northern Territory's economy. And our government is strengthening markets and the quality meat produced in our country through investments in biosecurity, livestock traceability, our trade focus, drought resilience and much, much more. I send my best wishes to the industry that are together in Darwin at the moment, those representatives at the LiveX conference in Darwin. On behalf of the government, we look forward to working together to strengthen Australia's live cattle industry. Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to say that the much-needed safety upgrades at the notorious Rochedale roundabout is almost complete. With traffic lights recently being installed and the final stages are well and truly underway, over 19,000 vehicles use the Rochedale roundabout daily, largely due to the traffic flow of 5 local schools and a large childcare centre converging on this location. Working with both Brisbane City Council and Logan City Council, I'm proud to have secured $14 million in federal government funding to improve road safety and cater for future traffic demands. Another important project that is getting people home sooner and safer is the Newnham Road and Wecker Road intersection upgrade. Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to say that the on-road construction works is now complete, with the intersection being fully operational for all road users. Voted by RACQ as the 5th most dangerous intersection in Queensland, there was a desperate need for traffic and safety improvements at this intersection. Working closely with Brisbane Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and the Brisbane City Council, I was able to deliver $12 million in federal funding for this vital project, which now improves the safety for around 35,000 vehicles, 474 buses, as well as cyclists and pedestrians every day. Deputy Speaker, I'm determined to keep fighting for the people of Bonner to ensure that they have a safe, reliable road so they can spend less time on the roads and more time with their loved ones.
Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I stand to applaud all the amazing volunteers within our communities and to recognise one of my wonderful residents, Mr Richard Lissett from Queen's Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club. Richard won the DHL Volunteer of the Year Award at the Surf Lifesaving Australia National Awards of Excellence held last weekend. Richard's volunteering efforts cover a wide range of roles, including Director of Lifesaving, Director of Education, Club Captain and Age Group Manager, all in addition to his commitment to more than 100 hours of patrolling. He established the club's first IT committee to tackle the challenges of a fast-growing club. Richards has used his corporate strategic planning skills to develop the club's strategic plan, in addition to reviewing and redrafting all club policies and procedures to ensure appropriate governance and alignment with both Surf Lifesaving WA and Surf Lifesaving Australia. Richard is passionate about ensuring the club looks beyond the flags and engages with the broader community and local government to help realise the vision and mission of Surf Lifesaving Australia. With 32 kilometres of coastline in the Pearce electorate, our volunteer surf lifesavers are always kept incredibly busy, and I would like to sincerely congratulate Richard on his well-deserved award. Thank you.
Member for Clark.
Speaker, 6 weeks ago a healthy 7-year-old boy died on his way home from school when he was chased by Israeli soldiers. His little heart couldn't take it and he was literally scared to death. And he's not even among the 41 Palestinian children who, just this year, have been directly killed by Israeli forces. No wonder the UN Human Rights Commission report released last month concluded that Israel's occupation of Palestine is inherently illegal because, while military occupations are permitted temporarily, Israel has used it to thwart Palestinian self-determination for 55 years, stealing lands and natural resources. Moreover, the UN Special Rapporteur report, also released last month, concluded previous peace processes had failed because they did not recognise Palestinians' enduring subordinate status. She said, and I quote, "A breach of international law should not be subjected to negotiations, as this would legitimise what is illegal." End of quote. The report even suggests that Israel's actions could constitute apartheid. Mind you, this term still doesn't capture the inherent complexities and consequences of the illegal occupation of Palestine. Deputy Speaker, it's time for Australia and the world to scale up our response to this horrific situation. I do commend the government's reset on Jerusalem, but now we must also recognise Palestine, call for Israeli accountability in international courts and compel Israel to allow Palestinians to have the most basic of rights, self-determination.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last Saturday, the 4th of November, former member of this place representing the Fremantle electorate, Melissa Park, was awarded the 2022 Jerusalem Peace Prize at a ceremony held at Melbourne Town Hall. The award recognises the long-standing contribution that Melissa has made in seeking justice and fairness for the Palestinian people. In doing so, Melissa has been the subject of ongoing personal attacks in media and political commentary, but she has never wavered from her convictions. Melissa had previously spent time in Palestine working for the UN and saw firsthand the daily hardships, violence and repression of Palestinian people and the ruthless intrusion of Israeli settlements into their lands. Almost daily, new reports of violations against Palestinian people are exposed, and all too often the victims are children. There is also the case of Mohammed El-Halabi, a World Vision aid worker, who earlier this year was sentenced by an Israeli court to 12 years imprisonment on charges that World Vision found no evidence to support in a trial where procedural fairness and transparency did not meet international standards, and that is a glaring example. I congratulate Melissa in being awarded the Jerusalem Peace Prize, and I commend her for her ongoing human rights work throughout the world.
Thank you. Member for Griffith.
Over the last 5 years, 71 big coal, oil and gas companies made $826 billion and paid just 1.9% on that in tax. That's almost $1 trillion, and the country got less than 2%. Australia is held hostage by multinational corporations sucking our country dry, and a bunch of Labor and Liberal politicians either too gutless or compromised to stand up to them. Let's not forget these same companies have donated just under $10 million to Labor and the Coalition. And in the face of such extreme wealth, let's not forget what this Labor government believes is acceptable. Young families having to take out afterpay debts just to afford groceries, millions struggling to pay the rent, mortgage, or on the brink of homelessness, chronically underfunded schools and hospitals. Recently, Matt Tilley from Food Bank told the ABC a woman asked how long she could keep yoghurt for she picked up from Food Bank because she was hoping to keep it as her kids' treat for Christmas. The Prime Minister said yesterday we should judge a country on how it treats the most vulnerable. So what do we make of a government that thinks it's acceptable for single mums to live on $48 a day while fossil fuel companies make $1 trillion? Right now we have a government that's tough on people living in poverty, tough on renters, tough on everyday people, but generous to multinational gas corporations. The Greens want to tax super profits of coal, oil and gas to freeze energy bills and give everyone the health, housing and education and incomes they need to live a good life. Labor's job is to explain to their electorates why they think that $1 trillion is better off in the pockets of their corporate donors than it is in the pockets of the people that need it.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Endometriosis is a painful and debilitating condition that is faced by 1 in 9 Australian women. Diagnosis often takes many years, and patients struggle to have their pain taken seriously and access treatment for many years. Yesterday I was proud to stand alongside the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Jed Carney, and women parliamentarians from across political lines for the announcement that the government is committing $16.4 million to establish the nation's first endometriosis and pelvic pain GP clinics. At least one of these clinics will be located in each state and territory, assisting women from around the nation. The government is also committing $25.5 million to add pelvic MRI scans to the Medicare benefit scheme, which will assist more than 16,000 women per year. I want to acknowledge all the women who battle this painful and debilitating disease and those who have fought to improve the lives of sufferers of endometriosis. Among them is my friend Caitlin Delbridge, who spoke yesterday at the announcement of her all-too common struggle over many years to have a diagnosis. I also want to acknowledge the former member for Canberra, Gabe Rotman, who worked so hard and had much success in building the profile and attention to this disease. I'm proud to be part of a government that is taking women's health seriously and investing in these clinics.
Thank you. Member for Herbert.
Deputy Speaker, there's a fantastic organisation in Townsville called AEIOU, and what they do is provide support for young families and young children who have autism. I've met with this organisation since I've been elected to this place, and I met with families that attended AEIOU, and one mother told me that their son had never looked at their father and said, "Dad," or "I love you," would ignore him when he'd walk past, and it was just heartbreaking. After attending AEIOU and getting the specialised support for this young person. He now looks at his dad and says, "Dad, I love you." And as a father, I couldn't be more proud to support this fantastic organisation. And in the last budget, we also secured $2 million for a new location for AEIU. This is to expand their service, to ensure that they can continue to do their job well and to support more families and more children in Townsville. We know that our young people are our future, and if they need a little bit extra support, then we should wrap it around them. I'm thankful to the government for working with me in securing this funding, and on behalf of Townsville and the families of Townsville, we say thank you. And we say thank you to the people who work at AEIOU. You do a fantastic job.
Thank you. And Member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we are in the midst of a wages crisis, a cost of living crisis inherited from the previous government, who sought to keep wages low, lacking ambition for Australians. So today, the Albanese Labor government has passed through this House important legislation to get wages moving again, after a decade with those opposite presiding over a horrible period for Australian workers and communities. And my community is feeling the impacts of low wages and the cost of living. United Workers Union members, local workers in my electorate of Chisholm are standing up for decent wages. Local, highly skilled workers have been taking action at Pfizer in my electorate for a deal that is fair after receiving a poor offer. While profits have been increasing and Pfizer recorded a historic profit of $25 billion last financial year, wages have of course stalled, and this is bad for everyone in my community. It's less money to spend at the local shops, and with the added pressure of growing job insecurity or unreasonable workloads, it's less time spent in the community at our sporting clubs, neighbourhood houses and school groups. I met with the local Pfizer workers and they are proud of their skilled work and love their jobs, but love won't pay the bills. I hope a good deal can be struck that gets wages moving again and our community thriving. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Aston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, across Australia, Year 12 students are finishing their exams and making decisions about their studies next year, decisions that will define their future. But in a lot of cases, they're making that decision without knowing the facts about whether their preferred university course will be taught face-to-face, online, a mixture of both, and what ratio. And this is unacceptable. I recently wrote to the Minister and to Universities Australia calling for this data to be published in full immediately. I've received a cursory response from the Minister and nothing from the peak body. There's also a broader point here about the student learning experience at our universities. In many cases, it's not good enough and not delivering on what was promised. I hear constantly from students dissatisfied with their course or getting online courses when they were promised face-to-face. Universities, like any other service provider, should be accountable for their service offering, particularly when students are paying thousands of dollars. If you ordered a Mercedes-Benz and were delivered a 3-year-old Corolla, you'd justifiably be unhappy with the outcome and feel entitled to a refund. If a university is not delivering quality, a refund should be provided to the students, and a new body, such as a university ombudsman, should be established to adjudicate on this. This would create the financial incentives for universities to lift their game. The government would get my full support if they took this up as a matter of urgency.
Member for Parramatta.
Deputy Speaker, on Wednesday morning an earthquake struck Nepal, killing at least 6 people and destroying several homes. Nepal's Seismological Centre put it at a terrifying magnitude 6.6. The victims include a 40-year-old woman, a 50-year-old man, 3 teenage girls and a boy just 8 years old. I offer my deepest condolences to bereaved families of this terrible tragedy. The quake struck in the early hours of Wednesday at a time when families were asleep and at home. The quake also struck at a time when Nepal was still rebuilding, after 2 devastating earthquakes killed around 9,000 people in 2015. It destroyed entire towns, ancient temples, over 800,000 homes and caused massive economic damage. The number of Nepalese-born Australians has grown 25-fold since 2006, with over 122,000 living in Australia today. In my electorate of Parramatta, Nepalese Australians represent the third largest group of overseas-born residents. Nepalese Australians are a strong and thriving community, and much of this success is thanks to the support of local community leaders, including Goba Kadawal, Ramesh Pandey, Alex Karki, Binod Shrestha and Bharat Nepal. My thoughts are with the Nepalese community today.
Thank you. Member for Farrer.
I rise to pay tribute to the untiring efforts of emergency workers and agencies working across my electorate to protect lives and property during this spring flooding. Right now there are flood warnings on nearly every river, lake or creek in the electorate of Farrer. The Lachlan, Murrumbidgee, Murray and Edward rivers, as well as the Lower Darling. Despite better weather this week, this is not over. The La Nina pattern has set in, perhaps until the end of the year. There's 50 millimetres of rain forecast in New South Wales in the south, starting from tonight. This will see river peaks continue for many more weeks. More farmers will be forced to write off their crops. Sporting and social events will be cancelled, schools closed, if not from the rain, but because you just can't get on the road to travel. It continues to drain the mental health of many who live along these rivers. It impacts wildlife. It increases mosquito breeding areas, adding to the risk of viruses such as Japanese encephalitis. From Albury to Griffith, Narrandera, Darlington Point to Hay, Corrowa, Deniliquin, Moama, Barham and more. Communities are either divided by water, displaced from their homes and families, or they're down at the RFS shed helping to fill sandbags, caring about the others in their community. This will end and wide blue skies will return, but the clean-up and recovery will need to continue, as does my commitment to ensure the federal and New South Wales governments and your local council will be there for you.
Time's expired. Member for Reid.
On 3rd November, I attended the Kokoda Day service at the Kokoda Track Memorial Walkway in Concord West to mark the 80th anniversary of the New Guinea campaign. I felt honoured to meet some of our last remaining veterans from that campaign. Bruce Robertson, aged 102, Reg Chard and Les Thompson, both aged 99, and David Trist, aged 98. They are extraordinary men who played an important role at a critical time in our country's history. Bruce Robertson was gracious enough to speak to me about his experiences. He spoke about the friends he lost. He also spoke about the extraordinary love of his wife, who was his fiancée before he went to war, and patiently waited for him to return. They got married and built a wonderful life together. The commemoration last week was an opportunity to remember the courage of our diggers and honour their sacrifices. I was pleased the Assistant Minister for Veterans Affairs was able to attend and confirm our government's commitment to providing funding certainty to the memorial for 4 years so that they can continue their great work. I thank the Kokoda Track Memorial Walkway Board, in particular Jennifer Collins and Alice Kang, for keeping the memory of our veterans alive. Our veterans truly are the best of us, lest we forget.
Thank you. Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of October this year, the Cairns Chamber of Commerce and JCU, James Cook University Business Excellence Awards were held. Since its inception of the awards in 2017, the BEX Awards, as they're commonly known, showcase business excellence and contributions businesses have made to the community of Cairns. With 10 categories, 188 nominees, 88 finalists, 18 judges and over 500 attendees, it was by no means a small event. Competition was fierce, and I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge each category winner. Business of Technology Excellence Awards was Airbridge Networks, Community Contribution Excellent Award, White Whale Coffee Roasters, Customer Service Excellence Award for Service Delivery, Cairns Total Physio, Customer Service Excellence Award for Trade and Retail was OMG Decadent Donuts, FNQ. Indigenous Business Excellence Award was AFL Cape York House. Innovation Excellence Awards was James Holmes' Service, Marketing and Communications Excellent Award was Sky Park Cairns by AJ Hackett. People Management Excellent Awards was Adhesive Communication. Sustainability Environmentally Excellent Awards was Capita Group. Emerging Leadership of Excellence Awards was Courtney Hanson. And lastly, the 2022 Legacy Award went to Bill Cummings. Congratulations, Cairns Chamber, CEO Patricia O'Neill, her fantastic team and the Board of Chamber for the successful evening, and once again congratulations to all the nominees.
Time expired. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to welcome the decision of the Fair Work Commission last Friday to award Australia's aged care workers a 15% pay increase, with the possibility of more to come. Last sitting period, I had the pleasure to chat to Glenda and Mandy, two passionate, dedicated aged care professionals who came to Parliament as part of a delegation of workers from the United Workers Union. And I believe we have another United Workers Union delegation in the gallery today. Many thanks to the union for your work representing aged care and childcare workers and other low-paid workers who are vital to our society. Glenda and Mandy typified what Australians already know, that aged care workers really are the unsung heroes of our society, and for too long they've not been recognised as such in their wages. In its ruling last week, the Fair Work Commission accepted that the workers in the aged care sector were underpaid and that feminised industries like the caring professions have been historically undervalued, likely on the basis of gender. This ruling, which the government proudly supports, is just the beginning of the work needed to properly resource and recognise the aged care sector. And I'm pleased to say that the aged care providers that I have spoken to have also welcomed this decision as helping them to attract and retain quality workers in the sector. I and the Albanese government will continue to advocate for aged care workers and other vital workers until their essential contribution is recognised accordingly.
Thank you. Member for Casey.
I rise to congratulate Belinda Young, a local mum in my electorate of Casey, who is the Victorian state recipient of the Australian of the Year Awards for the Local Hero category. Belinda founded the Mums of the Hills Facebook group in 2015 to help mothers connect online and face-to-face in the Dandenong Ranges. I've met with Belinda to discuss issues affecting our community and ways we can work together, including meeting with the then Minister for Communications, the Honourable Paul Fletcher, to discuss the problematic mobile and NBN coverage in the Hills. Belinda has provided a steady source of practical support to the community after recent natural disasters, from organising insurance, bushfire preparedness and chainsaw workshops to coordinating storm-related information so it's easier to access. She has advocated for better infrastructure and childcare services and met with all levels of government and other stakeholders to help her community respond to and recover from natural disasters. Belinda worked passionately to provide support, resources and communications during the 2020 and 2021 lockdowns for local businesses and residents, including mental health and food resource directories. She has supported mothers escaping domestic violence and others facing financial struggle, fostering the sense of community and care in the Dandenong Ranges. Belinda is a worthy recipient, a tireless community advocate, and to me, she is the only choice for the Australian 2023 Local Hero.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow is Remembrance Day, a significant day in our nation's annual calendar. We reflect on the world wars and on subsequent wars, battles and peacekeeping duties that have seen Australian men and women leave the safety of our shores to serve for us. We remember all those who have paid the ultimate price, those who have suffered and injured, the families, friends and communities who have experienced loss. We take time to remember those who are serving today. Without their service and sacrifice, the freedom and peace Australians often take for granted might not exist. I will be paying my respects and laying a wreath at the commemorative ceremony at the Ocean Grove Park Cenotaph in my electorate of Corangamite. Others will lay wreaths on my behalf at ceremonies across my electorate. We acknowledge that it's not easy for many who've returned from war, nor for their families. That's why our government is investing in additional veterans and families hubs across the country, more than doubling the existing network. These hubs will be in electorates like mine, and I'm very proud to have fought for an integrated support system for veterans and families. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government honours and respects our veterans past and present, lest we forget.
Thank you. Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All Australians deserve to feel safe and secure in their communities. Unfortunately, Labor scrapped the $50 million in the budget from the Safer Community funding. This was to help high-risk youth and infrastructure, especially for places of worship. Labor members do not understand the benefits of the Safer Community funding because they simply don't care about these vulnerable communities. Maybe the Labor members should listen to this. For example, the invisible member for Lalor didn't visit a Hindu temple in Tarnet when it was firebombed, gas-bombed, vandalised, robbed, when a vehicle was actually driven into the temple. After all the attacks, still the member for Lalor didn't bother to support them in their fight. The member's office is only 11 kilometres away from the temple, but yet was nowhere to be seen to help. My office was 75 kilometres away, yet I've been there 3 times. The Coalition stands up for and supports multicultural communities in the Labor-held seats when the lazy Labor members can't be bothered. This member's in a safe seat. Maybe the Labor Party needs to find a more active member, or a better still, an active Liberal member. Everyone has the right to feel safe and practice their faith in a safe and secure environment. It's time for Labor and the Treasurer to immediately restore that funding. It's a disgraceful decision. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Member's time has expired. Give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm sure multicultural communities will be feeling safer after that speech. But when you change the government, Mr Speaker, when you change the government, you change the country. And there was not one thing that those opposite did while they were in government that lift the wages of working Australians. Not one thing, and yet in this side of the House, as soon as we got into government, we advocated for the rise of the minimum wage for our lowest paid workers. They railed against it, and then we fought for the rise in aged care workers' wages, because we know and we are proud of our aged care workforce. These people turned up during the pandemic. They turned up to look after our oldest Australians. On this side of the House, we stand up for hard-working Australians. On this side of the House, we stand up for the wages of hard-working Australians, unlike the mob opposite.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the member for Barton is on leave today, and questions relating to the Indigenous Australians portfolio will be answered by the member for Kingston.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Before the election, the Prime Minister promised that if he was elected, he would deliver a $275 cut to electricity bills, cheaper mortgages for Australians and higher wages. Given the budget now says power prices will rise 56%, a typical mortgage now costs $1,140 more a month, and wages are falling far behind inflation. When will the government fess up and apologise for misleading Australians?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As loath as I am to make a partisan point at question time, Mr Speaker, I normally try and rise above such matters, as honourable members know. But the honourable member opposite leaves me no choice, Mr Speaker. The honourable member talks about budgets and energy price rises, and I feel obliged to remind the honourable member of the evidence of the Treasury Secretary before Senate estimates this week, when he said the increase in prices this financial year reflects the increases in the default market offers published in May by the Australian Energy Regulator and associated market dynamics. Those published in May. In late May, Mr Speaker, as it happens. They were meant to be published in early May, but there was an intervention by the member for Hume. And the member for Hume
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has asked her question.
Previously denied doing that. He said, no, I didn't. And can I say that the government had...
The Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I'm trying to call the manager. When the House comes to order, I'll hear his point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. On relevance and question time, you've previously directed a minister to be relevant to the question, where the minister has strayed and begun talking about the record of the former government. And the minister here again is up to it, and he should be directed back to this very tightly drafted question.
The question included commitments before the election, cut to bills, rise in wages, mortgage rates. It was quite a broad question in the topics covered, but I'm going to invite the minister to return back to the question, and I give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I also recall that it mentioned the need to apologise, and there are some people who need to apologise, Mr Speaker. There are some people who need to apologise. The member for Hume originally denied hiding the price increase. This week, or last week, he did finally admit it. He told the Senate, he told the National Press Club, and I quote, "I did, as was recommended by the Industry Department and by the regulator, so it's what they wanted." He's finally admitted doing that, but he's shown his department under the bus, his former department, blaming the bureaucrats. Now, I have little doubt as to why he did that, because the member for Hume was minister for some time. On the day that the member for Hume became the energy minister, the price of energy in the national energy market was $92.63 a megawatt hour. On election day, his last day in office, it was $241 a megawatt hour, Mr Speaker. Talk about the need to apologise. Those opposite should apologise for 10 years of denial and delay and dysfunction, and they should apologise for the dishonesty at the end as well.
Order. There is far too much noise on my right, the Minister for the Environment and Water and the Minister for Infrastructure. I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security. How is the government responding to the Medibank data being leaked?
Give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and the Minister for Cyber Security.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Blair for his question. Yesterday, I indicated to the parliament that the consequences of the Medibank hack were likely to get worse, and today those fears have been realised. And I want to say particularly to the women whose private health information has been compromised overnight. As the Minister for Cyber Security, but more importantly as a woman, this should not have happened, and I know this is a really difficult time. I want you to know that as a parliament and as a government we stand with you. You are entitled to keep your health information private, and what has occurred here is morally reprehensible and it is criminal. I want to provide some information to the parliament and to Australians this afternoon about victim support. Cyber hacks each have their own character, and the concerns and issues that citizens will face, even in this one instance, have many variations. Some will need technical questions answered, some will be victims of crime, some will need health support, and much more vulnerable citizens who are affected here are going to require intensive case management. As well as the focus on enforcement and prevention of harm, much of the work of the National Coordination Mechanism over recent weeks has been stepping out how this situation may unfold and for different communities of victims what support and services they will need to be provided. Now, our focus as a parliament is on Medicare stepping up on this, but of course there are requirements here too for government. We are very focused on how to make this easy and simple for citizens who are affected to access. I don't want Australians to have to circulate 14 government departments or areas of Medibank in order to get the support that they deserve and need. I spoke with the Medibank CEO today twice, with Minister Shorten and Minister Butler, and I made it abundantly clear of the expectations of the Australian community about what this company owes to its customers, given what has transpired here. They owe that people who need help are able to get it. Medibank is providing a clean one-stop shop which will help refer citizens to support, whether that support is being provided by Medibank itself, a state and federal government, a state or federal police force. And it is important that that support is scalable. And I received the assurance from Medibank today
that if a large data dump occurs, they are fully ready to provide services when and if they are needed to Australians who need them. We're supporting that work, including by Services Australia, who through their minister are making their staff available to sit with the Medibank staff in this. I want to say just finally, in particular with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Attorney-General, I want to pay tribute to the work of the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Signals Directorate, and I want the scumbags behind this attack to know that the smartest and toughest people in this country are coming after you.
Give the call to the member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. As the Medibank crisis deepens and millions of Australians' personal health data is at risk of exposure, can the minister inform the House of any specific actions taken, as opposed to just expressing sympathy, to crack down on cyber criminals?
Order.
Why has
Order.
the minister not taken up the Coalition's ransomware bill introduced into Parliament over a month ago, which would establish tougher penalties for those who engage in cybercrime?
Order. I give the Minister for Climate Change and Energy will cease interjecting. I'm going to give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Speaker, and let me make a few points. It is so regrettable that at a moment like this, the opposition wants to politicise the pain and suffering of Australians.
Order. Members on my left.
I am genuinely shocked. I have been a member of Parliament for 9 years, and usually in moments like this we have a rare time to come together as a parliament to help people. And I just cannot believe that people who are suffering, who have had personal information about them revealed, that you are trying to politicise this. I'm just genuinely shocked. Now, let me say a few things.
Has asked her a question.
Let me say a few things.
Order. Order.
Speaker.
The Minister will resume her seat for a moment. There is far too much noise. The member for Macpherson has asked her question, was heard in silence, out of the respect she deserves, and I'm going to give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity. I'd like the House to listen to what the Minister is saying.
Speaker, as I say, greatly regrettable that the opposition has decided to politicise this, but let me go with them. I want to say this to the opposition. This is an incredibly embarrassing question from someone who was the Minister for Cybersecurity 5 months ago. This problem did not begin on the 22nd of May. And I would say to those opposite, I have said repeatedly that we are about 5 years behind where we need to be on cybersecurity. And do you know who were the ministers over the previous 5 years? It was the Minister for Home Affairs, and it was the person who sits in the opposition leader's chair.
That's right.
Now, we would like to collaborate with those opposite to fix what is an urgent national problem that is in part their creation. And I would invite them to come together with us and work as a team. And if you would like to ask further questions on this matter, I would welcome them, because we know quite a bit about the record of the previous Minister for Home Affairs, her treatment of public servants on election day. That demonstrates her commitment to national security issues in this country. Now, we take a different approach. We are trying to fight for our citizens, and we are trying to improve this for our country, and we invite those opposite to come and join us whenever they're ready to stop shamelessly politicising every issue in this parliament, which they did relentlessly for almost a decade. And where did it get us?
Order. When the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Today, a Joint Select Committee tabled a unanimous report recommending the government's bill to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission be passed. How soon can Australians expect this important commission to be up and running?
I give the call to the Attorney-General. The Deputy Leader
Thank
of the
you,
Opposition.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mackellar for his question. On the 28th of September 2022, I introduced a bill to establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. On the same day, a Joint Select Committee was established to inquire into the bill. The committee called for submissions addressing the provisions of the bill and held 4 days of public hearings. Today, Dr Helen Haynes, the member for Indi and the Deputy Chair of the committee, tabled its report in the House. I thank her and the Chair, Senator Linda White, and all of the members of the committee for their work on this report. I'm delighted that the committee, made up of government, opposition and crossbench members of both houses, has delivered a unanimous report today. This is the parliament at its finest, with members and senators coming together to find common ground and to find a constructive way forward. In doing so, they've respected the mandate given by the Australian people on the 21st of May to the Albanese government to establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. This is the biggest single integrity reform this parliament has seen for decades. It is a key pillar in this government's plan to restore integrity, honesty and accountability to government. We will deliver on this key election commitment. Unlike the former government, which pledged to deliver a National Anti-Corruption Commission in December of 2018 and never delivered on that commitment, we are going to get this done. The government will now carefully consider this report and its recommendations ahead of the resumption of debate on the NAC bill in the next session of parliament. We're determined to pass this legislation by year's end and have the Commission up and running by mid-2023. I call on all members of both the houses to engage constructively as this legislation works its way through the parliament. Multi-partisan support is the best way to ensure the long-term success of this body. Together, we can deliver the Australian people the highest standard of integrity that they called for at the last election and get this done.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease those interjections. And I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer on the housing affordability crisis. Treasurer, using the standard definition of affordable housing as used by the Victorian government, where a person on a low income pays no more than 30% of their income on rent or other housing costs, what proportion of the government's promised 1 million homes will be affordable, or will the vast majority of these homes be unaffordable homes built by private property developers?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member for Griffith about the government's housing accord. The government's intention when it comes to the housing accord is to recognise extremely low vacancy rates and extremely high rents, and to try and do something about it so that more people can live closer to where the jobs and opportunities are. And so what we've done, as the member is aware, is we've brought together state and territory governments and local governments, the building industry, the super sector and other institutional investors to sign up to a target of affordable homes to be built, 1 million from 2024 to 2029, in the hope that by bringing people together and by providing an element of government co-investment, we can subsidise the rents, the rental returns for the builders, the community housing providers and the super funds to take something which is not appealing enough to investors, to make it a bit more appealing, but most importantly of all, to build more housing stock. As the member is aware, and I've heard the member talk about this on a number of occasions, we do have a problem in this country when it comes to the supply of affordable rental properties. And we are trying to do something about it. We do see a role for the Commonwealth, a leadership role for the Commonwealth in dealing with the problem that has been with us for too long. That's what the Housing Accord is all about, building more affordable properties, and that's what we intend to do.
Has the Treasurer concluded his answer? I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Earlier today, this House passed the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. How will the bill help get wages moving? What is the government's response to those who are trying to keep wages low?
Give a call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and the Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much, and I want to thank the member for Spence for the question, someone who has dedicated his life to secure jobs and better pay. Today the House made a few decisions. Today the House made a decision to get wages moving. Today the House made a decision to close the gender pay gap. Today the House made a decision to improve job security. And in doing those things, we also had another vote where there was an attempt for the House to make a different decision. Everyone in debate, throughout this debate, as it went back and forth in the House, often opened by saying everybody wants to get wages moving. We kept hearing from people on each side of the debate that they want to give people pay rises. And yet there's two tests. One, are you willing to do anything about it? And two, that we ended up with a vote that was designed to do the exact opposite. Now, in the lead-up to the last election, Senator Cash put out a statement saying there would be no changes to the Better Off Overall test, full stop. And I had presumed that those opposite had abandoned their previous position from the bill they brought in here in 2020, which was about pay cuts, a bill that was to redo the Better Off Overall test by getting rid of it altogether for 2 years. And yet today, in a motion moved by none other than the Leader of the Opposition, it said that they were calling on us to have changes to enterprise bargaining as outlined in the former coalition government's legislation introduced in 2020. So at the same time that this parliament was debating on the need to get wages moving with people facing higher inflation, those opposite took to a vote to bring back the 2020 legislation. What does it mean if you suspended the Better Off Overall test? It means a part-time level 2 hospitality worker aged over 21 could see their hourly New Year's Day rate slash from $46 to $20. Instead of earning $375, they would earn $166. A part-time level 3 retail worker aged over 21 could see their hourly Boxing Day rate slashed from $50 to $22. We had, at the exact time that people have been talking about cost of living pressures, we had a government determined to get wages moving and an opposition where they decided that keeping wages deliberately low as a deliberate design feature wasn't enough. They actually put back on the table a desire to suspend the Better Off Overall test altogether and deliver wage cuts. If you want to get wages moving, it's the government in this House that's on your side.
The minister's time has expired. I'll give the call for the member for Fairfax.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The budget projects that after 2 years of Labor's energy policies, gas prices will be up by 44%. Since the budget, government ministers have spoken about price caps, no price caps, direct assistance, no direct assistance, extra supply, limited supply, taxes on companies, no extra company taxes. Does the minister have any idea what he is doing, or is this just yet again Labor proving it doesn't know how to manage money, doesn't know how to manage the economy?
Order. Order. Members on my right, the member for Fairfax was heard in silence, and I'm asking the House, members on my right, I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Trying to take a statesman-like tone over here, Mr. Speaker, but it's rather hard when you get questions like that, Mr. Speaker. Questions from an opposition about gas prices and how much they're going up. When on the day the member for Hume became the Minister for Energy, gas was $9.40 a gigajoule, and at the time of the election it was $34.75, Mr. Speaker. A 270% increase. That's pretty good. Some would say that's fantastic, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the gas companies would say that's fantastic, but Australian consumers would not. The honourable member refers to work the government's doing to make sure that gas and energy price rises do not flow through to industries and Australian businesses. I thank him for bringing that to the attention of the House, and that work will continue.
Order. Members on my left, the member for O'Connor and the Leader of the Nationals will settle down, and I'll just give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How does the budget and the Albanese Labor government's economic policies help Australians manage the cost of living without adding to inflation?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I thank the member for Holt for her question, but also for all of the work that she has done on behalf of the ordinary working people of this country before she came here and since she arrived here, and I pay tribute to her and her contribution. Mr Speaker, Australians are under pressure from the rising costs of living, and governments need to strike the right balance between providing responsible cost of living relief without adding to inflation in our economy. This is a point that the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank was making earlier this afternoon at estimates when she described our approach as sensible and appropriate to the times that we confront. And because of this challenge, the budget provided cost of living relief in a responsible and targeted way, $7.5 billion across cheaper early childhood education, cheaper medicine, the expansion of paid parental leave, as well as a whole range of other measures around housing. But perhaps most important of all, Mr Speaker, are getting wages moving again in our economy. And that is, as I said yesterday, a deliberate design feature of our economic policy. And that's why, again, in the budget, Mr Speaker, there were policies so that people could train for higher wage opportunities. There was cheaper childcare so that parents can work more and earn more if they want to, Mr Speaker. There were investments in industries where the secure, well-paid jobs of the future will come from. And there was also, of course, Mr Speaker, and we saw this today with the passage through the House of the Minister for Industrial Relations legislation, we have put our back into making sure that whether it's across all those areas I nominated in the budget or also in industrial relations, that we are getting wages moving again in this country. For too long in Australia, Mr Speaker, wages growth has been stagnant. For too long, wages growth has been too low. For too long in this country, ordinary working people who make the biggest contribution to our national prosperity have not been getting the reward that they deserve for their efforts. For too long in this country and in this economy, ordinary working people have been copping it in the neck at the same time as profits have been rising. And so what we want to see in this country, Mr Speaker, what we want to see in this country, Mr Speaker, is everybody getting just reward for their efforts so that when we grow our economy, Australian working people get a slice of the action. That's what the legislation that passed through here this morning was all about. That's what the budget was all about, and that's what this government is all about.
Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. At a time when Australia urgently needs more gas supply, why has the government funded $9.8 million over 4 years to activists who oppose and stop new gas projects?
I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
We have not.
Give the call to the member for order. Members on my left. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Social Services. How will the Albanese Labor government's paid parental leave changes provide cost of living support for new families? How will the policy changes help Australian families?
Great question. I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Adelaide for his question. As a fierce advocate for families in his electorate, I know he has welcomed the government's paid parental leave changes. Of course, the Albanese government has made cost of living relief a priority in this recent budget. It focuses on keeping money in the pockets of Australians. Of course, our budget is delivering cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare and, of course, our plan to get wages moving again. But, of course, families are front and centre of this budget, in particular helping them ease the burden of juggling care and work. And that's why we are investing in expand paid parental leave that will be boosted to 6 months by 2026. This will increase support available to families by almost $5,000 and will help take some of the pressure off households' budgets, and our measures will encourage the sharing of care responsibilities between both parents. Paid parental leave that encourages sharing of care was one of the most prominent calls at our most recent Jobs and Skills Summit. We know that shared caring responsibilities does promote gender equality in this country. But we also know, Speaker, that this helps many dads who want to take time off work following the birth or adoption of a child. I recently met with Alex Edgar at West Beach Kindergarten, who talked about how important our paid parental leave changes will be for dads and mums. He said, "Recently, I changed employer because my wife is pregnant, we're having a third child, and I wanted to access gender-neutral paid parental leave through my employer. It's very impressive the government has made these changes and listened to Australian dads who overwhelmingly want to be able to take leave. The current arrangements for shared care of children isn't working. We know that only half of dads are accessing dad and partner pay. That is why we're reforming the paid parental leave system so there is greater uptake of shared care of children between mums and dads, making it easier for dads to take paid parental leave by removing the current barriers and making it more flexible in when and how parents take care." Now, Speaker, we are making a real difference to advance the way paid parental leave work for families. And this is in stark contrast to those opposite who, when in government, wanted to take the scheme back in time.
The Minister for Social Services will resume her seat. Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Speaker, on relevance, you have directed a minister back to the question previously when they've strayed. The minister was doing quite well. She managed to stay on. She managed to stay on the government's own record, but for the last, we got to 30 seconds to go. She just couldn't resist. She couldn't resist. She should be directed back to.
Thank you for the point. The question was about what the government has done to provide cost of living support to families, and I invite the minister to conclude her answer.
Of course, what we're not doing is limiting parents in the leave that they can take by saying you only get to choose your employer leave or your government leave, because that, as the Human Rights Commission said, was a regressive measure that was inconsistent with Australians' human rights obligations. We will not do that, even if those on the other side decided to.
I give a call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Have any small business groups met with the minister to raise concerns about the government's Industrial Relations Bill?
Give a call to the Minister for Small Business, Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
And I thank the member for Bass for her question. I do meet with small businesses and small business representatives on a regular basis and discuss a range of matters, as we always do, because what we actually want to do is work with people and bring people together, and that's what we've been doing.
Order. Order. Members on my left. The Minister for Resources will cease interjecting, so I can hear from the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How will the Albanese Labor government's ambitious housing reform agenda in the budget address cost of living pressures?
I give the call to the Minister for Small Business, the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
And I thank the member for Jagga Jagga for her question, because I know that she, like many people on this side of the House, are concerned that too many Australians don't have a safe, affordable place to call home. Indeed, we are committed to addressing cost of living pressures with our 5-point plan in the budget, and one of those, of course, is around our ambitious housing reform. Of course, we know that far too many Australians are finding it difficult to rent a property, and far too many Australians are finding it difficult to go into their own home and to purchase a property. And that's why we are acting immediately. That's why we're unlocking up to $575 million from our National Housing Infrastructure Facility, and that these funds will be available before Christmas for more social and affordable homes as quickly as we can get them off the ground. And of course, as part of our budget, we struck the new National Housing Accord between the three tiers of government, between investors, industry and social housing providers.
Member for Deakin will cease
and as we heard
interjecting.
in estimates yesterday, Treasury officials confirmed that our ambition to build 1 million well-located homes from 2024 is more than would substantially have been without our policies. So it's actually important that we have done this.
The member for
It
Deakin
is very, very
will cease
important that we have
interjecting.
done this, as well as our $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund that will provide 30,000 social and affordable homes across the country. and of course our National Housing Supply and Affordability Council that will provide advice
Member for Moncrief,
in terms of the National Housing Accord, but also in terms of the returns from the Australia Future Fund and the housing. Our National Housing and Homelessness Plan will set out concrete actions to help the Accord's goals. And of course, the Regional First-Time Buyer Guarantee is already helping hundreds of Australians in regional Australia into their first home. We did bring this forward by 3 months. Indeed, in less than 6 weeks now, we have 686 families in regional Australia who've saved thousands of dollars by accessing this Regional First-Time Buyer Guarantee. Both the guarantee and our Help to Buy program will deliver savings on housing costs, and these programs are targeted to those most in need. We did hear in Senate estimates yesterday, when we're talking about housing affordability and social housing, a senator from the opposition makes some disparaging comments about people in social housing and about social housing generally. And I'd say to Australians who are growing up in social housing or on a social housing waiting list, we do care. We understand that Australians, all Australians, need secure and affordable housing, which is why we have such an ambitious housing agenda. We're getting on with it. We'll continue to work with our state and territory colleagues, with local governments, with investors and with the sector to deliver.
Give the call. Members on my left, give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Last week I met with Darren and Vicky, pensioners from my electorate. Vicky has a lung disease but cancelled her last medical appointment because she couldn't afford it. Every day I'm hearing from constituents who can no longer access a doctor as medical practices are ceasing bulk billing in Mayo, leaving many constituents sick and untreated. What is the government doing about this crisis?
The call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for her question. I know how deeply concerned she is about the state of general practice, in particular in her electorate. I've talked to her about that, and I appreciate the way in which she's engaging with the government on health policy as well as policy more broadly. And, Mr Speaker, I share the member's concerns, not just in relation to our state of South Australia, but the nation more broadly. I've said that I think general practice is in the worst shape it's been in the almost 40-year history of Medicare. And all of the trends in general practice, Mr Speaker, are bad. The member talks about bulk billing rates, which the former government used to come to this dispatch box regularly and pretend were at record levels. We're going terrifically well, when we know the reality could not be more different. We know that bulk billing rates have been dropping. We know, I suspect every member of this interjections from the former Minister for Health are ironic, to say the least. I suspect every member of this House is talking to GPs and patients who say that bulk billing rates are plummeting in their area. GPs who tell them how distressed they are at having to change their bulk billing policies. We know that about 1 in 3 Australians pay a gap fee in this country, and those gap fees have skyrocketed. Now, for the first time in the history of Medicare, the average gap fee for a standard GP consult is more than the Medicare rebate itself. Patients are paying more out of their own pocket than Medicare contributes to a standard GP consult. And it's not just bulk billing rates and gap fees, Mr Speaker. We know there's a workforce crisis in general practice, with fewer and fewer medical graduates choosing to go into general practice. And, Mr Speaker, it's no mystery why, and it's no mystery who in this country bears more responsibility than anyone else for the parlous state of general practice. It's the now Leader of the Opposition, who tried to ram through a tax that would make every Australian pay a fee for every consult in general practice, and when he couldn't do that, froze the Medicare rebate for 6 long years.
The Minister for Health and Aged Care will resume his seat. I call the member for Mayo on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On a point of order, I ask the government what are they doing to address this crisis.
The point of order was on relevance, and I draw the minister back to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I'm not going to pretend that it's going to be a quick or an easy job to fix up 9 long years of cuts and neglect. But in our first budget, instead of a GP tax and raising the cost of medicines, we've already invested $160 million in a rural general practice package. We've invested more than $220 million to strengthen general practice grants, which will be rolling out over coming weeks and months. And only last week again, I met with the Strengthening Medicare Task Force to advise the government on our investment of $250 million each and every year to strengthen Medicare, because, Mr Speaker, and to the member for Mayo, rest assured this government has no higher priority than rebuilding general practice.
Give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What was the former coalition's legacy in defence, and what is the Albanese Labor government's plan to fix this?
Give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for her question. The defence legacy of the 10 years of the former coalition government is one of manifest failure, and it started with themselves. 7 defence ministers in the course of 9 years. Johnson, Andrews, Payne, Reynolds. To be honest, I think I got that wrong on Tuesday, but this just gets so confusing. And then Dutton. I could go through the whole 24.
The Deputy Prime Minister will refer to members by their correct titles.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I could go through the whole 24 who served across the defence portfolio, but to do so would run against the time limits of answering questions. Suffice to say that we saw everyone from Chobo to Chester, from Andrew G to Andrew Hastie.
Order. The Deputy Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition will resume his seat. Less than 20 seconds ago, I asked the Minister. Former ministers I have no responsibility for. I asked current members to be acknowledged by their correct titles.
I'm sorry, Mr Speaker. The seat name spoiled my alliteration. I will continue. Little wonder that what resulted from all of this was complete chaos. It is hard to think of how the coalition could have treated defence with more contempt. I mean, they regarded ministerial jobs in the defence portfolio as like a ride at the show. Literally everybody got to go, but the chaos affected real people. Now, yesterday, one member of the not-so-exclusive Liberal former Defence Ministers Club, Senator Reynolds, started talking about valleys of death. And to be clear, those opposite are experts in valleys of death after program ground to a halt. We saw the Hunter-class frigates run 4 years over time, offshore patrol vessels a year over time, the Evolved Cape-class vessels another year over time. The Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to managing defence procurement properly. We get that defence projects are large, they're complex, sometimes not everything goes right, which is why we're going to have objective criteria for defence programs to end up on the projects of interest, projects of concern list. And when they do, ministers are going to receive monthly reports so that those ministers can put those projects back on track, and we are going to have an independent project office within the Department of Defence. In short, we are going to manage defence procurement properly so that we have value for money for Australian taxpayers, because it's not just how much you spend on defence, it is the quality of that spend which will build the capabilities for this country, which will keep Australians safe.
Give a call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. I refer to the $9.3 billion in delayed or cancelled infrastructure funding in the budget, including $208 million already committed to the coalition by the Coalition to the Stage 1 of the Goulburn Valley Highway bypass of Shepparton. Will the government guarantee funding for Stage 1 of the Shepparton bypass, or has Labor simply abandoned regional Victoria?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much for your question, and I know the member means well in asking that question. But this government has inherited an absolute mess when it comes to the infrastructure investment pipeline. The infrastructure investment pipeline, this government is investing $123 billion over the next 10 years, increasing funding to regional communities by over $4 billion over the next 10 years. I'm very proud of that investment. But what we have inherited from this previous government and the mess that I had to clean up are projects that are undercooked, underfunded and simply under-deliverable. And I can give you example after example of projects where they are billions of dollars underfunded, where there was no information provided to the state governments before the previous government decided to go out and announce funding.
The minister will pause 1 minute in, and I will hear from the Leader of the Nationals and ask him to state the point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, the question was very tight about a specific project, the Shepparton Bypass, $208 million. There has been a big prelude here. It's been very tight, and the minister needs to come back to the question.
Hear from the Leader of the House.
To the point of order, I thought the question finished with a full reference to regional Victoria.
The question did mention the bypass. Order. I'm trying to rule on the Leader of the National's point of order. The question. The minister has the call.
Thank you. Well, I was actually asked about projects under the infrastructure investment pipeline, including projects in regional Victoria, to which I am referring. And that is an absolute mess. So the money for the Shepparton bypass remains in the budget, and we are fully committed to that project. That remains in the budget. But this is typical of what the previous government did. All announcement and not able to deliver the projects. Completely underfunded, undercooked and under-deliverable, because the previous government went out. You were more interested in getting an announcement in the papers, putting a press release out. You can't drive on a press release. You can't actually build a road if you don't actually have enough money for it. And that is the problem. The legacy that you have left is of undercooked, underfunded and under-deliverable projects because you mismanaged the infrastructure investment pipeline.
Give the call. Order. I give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government changing lives by making medicines cheaper for millions of Australians?
I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Fraser for his question. I know how hard he campaigned at the last election on strengthening Medicare and delivering cheaper medicines. And at the budget last month, Mr Speaker, our government delivered on that promise, cheaper medicines. Even before that, just a few months ago, back in July, the safety net threshold for millions of pensioners and concession card holders in Australia was slashed by 25%, meaning that across the year, those millions of Australians know that they will pay no more than $4.70 per week for all of their medicines needs. In September, the price of more than 2,000 different brands of medicines was also cut, delivering around $130 million in cash to hard-working Australian patients. And last month, tens of thousands of self-funded retirees gained access for the first time to seniors' health cards, which will see their medicine bills plummet as well. But, Mr Speaker, there is still more to come, because on the 1st of January, this government will deliver the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, bringing the maximum co-payment for general patients down from $42.50 to just $30, putting around $200 million each and every year back into the pockets of hard-working general patients. And, Mr Speaker, this is not just good for their hip pocket at a time of huge pressure on household budgets, it's also good for their health. And that's what hundreds of thousands of asthma and other chronic lung disease sufferers are going to experience on the 1st of January. And we've already been hearing from a number of them who will see a big cut to the price of their inhalers like Symbicort and Seretide. Bella, who's just 23, wrote to us and said, as a newlywed fresh out of uni, it's a strange thing having to pick between breathing properly and having savings in the bank. A price drop in Simbachort will make all the difference to my life, and as well as countless other Australians. Lindsay, who's a mum from St Mary's in New South Wales, wrote to us and said, "This is great news. I use Seretide daily and have been struggling with the cost. I was reducing my dose to make it last longer, but this will help me a lot financially." And Karen from Victoria said, "I often pay around $200 a month for all of my asthma medication. This reduction in the price of Simbachort will be life-changing." Mr Speaker, our delivery on our promise to deliver responsible cost-of-living relief to Australians is making a real difference.
I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, COP27 is currently bringing together world leaders to address climate change. The planet has already warmed by 1.2 degrees, with escalating climate-induced disasters and cost-crippling communities. Yet current pledges, including your government's inadequate 43% by 2030, have us on track for 3 degrees of warming. Will your government stop making the problem worse by funding and approving further fossil fuel projects?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question and for her genuine engagement on the issue of climate change since she has arrived in this parliament as the member for Warringah. As the member pointed out, though, in the preamble to her question, she spoke about what was happening at COP27 and spoke about the global effort, because indeed climate change does require a global effort. And one of the things that has occurred already at COP27 is that the previous chair of COP, the person who chaired the Glasgow conference and was the minister for the Conference of the Parties as part of the UK Conservative government, has welcomed Australia back as part of the global effort, as have all of the delegates, as occurred at NATO, as did Prime Minister Johnson, Prime Minister Truss, President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, Prime Minister Modi. The fact is that Australia has been welcomed back due to the fact that we changed, as one of our first acts, our nationally determined contribution to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And we did that with the commitment that we took to the election of 43% by 2030 reduction as part of our commitment to have a pathway to net zero by 2050. Australia has fallen behind where we should be because we've had a decade of denial, a decade of delay. We didn't have any climate policy, and reluctantly, when the former government adopted not really a target because they weren't prepared to legislate it, net zero by 2050, there was no policy to go with it. This government understands that we need to deal with energy policy, transport policy, housing policy. We need to make homes more efficient. We need to change the makeup of our transport network in accordance with what's happening around the world, and we need to move to the cheapest and cleanest form of new energy, which is renewables. We need to do that in partnership as well with the rest of the world. And I look forward to, in coming days, meeting with global leaders, talking about how we cooperate. I know that when I've spoken in recent days in the lead-up to the G20 with people like Prime Minister Sunak of the UK, but also in the past few days with the leaders of Vietnam, Thailand, other nations in our region, the first thing that they raise is climate change. And I am optimistic. I am optimistic that the world can move. I want Australia to be a part of that, and my government's commitment is to do just that.
Member for Griffith will cease interjecting. I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. How will last month's budget deliver much-needed investment in infrastructure for regional and remote communities across the country?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks. Can I thank the member for Hunter for his question and congratulate him on his incredible advocacy for his community. Indeed, next week I'm going to look forward to visiting the member's electorate and hearing firsthand how this government's investment in important projects like the Muswellbrook Bypass and Mandalong Road will affect his community. In particular, I'm pleased with the Coulsons Creek Road. The member for New England, I know, is something that he feels very dearly about. The repairs, another important project with the route between Willow Tree and Merriwa Creek, currently closed and completely impassable. The project has been entirely funded by the Albanese Labor government, not something the previous government funded. It's an important local freight road, and it will see locals saving hours every week once complete. I'm also looking forward to visiting the member for Robertson's electorate, where the government's funded Avoca Drive and $40 million towards local roads along the Central Coast. Last week I was very lucky to spend time with the member for Lingiari, visiting communities that she represents in Alice Springs and across Central Australia. It was a privilege to spend time with locals at Yuendamu, a remote Indigenous community some 300 kilometres from Alice. As we flew in, we saw firsthand how important good road connections are to such a remote community. Locals rely on roads for food, health, education and access to recreation available in Alice, and that's why our budget delivers an extra $350 million of additional funding to continue upgrading to the Tanami Road, a really important road, as well as also funding the Central Arnhem Road, bringing the total commitment for the Northern Territory to over $740 million. As we travel down the most recently completed section of the road, and I'd encourage, if anyone gets the opportunity to do it, it is just terrific. We see the dirt on one side, the freshly laid tarmac on the other, a new, stronger and more reliable backbone for the communities of Central Australia. When I visited the work camp and the crew of Exact Contracting to see the incredible operations that an important Territory company is doing, and coming to terms, I particularly want to mention coming to terms with the loss of their founder, the fabulous Greg Rhodes. I sent my sympathies to Greg's wife Jenny, who was with us on the trip, who I spent some time with throughout the day. They are a terrific Territory company and they're doing really fantastic work on sealing the Tanami. Of course, our budget also delivered another $200 million of funding for the Northern Territory for remote roads, and that brings the total package of up to $382 million for remote communities. These are some of the poorest and most disadvantaged communities in our country. This is important investment in infrastructure and something I'm very proud that the Albanese Labor government is delivering.
I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs on the eve of Remembrance Day. I refer to Labor's election announcement on the 24th of April 2022, which clearly stated they would deliver, and I quote, 10 new veteran hubs. Last night, in Senate estimates, they confirmed they'll only deliver 8 new veterans hubs. So, does this mean that on the eve of Remembrance Day, this is a clear indication that they have dishonoured their commitment and a clear example of the lack of effect by not having a Veterans Affairs Minister in the Cabinet?
The call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his very important question about our Veterans and Families Hubs, which are a very important initiative about supporting our veterans and families, defence personnel, as they transition out of defence. And as we've seen so clearly through the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide, it is vitally important that we, as a government on behalf of our nation, are able to provide the services that our veterans and their families deserve to receive in a coordinated way, and providing that accessibility, especially in areas where we're seeing high concentrations of veterans in community. And part of the process that we are undertaking in rolling out these Veterans and Families Hubs is engaging with those veterans communities to make sure that—
The member for Cowper will cease interjecting.
To make sure that those hubs meet the needs of those communities of veterans and families that they will be servicing. It's not a cookie-cutter approach that we are taking. But we were very clear in the commitment—
Cowper is warned.
We were very clear, Mr Speaker, we were very clear in the commitment that we took to the election.
The member for Cowper, excuse me, just pause a moment, Minister. The member for Cowper will leave the chamber under 94A. Continual yelling is not acceptable. I'm calling the minister back to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And those opposite draw attention to something that I think they have had a great misunderstanding about the incompetence of their own government over the last 9 years, wherein the government previously never made any specific funding commitments to any location about new hubs to be delivered. They might have identified—
The Minister will pause, and I will hear from the manager.
Mr Speaker, yet again we have a minister who can't stop himself from going onto the record of the previous government. It's relevant.
Your seat. You don't have the call. The manager does not have the call. I give him the call so he could rise to his feet and say what point of order he is taking. If he doesn't do that, I can't make a ruling. Call the minister back to the question.
Thank you, Speaker. As I was trying to point out, given the clear interest from those opposite in this issue, the previous government did not fund any specific locations for new hubs. We were very clear in the commitment that we took forward at the election, which we have a mandate to deliver on, the locations of the hubs that we would be moving forward with, the 10 hubs, which included 2 hubs that the previous government had discussed but not delivered on. We were always clear about that. There was no great secret unveiled last night, but what we have been clear about, we have now gone to market after the delivery of the fantastic budget by the Treasurer only a few weeks ago. We are now going to communities and consulting with them, calling for their feedback and input so that they can engage with us about what they would like to see in the hubs in their communities, how they would like to see that support for veterans and families to meet their needs. Because the needs of veterans in community is different from place to place. We recognise that, and we want to engage with those communities so we can make sure that they get the services that they deserve. And as has been made very clear in this government's response to the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, we are committed on delivering a better future for defence personnel, veterans and families.
Give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to better assist our emergency services in protecting the lives of Australians in times of crisis or emergency? Thank you.
I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Solomon for his question. On the eve of Remembrance Day, I acknowledge his service to our country and our armed services. It is a tragic fact, Mr Speaker, that each year in Australia around 30,000 people go missing. Many of these people are found, but devastatingly, some will never be seen again. As we know, the first few hours and days of when a person goes missing are the most crucial when searching for them. And that's why today the Albanese government introduced legislation to strengthen emergency services capabilities to locate missing persons. Last month, the New South Wales Deputy State Coroner wrote to me outlining recommendations stemming from a coronial inquest. The inquest was in relation to the tragic findings of the presumed death of a missing person. In her Honour's letter, the coroner recommended the removal of a barrier in the Telecommunications Act for emergency services using technology to locate missing persons. 3 weeks after that correspondence, today I brought legislation to this House to address the very issue raised by Her Honour. As it currently stands, for law enforcement to request access to an individual's data, the situation must meet the threshold of a serious and imminent threat to a person's life or health. This set the bar too high. In most circumstances, emergency services were unable to reach this threshold and lost a valuable tool in responding swiftly to someone in need. Unfortunately, this is not the first time this issue has been raised. The Australian Law Reform Commission and past coronial inquests have identified these limitations. This amendment removes the imminence threshold. If emergency services believe there is a serious threat to a person's life or health, assistance may be requested and granted. This bill also ensures that the privacy of Australians is balanced against emergency services requirements, with provision for further oversight over telecommunications data disclosure. To this end, these proposed changes clarify that it is law enforcement that decides the seriousness of the threat rather than the carriers. And it's important to note that these laws can only be used in specific circumstances where it's considered impracticable or impossible to obtain a person's consent to their data being shared. Mr Speaker, this is an important proposed change to the way we deliver emergency services to Australians. The Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill is targeted to not only improve the operation and transparency of the relationship between law enforcement and telcos, but crucially to save lives. I would hope that all members of this House and the other place recognise the urgency of this legislative amendment. Even if just one life is saved through these changes, it will be a worthy cause. It is based on sound and thorough consultation, and I look forward to this bill being passed expeditiously.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, I join with the Minister in firstly congratulating her on this initiative, something the Coalition strongly supports. It's a very important area of public policy, and we will lend our full support to it. At the beginning of her remarks, the Minister acknowledged the member for his service and us. The fact that we're on the eve of Remembrance Day, I do want to say to all of the veterans in this place, firstly, thank you for your service, not just the member that was mentioned, but also the members for Canning, Braddon, Herbert, Fadden, Menzies and Leichhardt, and those in the other place as well. But to all of those veterans who will be commemorating Remembrance Day, to all of those family members that treat this as a very significant day in their own lives, given the history within their own families, it is important that we recognise their service to keep our country safe, not just in generations past, but for generations future as well.
Give the call to the member for Dickson.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Housing. Goldman Sachs chief economist Andrew Boak says the cash rate will rise 5 more times to 4.1% over the next 6 months, one of many financial institutions to upgrade their forecasts following your budget. Isn't this proof that the budget was a missed opportunity that failed to deliver on the government's promises, the Prime Minister's promises, of cheaper mortgages for Australian families?
Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as the member opposite well knows, interest rates are rising, and they started rising under the former government back in May because of what has occurred prior to the election, because of them. And in terms of our Help to Buy scheme, which the member is clearly referring to, that is a government equity scheme which we will be moving quickly to get up and running to make sure that Australians do have an opportunity to get into a home. And we're talking about 30% of government equity, up to 30% for existing homes and up to 40% for new homes that will be available under the Help to Buy scheme.
The Minister will resume. The Minister has concluded her answer. And I give the call to the member for Newcastle. Order. Members on my left.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Nationals is on a warning. The member for Newcastle has the call and will be heard in silence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What will be the impact of the additional university places announced in the budget?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Newcastle for her question. We have skill shortages right across the country, and a lot of those skills are forged in our universities. It's why we committed in the campaign to fund an extra 20,000 university places. That funding's in the budget. It's a $500 million investment. And a couple of weeks ago I announced the breakup of those 20,000 places. It includes funding for more than 4,000 teachers, 2,500 nurses, 1,700 extra engineers and more than 2,000 more IT professionals. And today, data came out that advised us that today more than 44% of young people in their 20s and 30s have a university degree. That's a good thing. But not if your parents are poor, not if you come from regional Australia or the more remote parts of Australia. Only 20% of people from poor backgrounds have a uni degree, only 20% of people from regional Australia It's even lower if you're an Indigenous Australian. Only 7% of Indigenous Australians have a uni degree. So as I spoke to Vice-Chancellors about these 20,000 places, one Vice-Chancellor said to me, "Minister, why don't you allocate 5,000 of the 20,000 to the groups that are underrepresented at university?" And I thought, why don't we allocate all of them? And that's what we did. The universities that got the biggest share of these are Newcastle University, Charles Darwin University, Wollongong, Curtin, Edith Cowan, Adelaide, Victoria University, Queensland University of Technology, Charles Sturt and Southern Cross. We need more teachers, we need more nurses, we need more engineers, but we also need to make sure that our universities are ready for the next decade and beyond. And that's what the Universities Accord will be all about. Be a big and broad review of our higher education system, the first since Denise Bradley did that work almost 15 years ago. And next week I'll announce the team that will lead that work and their terms of reference. And one of the big issues that I want them to look at is this. How do we open the doors of opportunity that the Prime Minister talked about on election night to more Australians? This is a start. The 20,000 places are a start, but there's a lot more work to do.
Give the call to the member for Bowman.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. I refer to soaring concern amongst Australians on the spiralling cost of living occurring under the government's watch, including surveys today showing more Australians are concerned about having to pay more for everything and rightly believe the government is doing nothing to address these concerns. Why is the government still refusing to act to reduce the cost of living almost 6 months since they've been elected, instead delivering a budget that baked in electricity price rising by 56% and gas prices by 44% over 2 years?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I thank the honourable member for his question about what the government did in the budget in relation to energy prices and cost of living. And I'm more than happy to answer the question, because the budget provided $20 billion of funding to ensure that we rewire this country, Mr Speaker. After years of indolence over there, who talked about the Mariners link for 10 years, Mr Speaker, in our first 6 months, the Prime Minister and this government made the Mariners link a reality by working with Tasmania and Victoria to fund it, Mr Speaker, because talking about a link does not move 1 watt of electricity around this country. Funding a link does. That's what we did. We also, Mr Speaker, funded our 400 community batteries across Australia, which will help families store the renewable energy that they generate and to use it at a time and a place convenient to them, because batteries store renewable energy, something the Leader of the Opposition has some trouble coming to terms with. The Leader of the Opposition was on radio this morning on 2GB being interviewed by Ray Hadley, where the Leader of the Opposition always goes to get his toughest questions, and he said this morning, you can't store the renewable energy at the moment. That's what the Leader of the Opposition said. The battery was invented by Alessandro Volta in 1800, Mr Speaker, but the Leader of the Opposition is still catching up with this fact. He still doesn't understand that just because the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow, nor does the rain always fall, but we manage to store water, Mr Speaker. We manage to drink water when it's not raining.
Minister for Climate Change will pause, resume his seat. The member for Bowman, I'm going to ask him to state the point of order.
Relevance. I didn't ask for a history lesson. My question related to cost of living.
You did ask a very broad question about the cost of living and the costs of energy and reports today. So I'll ask the minister to continue. He is being in order, and I'll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We don't have to go back too far to be reminded of the former Prime Minister, who also happens to be the former Minister for Energy, Mr Speaker, the member for Cook, who said a big battery was as useful as a big prawn. Nothing has changed over there, Mr Speaker. The former Prime Minister didn't get it. The current Leader of the Opposition doesn't get it. They don't really get renewable energy. They don't understand that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. They pay lip service to renewable energy, but they just hate all the policies that actually deliver renewable energy, Mr Speaker. They hate our Rewiring the Nation policy. They hate our community batteries policy. They hate the real policies which actually bring these things on, which will provide cost of living relief to Australians, which will get more renewable energy, because at the end of the day, Mr Speaker, you can change the face on the picture, but it's just the same old Liberal Party that the Australian people rejected on May 22nd.
Give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What upcoming international summits will the Prime Minister be attending, and how will this enhance Australia's security and our economy?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Warringah for her question, and tomorrow, after I attend the Remembrance Day commemorations at Martin Place in Sydney, I'll be travelling to the ASEAN Australia Summit and the East Asia Summit in Cambodia, which will then be followed by the G20 Bali Summit in Indonesia and then the APEC Economic Leaders Summit in Thailand. During the next 9 days, there will be a series of direct bilateral meetings as well have been lined up, including with the new UK Prime Minister and our other friends. The Indo-Pacific is absolutely critical to regional prosperity and security and to the future of our nation. And that's why I'm particularly pleased to have accepted President Widodo's invitation to be one of the 3 speakers, along with himself as chair of the current G20, Prime Minister Modi as the next incoming chair of the G20, and myself at the B20 meeting that will be attended by the leaders of Australian businesses, including the heads of ACCI, the BCA and the Australian Industry Group. These conferences come at a critical time. We know that the global financial outlook is stark. We know that we have rising inflation throughout the world. We know that geostrategic tensions are intensifying, and we've seen the impact of climate change globally as well. And one of the many truths that the pandemic made clear is that what happens in the rest of the world matters here at home as well. And that, unfortunately, has been driven home as well by the global impact of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Even though that's half a world away, Australian families are feeling the impact here. And the Australian government, in a bipartisan way, I must say, has been supportive and will continue to support the heroic struggle of the people of Ukraine against this trashing of international law. Supply chain breakdowns across the world mean Australians are seeing, though, price spikes and shortages. We must work together with our international partners to tackle inflation, to tackle skills shortages, to tackle climate change. That's how we can grow our economy at home and promote stability in our region. We're showing, Mr Speaker, that Australia is back as a partner and as a leader, bringing a calm, mature and collaborative approach to international relations and standing up for Australia's interests wherever and whenever we need to. We will be raising issues of Australia's national interest at these meetings. The Treasurer will be joining me at the B20 and for the beginning of the G20 in Indonesia as well. And I congratulate President Widodo, our friend, for the work that he has done in organising this important international summit, which is an important recognition of the standing that Indonesia has as it rises, along with India, to be in the top 5 economies in the world over coming decades. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I'd ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
And I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, earlier—
Order. The member for Hume.
It's the first time he's spoken all questions.
And the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Earlier today, I had the great honour of travelling to Sydney to farewell at Rookwood Cemetery Christine May Meader. Christine May Meader was a former Citizen of the Year, for my local community. She was a librarian and historian of the inner west of Marrickville. She knows more about it than anyone on earth, and over a long career in the local community, she was very much a loved member of the community, which is why she had such an extraordinary large farewell. This morning I thank the Leader of the Opposition for agreeing for a pair today so I could pay my respects. We're all here as local members first in order to represent ourselves in this place, and we all know that there are people in our own communities who are just very, very special, who don't ask for anything, who just work for the local community. Chris Meader used to do walking tours of our local community, one of which we had the police arrive because there was something like 400 people turned up to hear about the history of South Marrickville. She was an extraordinary person, a very warm and generous human being. I pay my respects to her family and her friends today, and I honour her memory.
Following an incident earlier today, and for the benefit of all members, and in particular for all new members, I want to remind members the procedures for when the attention of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker is drawn to the state of the House and the Speaker observes that a quorum is not present. Standing Order 56D is clear. No member may leave the chamber while the bells are ringing or until a quorum is present. I understand the member for Fairfax has indicated he'd like the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and my apologies to the House and my thanks to you for your wise counsel in that regard. It's also a little bit embarrassing when quorum is called immediately after you've given a speech, because it indicates there weren't many people in the House listening to your speech. Now, I want to assure the member for Moreton there was certainly no offence to you who spoke after me as I left the House in a rush, and therefore I make that apology. Thank you, Mr.
I thank the member for Fairfax. The member for Lawler is claiming to be misrepresented.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
I do, most grievously,
you may
Mr
proceed.
Speaker. Today, in the 90-second statements, the member for Latrobe referred to me as the member for lay law. This is a
Order. Order. The member for Latrobe is on a warning, and
Keep going.
The member for Lawler has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This not only misrepresents me, it misrepresents my entire community. The name of the seat I represent is Lawler. And the member for Latrobe needs to understand that in Melbourne, where he's from, there's a suburb that's referred to as Laylaw. It's nowhere near my seat. I'm tired of the confusion between Lawler and Scullen, where Laylaw exists. Further, Mr Speaker, the member for Latrobe said that I simply don't care about vulnerable communities, particularly communities of faith. The member for Latrobe may want to read an article that was in the Australia Today, where the temple he was referring to says I have visited it twice. And
the member for Lawler will come to
I have one more point to make, Mr Speaker.
Briefly.
I would further give evidence that this is a misrepresentation, because if the member for Latrobe would like to check the budget, he will find that Labor is supporting the Wyndham Multi-Faith Network in this year's budget, Deputy Speaker.
Order. Order. I just called the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Will members leave the chamber quickly and quietly? I've received a letter from the honourable member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's broken promises, including the promise to reduce the cost of mortgages for all Australian families. I call upon those members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the budget was an opportunity for the government to lay out how it is dealing with the great strengths it delivered or inherited in the economy and in the budget, and to deal with the great challenges that we face as a nation. But instead, after only a few short days, it sank without a trace. It sank without a trace. And that's because all we got in this budget was gloom, doom, forecasting and commentary. What we didn't get, Mr Speaker, was a plan. Now, the Treasurer said before the budget that he was going to paint a picture. He said he was going to paint a picture, and I was looking forward to perhaps an oil painting or a watercolour, but in fact we know that all we got was a self-portrait. Because in the lead up to the budget, we saw puff piece after puff piece, not about the budget, but about the Treasurer. The Treasurer was more obsessed with himself than he was with the great people of this great nation who wanted to see a plan. They wanted to see a plan. Now, the test for this budget was simple. It was simple. It was to deliver a comprehensive plan that builds from the great strengths that have been inherited and deals with the challenges that we face, to put downward pressure on inflation and interest rates without increasing taxes, to relieve the supply-side pressures we see in the economy by increasing participation rates and productivity, and to deliver on the key promises that Labor made in their election campaign, unambiguous promises. In the shorter term, Australians do want to see lower interest rates. They do want to see lower inflation. And in the longer term, they want to be in a position, Deputy Speaker, where they are empowered, where their aspirations can be realised, where they know they're going to have a lower tax environment where they put in effort. If they make investments, if they take risks, they're going to be rewarded for it. But they saw none of that. They saw absolutely none of that. In fact, all they saw was a missed opportunity. Instead of delivering a comprehensive plan to deal with interest rates and inflation, we know now, in fact, what we've seen is a plan which will have, or a lack of a plan, which will leave the Reserve Bank doing all the work to deal with the interest rates and inflation that we are seeing with such strength. Instead of delivering economic growth and ensuring that spending is less than economic growth, that we've seen $115 billion of extra spending in this budget. $115 billion of extra spending in this budget. A Reserve Bank that wants to be able to take the pressure off Australian families to not raise interest rates as much as it otherwise would have, doesn't want to see an extra $115 billion of spending, but that's exactly what it saw in this budget. And when it comes to broken promises, the list is long. I only have 7 minutes left, so I have to focus on a short list of the broken promises because there are many, many of those. Of course, the $275 reduction in power prices, the Treasurer misheard the question on this. He misheard it, but the truth is it is gone. It is gone. That promise is absolutely gone, replaced with a 56% increase in the next 2 years. A 56% increase. They promised no change in franking credits. Gone. $550 million of an additional taxes on franking credits. 2019, I remember well. Maybe the Treasurer was mishearing during the 2019 election campaign. Mishearing. The Australian people said very clearly in 2019 they don't want to see more tax of franking credits. They promised prior to the election an improvement, an increase in real wages. In fact, what we saw in the budget, no increase in real wages in this term of government. In black and white, no increase in real wages in this term of government. And we heard it today in their campaign launch. In their campaign launch, back before the election, a few weeks before the election, a promise of cheaper mortgages. No asterisks. No footnotes in that one. I went through and checked very carefully. No asterisks, no footnotes. It's gone. Cheaper mortgages, they've given They've given up the ghost. They've put up the white flag. And this is actually what we've seen of this budget. More than anything else, it's Labor putting up the white flag to the challenges Australians are facing with a whole series of broken promises. And it's not surprising that some gave the Treasurer the label snake charmers. Snake charmers soon after the budget was handed down. Now,
you may wish to,
Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hume, I might remind you to just temper your remarks when referring to other members and use their proper titles.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Stephen Koukoulas, who was an advisor to Julia Gillard, was making commentary on the budget, in particular in relation to the impact that the budget might have on interest rates. Now, every good economist knows that a good budget, a budget that lays out a clear plan, can take pressure off the Reserve Bank, which means Australians will face less in terms of interest rate increases than would otherwise have been the case. And every Australian wants to see that mortgages are payable, that they have cheaper mortgages, something that was promised by those opposite, as I said. Well, Stephen Koukoulas, in commenting on the budget, said that the budget puts no downward pressure on inflation, leaving, and I quote, the Reserve Bank with all of the work and carrying the can in getting the inflation rate lower. Carrying the can, Deputy Speaker. There was no plan in this budget. There was no plan. There was just leaving the Reserve Bank to carry the can, and if the Reserve Bank carries the can, Australians pay the price, particularly every Australian, every hard-working Australian with a mortgage. Now, the Treasurer is running around saying that the budget was responsible. I've already said that there was an extra $115 billion of spending in the budget. When you take the March budget and look at the forward years, the 4 years over the forwards, add up the spending there, and then compare that with this budget, there's an extra $115 billion of spending in this budget. Now, that is not a responsible budget. That is not a responsible budget. I don't think anyone could call an extra $115 billion of loose change a responsible budget. A responsible budget. But it gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse because when you look across the forward estimates,
from both sides of the House.
The government is clocking up deficits to the tune of $181 billion. $181 billion. Now, the truth is, what you normally expect of a Treasurer coming into a new job like this is that they're going to try to improve the situation. So I looked at the budget when I was in the lockup thinking, OK, he's going to reduce the deficit's going to come down. But no, it goes from $32 billion up to $51 billion in 24-25. How does anyone expect the Reserve Bank to be able to manage interest rates down in an environment where the government is blowing out its spending and blowing out the budget deficits? And that is exactly what is going on in this budget. But they've done something else, very tricky, very sneaky, It took us a little while to find this. They've given up on the notion of budget balance. It's gone. Since 1996, every budget, Labor or Liberal, has always committed in the fiscal strategy to budget balance.
Even Swanee tried.
Even Swanee had a go. Even Swanee had a go. He at least notionally committed to it. It was in his budget. You could read through the fiscal strategy. There it was, budget balance. In this budget, it was gone. Struck out. Now, how on earth can a Reserve Bank and every Australian who is borrowing money have any confidence in that environment that we can manage down interest rates and avoid a blowout in interest rates in the coming months and years? And we heard today, that Goldman Sachs chief economist has pointed out that the cash rate is expected to go to over 4%, and of course that means a much higher rate for mortgages in the coming months. As we approach Christmas, every Australian with a mortgage knows they are going to be paying a lot more. Now, there is a whole host of economists who have pointed this out. Stephen Hamilton from the ANU's Tax and Transfer Policy Unit has said this budget delivers the weakest economic and fiscal strategy of any government since the Charter of Budget Honesty was established. The weakest economic and fiscal strategy, and the exact opposite of a responsible economic manager. Deputy Speaker, This is so disappointing. Hamilton goes on to point out that the government is actively, I quote, is actively driving the budget deeper into structural deficit, actively driving it deeper into deficit. There is nothing in there that can give Australians any confidence that there's a plan that will take pressure off inflation, take pressure off interest rates, and that is incredibly disappointing. This was a great missed opportunity.
Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, we've just had a 10-minute demonstration of why the people of Australia look at this coalition and think of them as a bunch of political bin chickens, scratching around for misery and relevance.
Assistant Minister, take your seat, please. Member Manager of Opposition.
Deputy Speaker, the Speaker has ruled on that offensive term that the Minister has sadly a track record of repeatedly using. The Speaker has made it clear it's unparliamentary and he must withdraw.
Assistant Treasurer to withdraw, please.
I withdraw. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have just had 10 minutes of demonstration about why this mob over here haven't come to terms with the decision that the people of Australia made on the 21st of May this year. They want to have a discussion this afternoon about political promises and about the commitments that we've made and delivered to the Australian people. Well, let's go through them. Let's go through them. We promised to get wages moving, and we've introduced laws and passed them through this parliament today which will ensure some of the lowest paid Australians have the capacity to bargain effectively and collectively to get their wages moving. Now, you'd think that a coalition government, the coalition opposition, which was so concerned about low-paid workers and the projection of wages, would have voted in favour of sensible reforms to get wages moving. What did they do? They spent the entire morning moaning and whinging and obstructing and attempting to stop Labor's sensible plan moving through this House. But thankfully, the majority of members of parliament did not agree with them. We have stuck good with our commitment to get wages moving for the lowest Australians. Within a day of winning the election, we wrote to the Federal Fair Work Commission supporting an increase in the minimum wage for Australia's low-paid workers, and it was delivered. A $40 on average increase for some of Australia's lowest-paid workers. And what did this mob over here say about that? It was all too hard. Well, it wasn't all too hard. We promised it, we delivered it, and there is more to come. We promised that we are on the side of aged care workers, because we know unless we can lift the minimum wages of aged care workers, we aren't going to be able to provide the services to some of Australia's most vulnerable people. We want to improve the level of care in aged care, and we want to improve the wages of aged care workers. We promised it, and we're delivering it. We promised to fix the mess in the energy system, and you'd think the member for Hume would show just a little bit of humility, because there's not a person in this parliament who is more responsible from the abject mess and destruction that we've seen in energy and energy policy in this country than the member for Hume. If dopey looks could power an energy system, we'd have it nailed. We'd have it nailed, because that's all we see. All we see for the member for Hume.
I'll save the member for Riverina on the point of order and just ask you to withdraw the comment, the reference that you just made.
I withdraw, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are so easy to form offence, or so easy to own offence, and so easy to own up to it as well. So easy to own up to it. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the production of policies that went nowhere was going to be an answer to our energy crisis, and the member for Hume would have had it nailed. 22 energy policies. His hands were over every single one of them, destroying them all and ensuring that we have the energy chaos that we're experiencing in Australia today. The net result for households and businesses? Energy prices going through the roof. Energy prices going through the roof. We promised a federal ICAC. We promised a federal anti-corruption commission.
because Australians are sick of the rorts and the behaviour of this mob over here. 9 years of rorts, of unable to tell the truth, inability to take a responsibility for anything, inability to hold a hose, always somebody else's responsibility. The people of Australia's money, seemingly the political plaything of the National Party and the coalition parties. They were sick to death of that style of government. They wanted a federal anti-corruption commission. We have introduced laws to ensure the people of Australia get one. They can't make up their mind whether they support it or not. Well, the people of Australia have made up their mind. We promised to fix aged care. We promised to fix childcare and early childhood education. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the very time that members opposite were giving thunderous speeches against our proposed collective bargaining laws, a few metres away, some of the lowest paid Australians who are charged with some of the highest responsibilities in educating Australian children were waiting for the result and the deliberation of this chamber. They saw one side of politics backing them in and ensuring that the people we entrust with educating Australians at the earliest of ages are going to get a wage rise through a sensible enterprise bargaining system, and they saw this mob over here vote against it. We promised to stand for early childhood educators, and we are doing it. We promised to fix the mess in aged care, returning nurses to nursing homes, ensuring that the recommendations of the Royal Commission were implemented. They want to talk about promises? Well, we promised to fix the mess and the pandemic of scams and fraud that grew and grew and grew on their watch, from $2 billion to $4 billion. From $2 billion to $4 billion. Seemingly all too hard to deal with. We said, no, it's not too hard to deal with some of Australia's most vulnerable people. Businesses from regions to country to big cities are victims of scams. It's costing us up to $2 billion a year. We're going to do something about it, and we are fixing that mess as well. Labour shortages, domestic manufacturing, cybersecurity and fraud. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all remember the member for Hume promising us a big stick that was somehow going to fix the gas market. Well, where's that big stick today? Where's the big stick today? The gas marketing policies, the gas market that they set up is not working. We've got the worst gas crisis we have seen in our nation's history. The policies and the market mechanisms that they set us are the direct result of the tools that we're supposed to use to fix it. They're not working. We're getting on with the job of fixing it, and we'll ensure that we are going to bring gas prices and energy prices down as a result of that. But if you look at all of the things, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they haven't come to terms with, let's look at the state of the budget. They left us with a structural deficit, and they still won't own up to it. They left a budget in absolute chaos and mess. A structural deficit with deficits running from here beyond the next 10 years, and they wanted Australians to accept some notion that all you had to do was sprinkle magic growth dust over the numbers and all of that was going to go away. Well, Australians aren't mugs. They voted for change and they're going to get it. And we are going to be honest with Australian peoples. We have started that honest discussion with the budget we delivered a few weeks ago. We're telling them where the problems are. We're telling them where the budget pressures are. We're telling them what needs to be done to fix it, and we will fix it. $1 trillion worth of debt, the interest payments on which are the fastest growing element of expenses in our budget today. And they want to lecture us on economic management? They want to lecture us on economic management? That mob over there were the worst economic managers that this country has ever seen. They introduced a budget a few months ago that did not have 1 cent of saving in it. Not 1 cent of saving. They're cackling over there, but not 1 cent of saving in a budget a few months ago, and that they want to lecture us on the $22 billion worth of savings, rorts and mismanagement that we found in their budget that for them was supposedly too hard, too difficult, couldn't be found. $22 billion worth of savings. $22 billion worth of savings. We're doing the hard work. We will not accept a lecture from this mob over here on economic management because they are an absolute and abject joke, a structural deficit, $1 trillion worth of debt, businesses that can't get workers, workers that can't afford to turn up to work because wages haven't moved in over a decade. This mob
and the member
are
for
hopeless.
Moncrief.
Life will be cheaper under me. That was the headline. Life will be cheaper under me on the front page of the Oz. Cheaper electricity bills, cheaper mortgages, a plan to bring down the cost of living. That's what he said. Life will be cheaper under me. The Prime Minister told Australians, he told them that they'd be better off under him and a Labor government. But 6 months on, and the only thing that is going up is rising inflation, rising gas prices, electricity prices, rising mortgage payments, interest rates going up. And how much support's coming to the Australian people for the cost of living? Zero. Absolutely nothing. By Christmas, regular Australian families will be paying at least $2,000 more. $2,000 more. They'll be $2,000 worse off by Christmas. No one left behind. That's what the Prime Minister said. No one left behind. He promised that. But apparently that only applies to their union masters. The government had one task for their budget: to deliver a plan that reduced cost of living pressures, put downward pressure on inflation and interest rates, and deliver on the key promises, the promises that they made to the Australian people. Life will be cheaper under me, he said. Not only did they fail that test, but they've failed the Australian people. They promised to support Australians who can't afford to pay their electricity bill because prices are rising by 56%. Gas prices are going to be up by 44%. My dear old dad in South Australia, he already can't afford his electricity prices, and now this government is pushing them through the roof by 56%. Australians who are struggling to pay their gas bill, prices forecast to go up by 44%. These are Australians that have worked their whole lives and now they can't afford to pay their bills. Australians who are struggling to pay their mortgages because interest rates continue to climb. Now, on 97 occasions, those opposite, the Prime Minister promised $275 a cut in power bills. 97 times. And yet when it comes to actually delivering on that promise, they back out. What do? They divert blame. They shake the finger. They shake the finger and they divert and they blame us on our side. They fumble with fake apologies, excuses and reasons as to why they spend that money somewhere else. Australians are having to choose between whether they heat or whether they eat, and this government couldn't care less. The reality is that it's getting harder and harder for Australians to make ends meet under this new, inexperienced baby Labor government, which is clearly incapable of managing our economy. Almost every day of the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised he would show up and take responsibility. He now spends question time talking about what the opposition did, not talking about what his plan is for the Australian people. Why? Because he doesn't have a plan. Well, he needs to stop making excuses and stand up and start governing. Instead of providing tax relief, they're increasing taxes. I mean, let's be clear. Those opposite love to tax. They're a lover tax. That's what they are. Labor love a tax. And we know how Labor feels about aspiration. Do they even know what aspiration means? No. The Coalition will always support aspirational Australians. We want to see your small and family, medium-sized businesses grow. We want to see you grow. We want to see you successful. We want to see you own your own home. And we want to see you take home more of what you earn, to build something that you care about. You know what Labor's, all they see on the other side is dollar signs. Labor loves a tax. They said they supported the stage 3 tax cuts, but now they're not sure anymore, which means millions of Australians will be worse off when they scrap them. If repealed, a teacher earning $70,000 a year would lose more than $620,000 every year if they scrap those taxes. A qualified diesel mechanic earning $100,000 a year would lose more than $1,370 every single year. How is that fair? Well, I tell Australians the Coalition will continue to fight for your tax relief because it's your money, not theirs. Labor also promised to increase real wages, but this budget shows real wages are going backwards. The Coalition wants to see higher wages, but this government's plan, the radical changes to IR laws to give power to their union mates, is bad for the economy, it's bad for business, it's bad for employers and it's bad for employees and their families. This government is failing to deliver for Australians and failing to deliver on the Prime Minister's promise that life will be cheaper under me. Mr Lover Tax, life will be cheaper under me. They are just making a bad situation much, much worse.
Give the call to member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to rise and speak in this matter of public importance, and I'm finding some of the statements of those opposite just absolutely laughable. The hypocrisy after 10 years in government to, say what is our plan. We have done more in the last 6 months for this country than they did in nearly a decade. That was a government that was actually, it goes sort of beyond party politics. It was a government that was beneath the office of governing. They were not taking responsibility for anything. They had lost any interest in what was important to the Australian people. They were not looking after their interests, they were looking after their own interests. And everything that they did was about an announcement and trying to stay in government, becoming increasingly desperate. And in May this year, the Australian people spoke. And as a great man once said, when you change the government, you change the country. And we have seen that already in the less than 6 months that the Albanese Labor government have been in government, and we have not wasted a day, we have not wasted a minute in making the changes that we need to start building a better future for Australians. In our budget, handed down a couple of weeks ago, we are looking at delivering cost of living relief that doesn't increase inflation. We are looking at making childcare cheaper for Australian families. We have extended paid parental leave. We are investing in housing. We are investing in renewable energy to take the climate action we need and reduce power prices. Under their watch, there were 20, I think it was 22, was it 23? It was more than 20 energy policies, and they couldn't land one. And they have landed this country in the mess that we inherit as a government, and we are just beginning to address. And we have achieved so much, I've got to say, in such a short time. Now, this matter of public importance that they raised today is about mortgages. And I'm really pleased to talk about, the Albanese Labor government's agenda on housing. This was a huge part of our platform that we took to the election and a huge part of our agenda. And it's really important because, as we all know, people in our electorates are struggling with the costs of housing. And, we have a government here. I do sort of feel for those in the opposition. They've come in here, they have to try and say something, and after 10 years of delivering nothing in this regard, it must be difficult. But I've got to say the hypocrisy is a little bit hard to take, to say what is our plan. So what was their plan for helping Australians with housing? Their plan was to let young people rob their own retirement savings. This was the great idea of the former member for Goldstein, Tim Wilson, and they adopted it in the dying days of the 2022 election. They genuinely wanted Australians to rob from their future selves to pay for their housing. And there are many reasons why that policy was a very bad idea. But one of the main ones is that it was actually going to increase demand without increasing supply. So a quick economics 101, if you are going to increase demand without increasing supply, prices go up. Mortgages will go up. So the housing market really, dodged a bullet in May this year, and the Australian people made the right choice if they want to see the housing crisis in this country addressed. Affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians. Now, it is tough to buy a home now, tougher than ever before, and research by the Grattan Institute found that 40 years ago almost 60% of young Australians on low and modest incomes own their own home, and sadly now that is only 28%. So that is why we are taking the action that we need. Our Housing Minister has revealed that in the months since the launch, only on October 1, of our regional housing policy, already more than 360 regional Australians have taken advantage of the regional first home buyer guarantee. This is a guarantee that helps regional Australians with a deposit of as little as 5% to buy a home.
Time's expired, and I'm giving the call to the member for Riverina.
The member for Canberra asks, what did we achieve in nearly 10 years of government? The final 2 years were very difficult, member for Canberra. I can remember being in those meetings, top-level meetings, when we were told by the Chief Medical Officer that we could expect tens of thousands of Australians to die within weeks, if not months, from COVID-19. And I can well remember when James Kwan passed away, having contracted COVID-19 on the Diamond Princess cruise ship, and that was March 1, 2020. And we were headed towards a budget surplus, the first budget surplus for a dozen years. And that paled into insignificance compared to what we needed to do as a government, as an executive of government, to keep Australians alive, to keep Australians safe, to keep business doors open, to keep people's livelihoods as first priority. Because the first priority of a government is keeping its nation's people safe, and that's what we did. And yes, we racked up a considerable debt. It wasn't $1 trillion, as those opposite would claim. It's not anywhere near $1 trillion. But yes, it is a massive debt. And yes, the Albanese government has inherited a large debt. But that debt kept Australians alive. That debt kept Australian people, Australians in jobs. That debt kept businesses open. And whether it was in regional Australia, whether it was in metropolitan Australia, it did not matter. It was almost a war footing. It was almost warlike conditions that we were confronted with, because it was a war. It was a war on Australia's health. And I am very proud that in my time as Deputy Prime Minister, with Scott Morrison as Prime Minister and with great people, yeah, there are a few others, there was Josh Frydenberg, there was Greg Hunt. They are no longer in the parliament. Greg retired. Josh, unfortunately, was beaten in Kooyong. And I acknowledge that that's democracy. I acknowledge that Australians, yes, voted for change on May 21. I acknowledge that. Australians were very frustrated. They were frustrated by state premiers who closed borders and closed people down for too long. But that was also something that was something that the Commonwealth tried to work with states, and we tried to put Australians above politics. And I think we did that. And I think the fact that we're now not wearing masks, I think the fact that we're now moving freely around our country, and I think the fact that Australia, according to the index, the Hopkins Research Centre index, had us rated number 2 in the world for our response to COVID-19 is something we should be very proud of as a nation. I know I am. I know I am, and I know that long after I finish this place, that will be one of the legacies that I was in on those meetings. And I know those opposite come here and talk about the political strategy of let's talk about $1 trillion of debt. Well, it is a big debt. I acknowledge that. But the fact remains, it's not anywhere near $1 trillion, and the fact remains we kept Australians alive and we kept Australians in jobs. And we're talking here about broken promises, and there are many. There are many. I am very disappointed in my own electorate, and I know the member for Cowper is earnestly and honestly disappointed that our areas, our regions, have lost out on veterans' wellbeing centres. And there are thousands upon thousands of veterans, both in Cowper and Riverina, who deserve nothing less than a wellness centre in their electorate, but they've been taken away because of a broken commitment by Labor. We offered $5 million to each area, and they have been taken away and put in Labor electorates. The Building Better Regions Fund is being rebadged and less money in it, and that is a shame. That is a broken promise to regional Australia. It is. Real wages are coming down. I know those opposite talk about the fact that the Fair Work Commission has increased the lowest rate of wages. We have the highest minimum wage in the world. That's something we should also, as a nation, be very proud of. I don't hear those opposite talking that up. We should be very proud. We should be very proud of what we have as a nation, and we should be positive about our future, not always blaming others for something that has been done in the past, which is what the government does all too often. We should be positive. We should be talking up the economic fortunes of our nation, because they will be strong, and I hope they are.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And just in case the previous speaker is leaving the chamber, no, he's staying. You can be assured that we are very proud of what we're doing with a minimum wage in that increase. Very proud indeed. And I want to acknowledge also the previous speaker's acknowledgement of the massive debt that was racked up by those opposite in former governments before COVID. Before no one even knew what COVID was, there was a massive debt racked up. So it's a bit rich, I've got to say, Deputy Speaker, for those opposite to talk about broken promises. Very rich. I mean, they were a government in previous iterations under previous Prime Ministers, who were of course stabbed in the back, that probably broke more promises than any other governments in the history of the Commonwealth. Those opposite loved nothing more than to make an announcement, to have a photo op. But when it came to the delivery, it was a very, very different situation indeed. And often it would be a case of announcement, photo op, friendly media, give the front pages, but then very little happened after that. Their lips were zipped at that point, and of course they used distraction in order to try and pretend that they were delivering. But the reality is, with 3 Prime Ministers, they were more involved in the internals and using, in particular, as we heard today, posts of Defence Minister, Veterans Ministers as prizes in factional battles around knifing leaders. And which is not to take anything away from the previous speaker's efforts when he held one of those posts, but he would have to say, without a doubt, that chopping and changing of ministers in those portfolios led to an inability to deliver capability that leaves our nation now essentially with a very difficult transition to submarine strike capability into the future at a time when there's perhaps the most difficult set of strategic circumstances facing us. But who could also forget, if we do go back in history a bit, because I think this is where the rot always started with those opposite, and some of those on the front bench and some of those on the back bench were part of these governments. Tony Abbott, remember that government, the one that he led? Well, you would remember also that he said something like, no cuts to the ABC and SBS, no cuts to education and health. And then he stood up and delivered probably what was the worst budget ever delivered in this country, that did the exact opposite of what he had promised prior to that election. And what about their promise then also for stable government? Before stabbing one Prime Minister, then another Prime Minister in the back. And those opposite, if I'm not mistaken, I'm happy to be corrected, hold the record when it comes to knifing their own leaders. They hold that record by a country mile, I would reckon. Happy if anyone wants to give another situation where we had something so destabilising as that period in the last 9 or 10 years. So not only did they backflip, as I said, on the submarine purchases, where $5 billion wasted, that money has just disappeared. And anyone who lives in regional Australia knows that $5 billion can do a fair bit. So that left us in a strategic difficulty, but also was fiscally a waste, and is forever a stain on those governments. Now, the list of their failed promises in that defence arena alone would have me here half the day, and I haven't got much time left, but there were so many promises, and I want to touch on First Nations, because they said they would engage more with First Nations, but then refused to back the Uluru Statement from the Heart, which came from the heart of First Nations people about what they needed to move forward. They ignored that, and then called a royal commission into youth detention in the Northern Territory, but then didn't do anything to help with the implementation of those recommendations, which again is another stain on those opposite that they should be ashamed of. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Government is not a spectator sport. You actually have to run the country. But this Labor mob are treating it as such, fixating on commentary, rhetoric and spin, rather than providing the country with real solutions that address the crisis that surrounds us. Labor said they've had a plan. Now they look like they're deers in the headlights. Australians are crying out for leadership and direction from their government. Labor don't seem to realise that they're at the helm. In this country, cost of living is the #1 concern for people right now. It's the issue that's putting immense pressure on hard-working Australians who are just trying to pay the bills. It affects everyone. Yet this government seems to be more fixated on giving their union mates a Christmas present, rather than providing a reprieve for the people who need it. The broken promises are mounting, and Labor just doesn't seem to care. On budget night, this Labor government walked away from a commitment to reduce every household's energy bills by $275, a promise they repeated over 97 times. Not a slip of the tongue, 97 times. Instead, what this government has given us is a 56% increase in power prices. Those are not my words, Deputy Speaker. They're the government's words. Power bill help is not in the budget. It's a broken promise. And here are a few more things the government has promised. Cheaper mortgages. Ba-bow. No changes to franking credits. Ba-bow. Cheaper energy prices. Cheaper electricity prices. Well, we've heard that's not going to happen. Ba-bow. Stage 3 tax cuts. They're having a little play around with that. They can't even agree with that amongst themselves. Ba-bow. Now, no new multi-employer bargaining laws. Well, after the fiasco this morning, that's come through as well. Ba-bow. Unbelievable. The Australian people are starting to wonder whether this government even understands the problems they're being faced with. There's no solutions and there's no plans. Thanks for picking it up. Since the budget was announced, we've seen annual inflation hit 7.3%, the highest level in more than 3 decades. Homeowners with mortgages are feeling overwhelmed with these extraordinary extra payments. Already a family with a $750,000 mortgage is now paying $1,200 extra every month. This is compared to May this year. During the election, the Prime Minister stood up and said that Labor had a plan for cheaper mortgages. Then in October, we had the budget. This was Labor's opportunity to put ink on the promises they committed to the election. Yet these promises were missing from the pages. There was zero physical strategy and economic solutions. Even Julia Gillard's former economist has said this budget does not put pressure on inflation, does not put downward pressure on inflation. The government are hoping the RBA will do their work for them. Deputy Speaker, the Australian people have the right to feel let down. They have the right to feel misled. Now, they're the ones who are burdened with the increased pressure on the day-to-day bills without any leadership from their government. The government said to us before the polls, no one held back, no one left behind. Now, 6 months on, as all we have is a disgracefully long list of broken promises. But you need to give credit where credit's due. They've remembered to keep one promise, and that is to the unions. They've lined the unions' pockets, who have given them $100 million. At least they've looked after someone. They're being looked after all, and they've just been repaid by this appalling, Fair Work, sticky tape legislation that is not fair at all. Meanwhile, the student, the mums and dads, the aspiring homeowners, the mortgage payers, the taxpayers and the young professionals are being left behind to struggle with the cost of living that is going up, up and up. Labor said they had the plan to bring down the cost of living. Now they don't. It's been 6 months. Get your act together. Give us a plan for the sake of all Australians. Do your job.
Thank you, and I've no doubt Hansard will be anxiously awaiting your written notes for some assistance on spelling the sound effects. I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I was going to say I don't have the same sound effects as the member opposite. But I do rise to speak about my fantastic electorate of Lingiari. And I think it's a bit rich of the opposition to now care about the cost of living and the cost of Australian mortgages. But I want to just quickly touch on the member for Riverina, and I do acknowledge the work that was done in the 2 years of COVID. But there was no acknowledgement of all of the organisations, the frontline doctors and nurses and Aboriginal health services that worked tirelessly in the area to get COVID under control. So while the government played a role, there was certainly has to be a lot of acknowledgement to those frontline workers. And I know that the member for Robinson and other people on this side of the House has worked and did a lot in terms of that. Perhaps if the opposition could have managed the economy, formed an energy policy or even kept an eye on rising inflation, we wouldn't be in the situation we are in now. I know that in my electorate of Lingiari, people will find the opposition statement particularly hypocritical. For 10 years, the opposition had a chance to invest in Lingiari and the Northern Territory, and they didn't. In just 6 months, Labor has shown it is a trustworthy government that delivers for Lingiari. This is not something the former government could have said. Labor has been in power for 6 months, 6 months in which we've begun the long, hard work of cleaning up the absolute waste and mismanagement of the previous coalition government. As the opposition well knows, we are facing challenging global economic headwinds. Major economies around the world are struggling with the cost of inflation, and responsible action from government is needed. The most recent federal budget is targeted and a responsible budget that delivers on our election commitments. We are delivering on our promises to get wages moving. We are delivering on our promise for better vocational education, and we are delivering an historic agreement with states and territories to deliver 1 million new homes for Australians. This will include 40,000 social and affordable houses. What this will do is increase the housing stock around the country. To match this, Labor also brought forward our regional first home buyers guarantee. In just 6 short weeks, hundreds of Australians have already taken advantage of the guarantee. We are also working hard on implementing our Help to Buy scheme, which will lower the cost of mortgages. What have the Liberals had to say on this scheme? Nothing but criticism. It's good to see the opposition is now willing to work with us on lowering the cost of mortgages for Australian people. The former government had a decade to address the housing supply crisis and make homes and mortgages cheaper. They didn't. Labor will do what the former government couldn't, and we will step up to the plate on housing. For my electorate of Lingiari, this will be critical. We need more homes built for people, not just in the cities, but out bush in our communities and in our regional towns. Because unlike the previous government, this Labor government cares about Territorians. This Labor government cares about our regional towns. It cares about the bush. Labor took an election commitment of $100 million for immediate investment in homelands. Labor is delivering on this promise. Labor took the $120 million Central Australian plan to the election, and we are delivering it. This plan is a lifeline for Mamachua Alice Springs, which saw nothing but neglect from the coalition government. We are delivering better roads, better connectivity for our communities, investing in jobs in our regions, and that's what Labor governments do. They deliver for the people of the Northern Territory. And I am working every day in bringing and making sure that I work with local government, the Territory government and the federal government, together with traditional owners, to look at land availability for housing. This is what it's all about, practical measures that will address housing issues in my electorate and not just paying lip service to these issues and ignoring matters on the ground in my electorate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. A member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it has been a tough couple of weeks for anyone that holds a mortgage or any loan, frankly, within our economy. 2 weeks ago, of course, we had the federal budget, and then a little over a week later, the Reserve Bank made their decision to increase interest rates by another 25 basis points. And both documents, of course, had updated macroeconomic forecasts. And we seem to have a consistent pattern emerging now, where each time forecasts are updated, the outlook on inflation is looking worse and worse. The Reserve Bank now predicts that inflation is going to peak at 8%. It was recently the ABS statistics for the September quarter were inflation running at 7.3%. So if people are feeling that things are tough now, unfortunately, the Reserve Bank and the budget papers are predicting that it is only going to get tougher, because, of course, we know that as inflation increases, a lot of terrible things happen in our economy. But when it comes to this motion, when it comes to mortgages and particularly homeowners, there are two significant impacts of inflation. The first is the real value destruction of the value of that asset, because the market is certainly not moving up at all. So the market is moving down, but even if it was staying the same, if inflation is running at 8%, then the value of that asset is decreasing by that amount of money, if its value isn't changing with that amount. The second, even more significant, of course, is that as inflation goes up, the Reserve Bank needs to fight that from a monetary policy point of view, and ordinarily you would hope that the government would equally do so from the fiscal point of view. On the monetary side, that means increasing interest rates. And, of course, they've gone up consistently at every meeting of the Reserve Bank since May. And, unfortunately, most commentators are predicting that they will continue to go up. There's a meeting in a few weeks in the first week of December, and then, of course, they won't meet in January, but they'll start meeting again from February. One commentator today has indicated that he thinks that there will be 4 to 5 more interest rate rises, and the cash rate will go to 4.1%. So that, of course, means at least 3% for what the retail rate will be, interest rates at over 7% for the average homeowner. This is a devastating outlook if you've got a mortgage. And let's not forget that as these rates go up every month, there are people, of course, most people would have locked in a fixed rate mortgage for around 3 years. And when that mortgage matures, they're probably going from the rate that was based off a cash rate of 0.1%, as it was until May, and they'll of course be refinancing with increases of potentially a 4% increase in their interest rate. So that is the outlook for mortgage ease in this country. It's also the outlook for anyone that borrows money. It's the outlook for businesses. The cost of capital in our economy is going up dramatically. And in light of all that, in the budget 2 weeks ago, we saw no attempt from the government whatsoever to provide any fiscal policy medicine to the challenge of inflation in our economy. Not only are they leaving the entirety of the job, to the Reserve Bank, but they're making it worse by adding expenditure, new expenditure of over $100 billion, $115 billion of new expenditure in this budget, which of course is only pumping more money from the government into an economy that is already overheating, predicted to go, in the government's own budget papers, inflation to peak at least 8%. So we have a government that is not providing any help to the Reserve Bank. In fact, they're making the Reserve Bank's job even harder. So what we know is that as the Reserve Bank is continuing to increase interest rates, that is the responsibility of a government that is not providing any fiscal policy support to the Reserve Bank's monetary policy changes that they have to make month after month to combat inflation. We must defeat inflation. It is vital, and it destroys wealth, and the people it hurts the most are those that have got the tightest fixed incomes, who have got no ability in their household budget to make changes to accommodate these growing costs. Fighting inflation is critical. Not helping the Reserve Bank is what the government has done in this budget, and is a responsibility that they will be held to account for. And as your mortgage goes up, like every other price in the economy, it's the Albanese government that will be held to account and held responsible by the voters for that.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Deputy Speaker, I thought to myself when I was asked to speak on this MPI last, I thought, geez, I must have upset the whip this week. Last on the MPI on a Thursday, and then to read the actual question written by the member for Hume, I thought I've really upset the whip this week. Because we all know that the member for Hume, the Shadow Treasurer, has absolutely no credibility when it comes to actually representing what our government is doing. He has form of misrepresenting information all the time, as he has done in this very simple question. The policy that Labor announced at the election, and where they're trying to draw this broken promise from, is our plan, the Help to Buy, which will assist Australians to buy homes with smaller deposits, smaller mortgage and smaller mortgage repayments. That was our policy. It's a complex policy that you actually have to read the detail of how we will achieve that. Clearly something that the member for Hume did not do when he was writing this question. Mortgages are going up, absolutely, and we knew that when we were in opposition. And that's why we actually drafted policies like the Help to Buy that will assist Australians by helping them purchase a home, meaning that they will have smaller deposits and smaller mortgages and smaller mortgage repayments. That's why we came up with policies to help address that. For the first time in a long time, first home buyers are entering the market less and less. The generation known as the millennials are less likely to own a home than their grandparents. It's a problem that we've inherited, but a problem that we're working to address, like with programs like the Help to Buy and other programs, like the program to help people in my region. Regional Home Buyers Grant is helping people into their first homes. What happened under the previous government cannot be ignored when it comes to mortgages. I can remember, like most can remember, the Reserve Bank governor pleading with the previous government to do something. The only lever that they had to try and help our economy was to cut interest rates. But back then they warned us and said what we cut will eventually have to go up. They pleaded with the government to do something about the economic situation that we're in, but all the previous government did was make things worse. They supersized and boosted areas that didn't need to be boosted, for example, the home building sector. They like to try and blame this side for the supply problem that we have in terms of materials, but it started under their government through their policy. What we have today in this MPI is a desperate opposition trying to peg their failures to our government. We do feel for all Australians whose mortgages are going up. We really do understand the pressures, and that's why in our budget there are a number of other cost-alleviating pressures that we introduced. Cheaper childcare will help these families if they've got children in childcare, making childcare cheaper for 95% of Australian families. making sure we're doing what we can to keep inflation down. We've introduced a bill that's passed the House now around cheaper medicines. That is another way we're helping people with the cost of living. These are just some of the measures that our government is doing. I'd really like to suggest to the opposition to take this process seriously. Enough with the games, enough with the rhetoric, particularly in relation to MPIs. Our time in this place is precious, and we should use it debating facts and not debating the rhetoric that they've put forward. When Parliament comes back, I just say to them, do better, so that we can actually have a genuine debate about economic and not based upon a loose string of ideas and not take responsibility for what you did in your term of government.
Thank you. And note that the discussion has now concluded. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business order of the day, number 2, ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management reform, closing the hole in the ozone layer bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. And before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill of 2022, and the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacturing Levy Amendment Bill of 2022. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moreton in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I was rudely interrupted by question time and a so-called MPI, I was informing all Australia about that great moment in history when politicians, governments and scientists all came together to address the problem of the ozone holes, which are now healing at the rate of 1% to 3% a decade, where politicians listened to scientists and responded accordingly. By the 2030s, the hole in the northern hemisphere will have completely vanished, and the southern hemisphere hole should disappear by the 2060s. This is incredible news, but also frustrating to know that the same world, with the same scientists, has not been able to unite as effectively over climate change. Now, I'm telling this great story today because the success of the Montreal Protocol holds lessons for today's efforts to confront dangerous climate change. Vigorous leadership by Ronald Reagan, the actor, and Margaret Thatcher, a trained chemist, were crucial during the negotiations on that Montreal Treaty. The protocol was designed to be flexible so that more ozone-depleting substances could be phased out by later amendments. Developing countries were also provided with incentives and institutional support to meet their compliance targets. I state that again because there's been a little bit of a controversy from those opposite about that idea of helping developing countries when it comes to dealing with a science problem. But perhaps the most important lesson comes from the fact that the globe sees the need for action even when the science was not 100% conclusive. Sean Davis, a climate scientist at the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, reminds us that we don't need absolute certainty to act. When Montreal was signed, we were less certain then of the risks of CFCs than we are now of the risks of greenhouse gas emissions." End quote. The adoption of the Montreal Protocol was a turning point in environmental history. It also showed that when science and political willpower join forces, the results can change the world today and deliver a better tomorrow for our children. And you cannot have a better story of hope than that, Deputy Speaker. Australia has always been at the forefront of efforts to protect the ozone layer. Under the Hawke government, Australia has a strong program to protect the ozone layer and manage synthetic greenhouse gases stemming from the Montreal Protocol. It's an interesting point to note that through protection of the ozone layer, the Montreal Protocol has done more for climate protection than any other measure so far. Our nation's work to heal the ozone layer is also helping us meet the Albanese government's emissions target of 43% by 2030 and to meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement. This package of legislation before the House is aimed at improving the effectiveness and efficiency of the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management program. Ever since the ozone crisis emerged, this has been one of our most important pieces of environmental policy. It regulates the manufacture, import, export, use and disposal of ozone-depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases. I know that because I've got a sister who's an electrician that has to deal with, even in country Queensland, deal with when they're taking out refrigeration and air conditioners, and deal with these gases appropriately. So this implements our international obligations under the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. Australia has a strong program to protect the ozone layer and to manage synthetic greenhouse gases, and we need to keep this strong. And after years of delay on climate policy and scientists being attacked by government ministers and even by prime ministers, and after experiencing natural disasters in my own electorate and around Australia, all aggravated by global warming, Australians now, in 2022, want and demand real action. That's why one of the first pieces of legislation the Albanese government brought to this parliament was our legislation to increase Australia's climate ambition. We are the 12th largest economy in the world of around 200 countries, the 12th largest. We are the 55th largest country by population. So if not us, who? How can we as a global leader, the nation that was essential in forming the United Nations, led by Doc Evatt, a Labor leader, how can we look poorer and smaller countries in the eye and say, you need to do more when it comes to responding to dangerous climate change if we don't do our bit? In fact, as a Labor Member of Parliament, I say we should be world leaders. And I'm from a party of government, not a poseur party that has protest as a political business model. You know, those parties that have been around for decades who harvest clicks and deliver absolutely nothing to their members. That is not the Labor way. That is not the way of a party of government. These measures that a Labor government has brought to the parliament are another example of what we can practically do to protect our climate and meet our ambitious emissions reduction targets, and take all of Australia with us. Australia has an established innovative product scheme which collects used refrigerants and turns their potent greenhouse gases into harmless salty water. As I mentioned, my sister, the electrician, deals with this process in country Queensland. All tradies understand it. These bills will make Australia's program even stronger. The measures will reduce administrative burdens on businesses and make the legislation easier to understand, reducing the opportunities for unintentional non-compliance. It will also introduce measures to modernise and strengthen the enforcement powers. As the saying goes, Deputy Speaker, you govern for all, but you also need to have regulations for the few rogues out there that might not be doing the right thing. The Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gases Bills 2022 will continue to provide protection for our environment and human health and play a strong role in Australia's action on climate change. So it's not often that I stand in the Parliament of Australia and thank people like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher and Mikhail Gorbachev all at the same time and say their environmental leadership is what helped save the planet. So politicians not renowned for their left-wing activities, Thatcher and Reagan, although Ronald Reagan was a trade union leader, that is fair to say, he led the Actors Guild for a while, but they stepped up, listened to the scientists before the science was settled and responded appropriately. So we do know that with the right leadership, with the right politicians, the world can do the right thing, and Australia, as a significant player on the world stage, needs to do its bit. And I say especially in light of our leading role in the Pacific, that we need to show our Pacific neighbours that we are a proud part of Oceania, that we will do what is right by our neighbours to make sure that a wealthy country like Australia is doing the right thing when it comes to ozone, when it comes to responding to dangerous climate change. So the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Bills 2022, not a spectacular piece of legislation on one level, but it shows what scientists and politicians can do when they work in concert. And, Speaker, I commend the legislation to the House.
It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to congratulate St Stephen's Anglican Church in Normanhurst on their centenary. I was honoured to join members of St Stephen's for their centenary service and celebrations. More than 550 members of our community gathered together to celebrate the life of a church institution that's been vital to so many. The centenary service was addressed by the Anglican Archbishop Kanishka Raphael. I want to acknowledge the leadership of St Stephen's, including Senior Member Baden Stace, Assistant Minister Peter Hughes and Ministers Carl Bonner, Chris Jones, John Valentine, Jess Donoghue and the Parish Administrator Felicity Stead. I look forward to the fine contributions of St Stephen's Church over the next century. Mr Speaker, in 1969, members of the then Normanhurst Methodist Church produced and performed Gilbert and Sullivan's Trial by Jury for the second half of a local church concert. 6 years later, the Normanhurst Uniting Church Musical Society was born and has become a cornerstone of our community, spreading joy through art. Now, it's never too early to introduce children to the joys of musical theatre, and we took our 2 young children to see their first show since COVID, a concert called Songs That Go Like This. I want to acknowledge the Society's President, Mel Hogan, Vice President Jess Ferraro, and the committee members Kent Blackmore, Ian Barker, Ian Westley, Matt Lee, Ed Corbett, Lynn Drapsch, and the amazing cast, Leah Proctor, Abby Fife, Laura Fisher, Dominic Ogmary, Kent Blackmore, John Hogan, Jess Ferraro, Jennifer Nash, Georgia Kokoris, Warren Fisher, Angus Stewart and Piper Hogan, as well as the crew and musicians of the Society for a fine performance. And I look forward to many more performances at the Normanhurst Uniting Church Musical Society for years to come. Mr Speaker, I want to put on record the worthy initiative of some budding leaders in my electorate. Earlier this year I received a formal letter from the student leadership team at Cherrybrook Public School. When these young leaders noticed the flags at their school were in disrepair, they requested 3 new flags for their school, an Australian flag, an Aboriginal flag and a Torres Strait Islander flag. When I visited Cherrybrook to present the flags to the school, their leaders, Lana Vukasovic, Cohen Freeland, Moses Chan and Maggie Wang, and I applauded their initiative. I asked the Year 5 and 6 cohorts tough questions about the flag, who'd designed it, when, where they'd come, and I have to say I was so impressed with the knowledge of those students. They knew answers about our flags that I don't think most adults would know. I want to acknowledge the amazing teachers at Cherrybrook Public and in particular their principal, Harris Vasilla, and deputy principals Glenn Lakeman and Rebecca Jager for inviting me to present those flags. Mr Speaker, local small businesses are the heart and soul of our community. Small businesses create employment and provide unique goods and services for our community. Small business people take a risk and seize an opportunity to grow an idea and provide for their families and the families of their employees. 2 things help make a great business owner and a great team. It's always nice to take the opportunity to celebrate their success and highlight their achievements. That's why I was pleased to attend this year's Hornsby Ku-ring-gai Local Business Awards, where I presented some of the awards. I want to acknowledge and congratulate the most recent award winners from our community. Artist Kim Neal of Hornsby Heights for outstanding antiques, arts, crafts and gifts. Sydney Oyster Farm Tours of Brooklyn for outstanding tourism services. Donna Westwood's business, Westwood Conveyancing of Hornsby, for being an outstanding sole proprietor. Ramsay Health Plus at Mount Wilga for their outstanding health improvement services. Cameron Harrison's Super Camp Motorhomes of Thornley for their outstanding new and used motor vehicles. Harris Farm Markets in Pennant Hills Marketplace for outstanding fresh food and produce. And Heritage House Childcare and Early Learning Centre in Cherrybrook for their outstanding care. Congratulations to all winners and businesses nominated for the 2022 Local Business Awards. It's so important that we shop local and support our community. Mr Speaker, Probus clubs are an excellent way for retirees to make social connections in our local community. I want to acknowledge the Asquith Probus Club that celebrates its 14th birthday last month. I was fortunate to have been invited to speak at the event in which over 100 members of the community came together to celebrate Probus Day, the United Nations Day of the Older Person, and of course Asquith Probus Club's birthday. I want to thank the President, John Davies, and Vice President Sandra Deeth for the invitation to speak and the honour of marking the occasion by blowing out the candles on the birthday cake. I want to thank Barry Willick, who oversees membership and has been in the club for 14 years. Impressively, of the 150 founding members of the club, 38 are still active members, attending almost every meeting. And finally, I want to acknowledge the committee members Pam Slater, Angus Dougal, Jim Jeffries, Mal Steele, Judy Thompson and Vicky McPherson for their dedication. And I wish many more years of success to the Asquith Mixed Probus Club. Deputy Speaker, I am very fortunate in my community to have a series of wonderful community organisations who achieve amazing things in their communities and who celebrate important milestones of years of service. And it is important that I place on record in this House the wonderful work that so many in our community do to bolster the spirit in our community for years and years to come.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to recognise and support small business in my electorate of Pearce. Small businesses that are often referred to as the heart of our local economy. When you buy local, your dollar stays in your community and helps local development. For example, we all know that a restaurant buying ingredients from local producers or markets, using a local finance advisor and hiring a local interior or graphic designer build cooperative relationships that help the whole local business community prosper. Small businesses are an important part of our communities, a place to gather, they create work, they have a wonderful impact on community ambience and often offer full-time, part-time, job share, opportunities, apprenticeships and traineeships. Smaller businesses have the opportunity to manufacture and source locally. They can be as diverse, unique or personal as they choose, and the intimacy of shopping with a small business cannot be understated. After a very difficult 2.5 years due to COVID-19, it is more important than ever to give small local businesses our support. I love to visit businesses in my electorate and pop into any small shop I see along my travels, often purchasing different and unique items as gifts or donations for door prizes, hampers or raffles to support my local community groups. A win-win solution. I had the pleasure of attending the fabulous Wanneroo Business Association Annual Business Awards last weekend and acknowledged the hard-working, newly elected President, Mr Steve Windsor. The event gives local businesses in my electorate not only a chance of celebration and success, it also allows businesses to benchmark their progress and review their performance year after year. I seek permission, Mr Speaker, to bring to my desk the work of a local business, Adash Australia. It reads, "A future made here, that's Labour's vision for Australia." And Adash Australia won the 2022 Business of the Year Award, sponsored by Urtec Holdings, another local business. Adash Australia also won the 2022 Innovator of the Year Award. I acknowledge Mr Faz Pollard, the owner of Adash Australia, and who is the epitome of a small business owner. He is community-minded, thoughtful, intuitive and thorough. Faz's business, Adash Australia, is a parts manufacturer, fabricator and importer, but pivoted to provide hospital-grade PPE for our doctors, nurses and clinicians when we needed it most during the pandemic, and still does so in the current climate. They set up their Lansdale office at the beginning of the pandemic to provide medical PPE and medical shields. It was all manual to begin with, and then they got cobots and manufacturing lines to automate the processes. 6 people work at Adash's Lansdale-based medical office, headed up by lead engineer Lindsay Wood. A further 24 are based at the business headquarters in Malaga, Western Australia. Adash Australia is one of the many incredible stories of local business forced to pivot during the pandemic, and pivot they most certainly did. I have known Faz since I was Mayor of the City of Wanneroo. I have observed this local business. I have seen it thrive under Faz's care and meticulous dedication. Faz even travelled from Perth to Canberra for my first speech here in Parliament earlier this year, and I thank him for his energy, his enthusiasm and commitment to local business. I'm also going to acknowledge the other category winners, as this is a great opportunity to showcase within our communities who often put everything for local business on the line to open their dream. Other winners of the Wanneroo Business Association are Best Business 15 and over, Elite Physio and Exercise. Best Business over 5 and under 15 employees, Safe Central. There are a number of different businesses that deserve so much recognition and so much appreciation from us of our community. The Customer Service Excellence Award was a great insurance. Business Technology Award was Ready Software. I would like to advise Business Leader Award, sponsored by City of Wanneroo, was the winner Adam Burling from Safe Central. I reiterate the absolute importance of our small businesses within our community. I thank them for all that they do in support of so many sporting groups and community groups, and I have to say that without a doubt we would be lost without them. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. I've had countless people from my electorate, from as far out as Upper Brookfield all the way into Indooroopilly, get in touch with my office every week to tell me how badly flight noise is affecting their lives. People across Brisbane are impacted, and if you're not living under a flight path, you might not realise what it's actually like. It's hard to imagine the impact this has on your life. In a survey conducted by the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance, 74% of respondents indicated that they've suffered mental health impacts because of unrelenting flight noise. Imagine having low flights over your place at 11 p.m, at 2 a.m, at 80 or more decibels, enough to wake you up. Imagine that every night. Imagine perhaps you have young children that are being consistently woken up. Residents in Upper Brookfield who use rainwater tanks have also raised with me worries about the impact of pollution in their water from low-flying planes from Archerfield. And the media likes to say, look, if you don't want to experience flight noise, don't buy a place under a flight path. Well, most of the people affected in Ryan had bought their homes well before the new parallel runway at Brisbane Airport was built and the new flight paths came along. And in fact, locals were directly lied to about the impacts of the new runway. Likewise, flights from Archerfield have increased in recent months, so the problem's actually getting worse. It's important, I think, to understand what's going on here. This is the result of a number of major structural issues. Firstly, with the Brisbane Airport Corporation, privatised back in 1997. That was a Keating decision carried out by Howard. The airport is now run for profit, not community benefit. By the way, it makes no sense to privatise an asset like an airport. No amount of competition will result from it that could drive efficiency. Now add to this problem the fact that Air Services Australia, the regulator for air travel, was corporatised in 1997, meaning it acts like a private corporation. Air Services Australia now relies on fees paid by private airline corporations like Qantas and Virgin. Regulatory capture. Then add BAC's donations to both the major parties. Put all this together and you start to get the picture of a completely dysfunctional regulatory framework, although it's a very functional framework, however, if you're in the airport business. I note that there's currently yet another consultation with the community taking place in Brisbane right now, and I've got to say that I've been to some of these and they're hardly consultative. Well, forgive me, Speaker, if I share the community's cynicism towards this consultation. The community has been loud and clear about its preferred solutions for a long time now. They don't need more consultation, they need someone to take action. Firstly, introduce a cap on the number of flights coming in and out of Brisbane Airport so the problem doesn't worsen. Next, introduce a curfew from, let's say, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. so people can be guaranteed a decent night's sleep. Sydney Airport has this. It makes absolutely no sense that Brisbane Airport can't too. And in a turn of events that will shock no one, ASA's Post-Implementation Review Advisory Forum just today came out with a long and tortured list of reasons why, counterintuitively, a curfew would somehow increase flight noise at night. If Air Services can't design a curfew that works, that's a reflection on them and their competence, not on the community's wish for a good night's sleep. Finally, institute a complete redesign of the flight paths, not a couple of piecemeal changes, with more flights going over the bay. The Labor government could just legislate this now. If this doesn't happen, locals have said they're ready to take up protest action. The Greens and I will be there to support them. Longer term, we have to restructure the whole way air travel is regulated. We should renationalise BAC and overhaul and wind back corporatisation of ASA so we can have genuine democratic oversight on this important industry and so people can be put before profits. At the same time, We should build high-speed rail to reduce our reliance on air travel, while also reducing the enormous emissions that come from it. And I supported that bill recently. Something that, as I've noted in previous speeches, though, Labor are dragging their feet on and may well end up with a similarly corporatised structure. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. Last night I experienced a personal career highlight that I would like to share with the House. As a politician, I am of course afforded the incredible opportunity to meet many interesting, passionate and important people. But last night I had the great privilege of meeting two of Australians' brightest stars. I got to meet Bluey and Bingo. And I've got the pics to prove it. Thanks to the ABC for putting on last night's parliamentary showcase. The ABC is, of course, one of Australia's most trusted brands. For almost a century, the ABC has entertained us, fostered homegrown talent and informed us of important local, national and world events. The ABC is who Australians turn to in a time of crisis, during floods, bushfires, the COVID pandemic, droughts, wars and cyclones. Australians know they can turn to the public broadcaster for accurate and up-to-date information. Information that can and has saved lives and averted tragedy. The ABC continues this long tradition today, despite a decade of attacks, political interference and cuts from the Coalition. But Labor understands and appreciates the crucial role that the ABC plays in Australian life. That's why in our first budget, Labor delivered on our election promise to better fund our public broadcasters. We will deliver 5-year funding terms from next year, safeguarding the independence of both the ABC and SBS and support their long-term strategic planning and innovation in high-quality content provision and service delivery across Australia. In the budget, the Albanese Labor government confirmed that we will also return indexation to the ABC, providing it with $83.7 million. This will reinstate the funding that was cut by the previous government from 2019 to 22, which caused the loss of so many jobs. We will also fund a feasibility study into the expansion of Double J on radio, which will look at ways to help great Aussie artists reach more ears, particularly in regional Australia. The ABC has such an important role in many aspects of Australian life. It tells our stories, it fosters our talent. For children, we all remember watching ABC programs such as Play School growing up, and now our children love programs such as Bluey. And it plays, as an independent broadcaster, plays an incredibly important role in our democracy and in providing quality journalism for Australians. So I'm proud that Labor is taking these steps to support it. I'd also like to speak this evening about the ongoing conflict and human tragedy unfolding in Ukraine as a result of Russia's illegal and immoral invasion. Since February, Australians and the world have watched as atrocities are unleashed on an innocent civilian population. Australians and Canberrans have been rightly outraged, and since the invasion, a group of my constituents here in Canberra have been a constant presence outside the Russian embassy just down the road from here in Griffith. The Kingston Hotel across the road from the embassy now proudly flies the Ukrainian flag, a small but symbolic gesture of protest and solidarity. I am proud of the strong bipartisan support that this place has shown to the people and government of Ukraine. Both the former government and our new government have been steadfast in providing Ukraine with aid. Since the invasion began, the Australian government has provided $655 million in support, including $400 million worth of military equipment. The Australian government is also taking strong actions against Russia and those responsible for this war. 71 Russians so far have had sanctions placed upon them. Trade tariffs and bans have been imposed. Australia has supported UN resolutions and International Court of Justice prosecutions for war crimes. Prime Minister Albanese visited Ukraine in July to see the devastation firsthand, and we continue to call on the Russian government to immediately halt this aggression and leave Ukraine. I again want to offer my solidarity to the people of Ukraine and all of the community here in Canberra and around Australia, and to those people who do continue to stand outside the Russian embassy, calling for peace in our world. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. Our emergency responders are the go-to people for our community safety and resilience at a time of crisis. When we experience floods, bushfires, emergency situations, our first responders are who we rely on. But this type of work comes at a huge cost to them and to their families. Day in, day out, walking into the unknown and encountering traumatising and life-risking situations isn't easy. And there is a huge mental health toll. When we were in government, we recognised the need to provide standalone services specifically tailored to emergency responders' needs, particularly following the Black Summer bushfires. Quorum Australia, a charity, was one of the organisations selected through competitive tender to deliver their tailored mental health and wellbeing programs for first responders as a result of those bushfires. During the March budget process, the need to scale up Quorum's services for a national program to be delivered across Australia was identified and funding was allocated. Labor's Emergency Management Minister, Senator Murray Watt, has repeatedly tried to muddy the waters about this funding, but it is clearly listed in the March budget paper number 2, page 159, and I quote, $10 million over 2 years from 2021-22 for a national program run by Quorum Australia to provide psychological support, wellbeing activities and training in maintaining mental health for first responders involved in natural disaster settings. It's right there in black and white in the 2022-23 budget that was tabled in this place back in March. The convention, when there is a change of government after an election, is that what is budgeted and announced is continued in the coming financial year. It's done for peace of mind for service providers and for continuity of crucial programs identified at the senior-most levels of government as a priority. This allows a funding recipient to do their job and get on with delivering vital services. In Quorum's case, they were expanding to multiple regional areas to provide their services to more emergency services personnel, specifically in Townsville, Ballina, Albury-Wodonga, Gippsland, Dubbo, Nowra, Newcastle, Sunshine Coast, Darwin, Launceston and Perth. After protracted discussions with the Labor government, Quorum has been advised that the maximum they will receive is just $2.5 million of the budgeted $10 million. Now, Labor won the election and the new Emergency Services Manager was sworn in June. It's their prerogative to make changes via their update to the budget. But Senator Watt should have the courage to admit that this was a deliberate decision to rip funding from our first responders at a time when we see floods and emergency incidents across multiple states. Without their budgeted funding, Quorum won't be able to continue to provide their crucial services beyond the end of this year. This is a time of high need. As we head into the summer months, I'm deeply concerned we may see more natural disasters and more pressure heaped onto our emergency personnel. I'm astounded that Labor thinks this is a fair or appropriate decision. But even more puzzling is the fact that the money is literally sitting there, but Senator Watt has suddenly decided that another competitive tender is required for the remainder of Quorum's funding. This is despite the fact that he sat in Senate estimates less than 2 weeks ago and robustly defended the fact that no competitive tender was required or appropriate for Labor's own election commitment of a grant of over $38 million to another organisation. By Senator Watt's own admission, Quorum do a tremendous job delivering a vital service, and they have a stellar track record. A competitive tender process will take many months to finalise, and it hasn't even started. And in the meantime, come the 1st of January, there will be no specialised tailored services available to emergency personnel because of Senator Watt's callousness. The money is there, the services are needed, the emergency personnel have earned and deserve our support. What has been allowed to happen in Labor's budget is a national disgrace, and this cut to wellbeing and mental health services for emergency first responders needs to be fixed immediately. Speaker, I seek leave to table pages from budget paper number 2 where this funding is listed.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
It's a budget paper.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Speaker. Well, this week the Albanese Labor government passed through this House of Representatives the all-important Respect at Work legislation. This is great news for Australian women, great news for our nation, because everyone has the right to a safe and respectful workplace. Sexual harassment is not inevitable, it is preventable. The Respect at Work Bill will move Australia forward in our efforts to prevent workplace sexual harassment from even happening in the first place. The Respect at Work report commissioned by Kate Jenkins, this report was the outcome of an inquiry examining the nature and prevalence of sexual harassment in Australian workplaces, the drivers of that harassment, and the measures to address and prevent sexual harassment. The report made 55 recommendations. It was directed to all levels of government and the private sector for policy and legislative reforms to prevent and address workplace sexual harassment. The former Liberal government sat on that report for almost a year. Then, if it wasn't failure enough, they then refused to implement many of the key recommendations. Australian women rightly said enough is enough, took to the streets, marched for justice and made vital demands on the Liberal government, including the implementation of all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report. Those opposite had their fingers in their ears and their arms firmly folded. They stood in this parliament and said that these women, that these survivors, should be glad that their protest down from those front lawns wasn't met with bullets. We all remember that reference. I remember how bad I felt as a woman sitting in this chamber when the former Prime Minister stood and uttered those words, having just returned from the front lawns of Parliament House. But it wasn't how bad I felt, it was how bad millions of Australian women felt that was really the issue. The Coalition didn't know the meaning of respect in 2021, and maybe they still don't. They refused to implement positive duties on employers to prevent sexual harassment at work when they were in government, and once again this week those opposite introduced amendments to the Labor government's Respect at Work bill in order to water down those positive duties. They have proved once again they don't care about safe and respectful workplaces, and they don't care about how women carry that burden in this nation. The Albanese government committed to implementing all 55 of those recommendations of the Respect at Work report. We said we would do that in full as a matter of priority, and that's why you saw that legislation before the House this week. And that's why the majority of this House, knowing full well the importance of that legislation, voted to support it. It saddened me that members opposite could not do so. I'm not sure what lessons have been learned, but I would have hoped, if nothing else, it would have been to listen to what women had to say. Over the past 5 years, 1 in 3 people have experienced sexual harassment at work, with women experiencing higher rates of harassment than men, and that is shameful. The Respect at Work bill that the Labor government passed this week through the House is a crucial part of our important work to progress gender equality. We know that achieving women's economic equality includes making sure that women are safe at work. Sexual harassment is a serious and pervasive issue that affects all industries and all professions. Sexual harassment is by no means inevitable, it is preventable, and this government will work to ensure it is addressed. This legislation was important but long overdue. Everyone should feel safe at work, and gender equality is now at the very heart of this government's decision-making. I couldn't be more proud than to be part of a Labor government in this place with a majority of its ranks, 52% of its ranks, made up of women. That is something we should be proud of, and we are proud of in this side of the House, but only because it makes sure that we make better decisions for this nation.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 21 November 2022 at 10 a.m.